Hello everyone and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in sunny Saudi Arabia. We are outside of Riyadh. We are looking forward to a big day of racing that starts off with a bang. We've had a great weekend so far with some outstanding human performances and those from the equines. My name is Michael Adolphson. Thank you for joining us on the Jcsa English channel. I am joined by Tom Collins, who had a day to remember yesterday for all the questionable reasons, but he is ready here today to rectify that and win almost every single race.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's a good day of racing as well. We've got some top quality horses running. The weather's a lot better outside. We saw lots of rain yesterday, but today nice and clear, not as much wind either. And here are three horses you should be looking out for this afternoon. We begin with an absolute superstar, Asfan Al Khaladiya, a 126 rated Arabian who looks to extend his winning streak to 14 in a row in our opening contest today. This 4-year-old is potent over a variety of trips and won the Al Manifa Cup last year. This is Kathir, who will take part in the local bred open race 7 on the card. This 6-year-old has won 9 of his 30 career starts, amassed over $1 million Saudi Riyal, and looks to have a great chance in winning today as he drops in grade. And finally, we have a daughter of Tajaweed called Ekhak, who makes her 3-year-old return to the track in the Ministry of Sport Cup that ends the card. She finished second in the Grade 1 King Fahad Cup last year and has a high level of ability.
All right, pretty excellent stuff. We start off with a bang today, and we end with equally as strong of a race. And to me, it's just indicative of the way we should end this, because it should the last meeting of the year. Happy New Year to everyone before Happy New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Is that it? Is that a thing? We're going to make it one. We're looking forward to bringing you the best of racing today from Saudi Arabia. We're going to start off with a bang. It's got purebred Arabians going 6 furlongs and one of your favorite horses back in action.
Yeah, I love this horse, Asfan Al Khaladiya. I saw him in Taif and he was superb. He just looks unbeatable from a range of 1,200 metres all the way up to 2,100 metres, and he's rated 126th, the highest rated horse in the country right now. So looking forward to seeing him in the opening race. We usually see the superstars at the end of the card, but today we've got one right at the top of the show.
Yeah, speaking of superstars, we are going to be joined by Enzo this afternoon again, who was with us last night. He was picking some great horses. They didn't all win, but that's okay. But he's doing a great job as far as commentating goes. We're looking forward to having him. He's going to take us through the runners and riders of the first race, but beforehand, he's going to take us through the entire menu.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, very good afternoon to you and Tom and everyone watching on YouTube as well. Right, we start with this big race, the Arabian horses, and we start with this superstar, 13 out of 13. Asfan Al Khaladiya is going to be hard to beat, as we know, in that race, but we know what happened yesterday, so you never know what can happen. Then we've got a maiden after that, followed by a handicap race. Then another maiden, a locally bred fillies open, a fillies handicap for 0 to 85 horses, followed by a locally bred horses open race. Nominals a 3 race then takes place after that at 6:40. As we come towards the stronger races at the end of the day. The Arabian fillies race at 7:10, 7:35, the locally bred horses open, another open race 8 o'clock, and we end with the Ministry of Sports Cup, our feature race over the 1,800 metres at the end of the card for the 3-year-old fillies. Right, let's start then with the opening race. 12, the runners down to 11 now, in fact, isn't it? With the 2 non-runners. Number 3 was out, Razad, and also number 10 is out, SS Jalmod. So a couple of nons here. And number 1 is now ridden by Adel Al-Faradi. So Katir Al Khaladiya is a jockey change. 2 is Brahma de Pompadour, Abdullah Al Kradi's. 3 is now scratched, Razad. 4, Jamil Al Wathbar, Tariq Al Mansur, who had a winner yesterday. 5, Mutahed Al Khaladiya, Ayad Al Tarisi. 6 is Muthwahaja Athbar for Alex Moreno. Number 7 is Tari Baha, Osama Al Sharani rides. 8 is Amir Al Cham for Naif Al Anazi. 9 is Own for Mohammed Al Daham. 10 is out, Scratch Jalmod. 11 is the superstar Asfan Al Khaladiya, Abdullah Alofi riding. 12 is Jazim Athbar for Rahid Al Feroz. Where's the blinkers? 13 is Al Nibras, also blinkered, Camille Ospina on board the 6-year-old. So that's the runners. Take out 3, take out 10, and Adel is now on the 1, Katir Al Khaladiya. Let's go back to Michael and Tom.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at these horses up close. We have Katir Al Khaladiya making a good impression. Looks quite well. 7 wins to his credit.
They all came in France. He's 0 from 7 on these shores. He finished behind Mutwahaja Athbar last time.
Number 2 is Brahma de Pompadour. 2 wins to his credit. One local run.
Those victories came in Qatar and France. Finished second on the debut here, but that was 16 months ago.
Number 3, Razad is scratched. Number 4, Jamil Al-Wathba. 1 victory to his credit out of 13 runs.
Finished 11th in a 1400-metre open race last time up. Just not good enough on the form we've seen this year.
Mutahada Kaladia, 3 victories to his credit. The 7-year-old gelding has 14 local runs.
60 to 75 handicaps look the way forward, not open races against 100-plus horses.
Mutawahaja Athba has 3 victories to her credit. 5 local runs, comes off a pair of wins.
Really nice filly, rated 115, and would usually be the most likely winner of a race like this, but unfortunately bumps into Asfan Al Kaladia today. The only previous time she met Asfan Al Kaladia, she was beaten 40 lengths.
She is so relaxed out there. Number 7, Takri Baha, has 3 victories to this 10-year-old's credit. 1 local run where he was 14th.
Yeah, that was earlier this month. It wasn't a great effort. The 3 victories came in Qatar.
Amir Al-Sham has 0 local victories, 18 runs, 4th last time.
Midfield both occasions so far this season. Quick return again for the 3rd outing of the year. This is just a tricky spot. Maybe a top 5 finish is the best he can hope for.
Yeah, he is a son of TM Fred Texas, who won the Cahala Classic. Very, very good Arabian horse. Own is number 9, 2 victories, 15 runs, 9th last time.
Finished second behind Asfan Al Kaladia earlier in the season, back at meeting 33. Was beaten a long way, but was a gallant effort. Could be a player for 2nd or 3rd.
Jamad is scratched. That brings us to number 11, the star of the show, Asfan Al Kaladia, rated 126.
Best Arabian in the country, a really phenomenal horse. Won 13 out of 13, unbeaten, can win over a range of trips from 1200 up to 2100. This distance is fine.
We'll get to the last 2 in just a moment. Let's go to Shamila Hanley. She's going to join our team and she's going to tell us what she has out there. She has a great view of all these fantastic purebred Arabians.
Thank you very much, Michael, and happy Saturday, and thank you for joining us live on YouTube as well. And we're starting today off with a cracker of a race. It's an Arabian contest, and we've got, of course, the perfect specimen of an Arabian horse, horse number 11, Asfan Al Kaladia. I've loved this horse ever since the start of the season. He wowed us in Taif. He's won 4 races on the bounce this season. We'd last seen him at meeting 48. He is the highest rated horse in the race for good reason. He is using this race as a prep race, though, for there is a big Arabian race in 2 weeks' time that will line up perfectly for him, and it's worth 2 million Saudi Riyal, where he will come head to head with his brother Talal Al Kaladia as well. So that will be the first time that they see themselves head to head. So that will be a fantastic contest as well. I do have to mention the other horse that looks really well, horse number 6 for Athba Stables, Alex Moreno, won twice in a row, but I think that winning streak will end today, as I don't think anybody can get past Asfan Al Kaladia. And we just have a fantastic day of racing for you. I cannot wait until the last race. We have a crack of a race full of fantastic fillies. We've got one of my favorite FMQ horses, Slayal, Reem Al Riyadh off the mat. It's absolutely fantastic. Reem Al Riyadh as well for Al Mandil Stables, but I think nothing can beat Slayal today. A bit of a underdog. And as you can see here, Asfan Al Kaladia is just coming up behind me now. He is a professional going around the parade ring, not looking at anything whatsoever, strutting around the parade ring like he owns the place, and he absolutely does own the place. I think that nobody can compare to Asfan Al Kaladia and the Kaladia bloodlines. We've talked about them so much, and I was lucky enough to see him in the flesh in Kaladia Stables back in the Taif season. And so this is the first time that we'll be seeing him running in Riyadh, but I'm sure that he will take to the track really nicely. So I will throw it back to you guys in the studio. I am definitely sticking with Asfan Al Kaladia.
No shock there at all. He is the horse, of the buzz horse, actually, for the first half of the card. He's one of the highest rated horses in the country. Your thoughts on anything that could possibly get him beat in this spot?
I don't think there is anything, to be honest. Look, Lucas Gaitan's horse, Mutwahaja Athba, is a very talented filly in her own right. She's won her last 2 races and is, rated 115. So you have to look at her on paper, and she looks nice, as you've been telling me off air, in the paddock. But she was beaten 40 lengths by Asfan Al Kaladia on the only try to beat him so far this season. And that came back in meeting 33, where she was actually also behind Own, horse number 9 in this race. I just think Asfan Al Kaladia is by far the best horse and looks almost invincible in this spot.
A couple of the lower rated horses on the outside. We have Jazm Athba, we haven't spoken about yet, comes in with a 64 rating.
Yeah, just not good enough on the rating. But it was a fair run last time, much better than we saw earlier in the season.
Al Nabras is number 13, 1 victory to his credit. The 6-year-old gelding is rated 85. 5.
Another horse that just won't be competing to win the race, but Camilo Ospina takes over. They'll be looking for maybe third or fourth to get some prize money.
Yeah, it should be interesting. It's just you either sit back and enjoy what is a proper horse doing his thing, or you try to beat him. You know where I'm going with this. I'll definitely try to beat him with probably the filly, just because she just seems to be in a nice little rhythm right now, and obviously I have an immense amount of respect for those connections.
Yeah, connections are super shrewd. Lucas Gaetan, Alex Moreno, Athbar Racing Stable, they are prolific with their horses. They don't have too many, but when they strike, they tend to win. It just so happens that they're facing the best Arabian in the country today. If Asfan Al Khalidiyah wasn't in this race, then I'm pretty sure we'd all be saying that Mutwaheja Athbar was almost a good thing. So she could easily finish second. Maybe Owen will put it up to her for that place. I reckon it's between both the 6 and the 9 for the runner-up spot, but I cannot look away from Asfan Al Khalidiyah.
There aren't a lot of big races for purebred Arabians at sprint distances. I can only think of maybe there's a Group 2 in over 7 furlongs at Maidan in Dubai. But is Asfan Al Khalidiyah a horse that can maybe even stretch out a little bit more to the longer distances, maybe on Saudi Cup Day?
Yeah, he won the Al Manifa Cup last year on the turf. It was a really dominant display as well. He won by a good margin. I think it was 6 lengths.
Such versatility with this horse.
Exactly that. Like, he can run all trips, run both surfaces. He's just so naturally talented, and yeah, it doesn't really seem to stop him. I think 1200 probably is short enough for him. He doesn't really want the 1200, but he's still well capable of winning races like this.
Do you think at this, if he faces a proper horse at 1200, could that be the only thing that could make him a little bit more vulnerable, or is he just too fast?
I just think he's just too fast anyway. Well, the thing with him is that he just gets out in front or gets right near the speed and then maintains a high level of speed throughout the whole race. He doesn't ever look to waver, and he doesn't come under pressure from a horse with a better turn of foot, largely because there isn't one in Saudi Arabia, or probably anywhere in the Middle East right now. But there might be. You never know over this 1200 metres. I think Abdullah Al-Alfi would try to go and make the running. Maybe Alex Moreno will put it up to him early and try to get him beaten that way, but yeah, I don't see it happening.
It'll be fun to see what he can do back at this trip. It'll sharpen him up, obviously, for an Al Manifa defense.
Yeah.
If he goes that way, he also has the option of going into the Ubaya to complete the double.
Yep.
But if he does go to the Al Manifa this year, it is going to be a Group 1 for the first year, for the first time ever. So it's pretty exciting. He'll get another proper international Group 1 under his belt. So going to 6 furlongs, we're looking at what's going to be a bit of a tactical race. Is anybody going to take him on? Is anybody going to even race ride him a little bit?
I think they'll try to take him on, but Abdullah Al-Alfi will be keen probably to just find the best spot for him, because I actually watched the footage back of the Al Manifa Cup this morning when I was doing some last minute study for the race, and he wasn't leading that day. Every race so far this season, he's gone straight to the front, which we'll see in a second from this insert that we're about to see. But in the Al Manifa Cup, he was just in behind the horses and he still came through. He's just tactically versatile.
Yeah, it's quite the specimen.
Yeah, we can see him here in Taif. He'd already made the front at this point in the race. And he was briefly challenged by a horse who's subsequently gone on to great things here. Actually won a cup race, the runner-up. But Asfan Al Khalidiyah just draws away late. And look at the margin between the second and the third. Like, it's massive. This is the best Arabian in the country. He just gallops and gallops and gallops at a very high cadence.
And the horse behind him is also rated in the 120s as well.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina rode him to a really impressive victory when we were here 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And he'll be one to definitely watch in either of the races that on Saudi Cup Day or Saudi Cup weekend. Right there we have Mutwaheja Athbar, the one we mentioned earlier. This filly is in top form right now.
She has loads of early speed, as you can see here. She blazed the trail last time up. This wasn't much of a race. Obviously a bigger field, but there weren't any Asfan Al Khalidiyahs in here. She still got the job done well. She'll probably try to adopt the same tactics, but I don't think Abdullah Al-Alfi will be bothered by that. He'll probably try to sit on the shoulder. If he can go forward and make the pace, he will. But if Alex wants to make the front like he did this day on the filly, he'll just sit second and look to overhaul her late.
And if Asfan Al Khalidiyah doesn't get it done, maybe he gets a little upended here. I would imagine this is not the end-all be-all. They're not going to be upset about this at all. They're going to, hopefully they get as much as they can out of it, because obviously he's not going to be 110%.
Yeah, this is just a prep, isn't it? He did try and travel abroad and it didn't go to plan since his last run, but we haven't actually seen him race since meeting 48, and that was in Taif. So he is coming off a bit of a layoff. It just hasn't stopped him before, so I don't know why it would today.
Yeah, and we've seen a few horses come in this season thus far with similar profiles that just didn't get it done on the day. So I'm going to go against him. I'm going to go with the filly Mutawahaja Athba, see if she can take it to him, and over conditions that probably suit her just a little bit better than him.
Yeah.
Even if she isn't quite up to him, she needs 11 pounds to find, and you're going to stick with the big horse.
Yeah, Asfan Al Khalidi, I want to get off the mark with the winner today after yesterday because it was super tough. Hopefully, over this 1,200 metres, he can manage to get the job done yet again. This horse is probably better over 2,000, but I just think he's so versatile. He's probably one of the best horses you'll see today, so enjoy.
Yeah, Saturday is usually your best day as far as picking
Yeah,
selections, and usually the best day of racing, in my opinion. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to give us his perspective on the race, as well as take us through this very first race with such a top-class horse in it.
Yeah, looking for a great performance to start the day from this grey colt, Asfan Al Khalidi. Michael, runners are at the start then, and just go for those changes, scratching the 3 and the 10 here. Down to 11 participants for this race. First prize, 47,500 Saudi Riyal for the pure Arabian breds. And these are 4-year-olds and up. Got a filly in the race as well with Waheja Athbar. Going to 1,200 metres, so 6 furlongs the distance. And field that's flush with grey horses, you can see here, including Asfan Al Khalidi, looking to make it 14 out of 14. Welcome to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. And we are really looking forward to the card today. Final meeting, as Michael and Tom were saying, of the year. We hope you can join us again in 2024 when things start next Thursday, Friday and Saturday, the 4th, 5th and 6th of January 2024. Right, loading up then. First few have already gone in, as you can see. Looking for the favourite. A widest draw, but it's not a massive field, so it shouldn't be an issue here. 9 coming in. Own in the blue and yellow, one of the few non-greys in the race. And here is Tari Baha, the oldest horse in the race, coming forward now, along with Brahma de Pompadour, the other veteran. Just waiting for Waheja Athbar to come in now, Alex Moreno. And we're almost set. 1 to go, and that is number 1. Katia Al Khalidi, Adel Al Faradi now on board. And 12 is Jazam Athbar, and then we'll be set. Right, now we are ready. And they're off. The gates fly open, and they are racing, and it was a slow start for Tari Baha towards the outside, didn't get away very well. Asfan Al Khalidi as well, not the quickest to stride. He's right towards the outside, but is now making ground. But up front, the early pace with Waheja Athbar, the filly, leads up in the blue blinkers. So on the inside, Katia Al Khalidi, the red and black, is moving into a share of second place with Mutahed Al Khalidi in blue. Now wide, but making ground, Asfan Al Khalidi in the white and black, but just gets a shake of the reins to get a bit closer to this leader, who's really scampering around the turns here at around 60 kilometres per hour. This leader is still Waheja Athbar and is clear by 4 lengths. Now the unbeaten Asfan Al Khalidi goes off in chase in second. He's got 5 lengths to find on this leader, and it's getting a little bit more serious now as they make the home turn. Waheja Athbar, can she maintain this gallop, or is she a sitting duck for Asfan Al Khalidi, who angles wide for Abdullah Alofi? And now here he comes, the unbeaten horse down the outside, and he's striding out now. He's putting in the big strides. He's surely going to sail past Waheja Athbar, which he does. And now Asfan Al Khalidi can enjoy the final 200 metres. He's well on top and drawing away with every stride. He's going to make it 14 out of 14. Oh, he's a class apart. Asfan Al Khalidi and Abdullah Alofi, an easy winner in the end. Massive run by the second horse, Waheja Athbar, who put it up to the unbeaten horse behind. It was close for third between Amir Al Cham. Might have got that in third place, but wow, in the end it was electric, wasn't it? And he certainly had a strong pace to run at, because Waheja Athbar went scampering off in front as we thought she would. In the end, he was just too good for her. Look at the time. 1 minute 18.23 seconds. That's not far off Kazwarat Al Khaladi's track record. And got very close to it. Second was number 6, Waheja Athbar. 6.5 lengths the winning margin. Third was number 8, Amir Al Cham, as we suggested. 11, 6, 8 and 12 in the end. 6.5 lengths. 1 minute 18.23. 11, 6, 8. Makes it 14 out of 14. Asfan Al Khalidi.
Wow, wasn't that an absolutely brilliant performance for one of the best, if not the best, Arabian in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and they have so many good plans for this horse. The trainer Mutlaq bin Mishrif has done a fantastic job, and everybody at Al Khalidiyah Stables as well, Dr. Keith, everyone involved, his son Fahad as well. Just everybody has done such a tremendous job with this horse, prepping him so well. He's overcome every obstacle they put in front of him, and that means he has remained unbeaten this time. It'll be really interesting to see what they do with him next time out. Obviously, he will be facing off with one of the other greatest Arabians they have in their stable, Talal Al Khalidiyah, who is also Asfan Al Khalidiyah's brother. So they will be going head to head against Najib Al Zaman as well in that 2 million Saudi Riyal race. So very, very well done to everybody at Khalidiyah Stables, Prince Khalid bin Sultan bin Abdulaziz as well. That's it for Asfan Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, just an outstanding horse, giving an outstanding performance. Obviously, the time was indeed outstanding. 1:18.23. They're flying. That's racehorse time.
Yeah, really quick time. Almost broke the track record, and maybe with a better start, Asfan Al Khalidiyah would have done that. He was wide on the turn and looked a little bit under pressure, didn't he, for the early part of the race?
Anybody who watches morning breezes, or we call gallops,
Yeah.
is watching. If you're watching Alafi in this situation, he treated it like a gallop. Like that was his rabbit, that was his lead horse, and as soon as he passed it, he wanted to pass strong, get it clear, and then hold the horse up. So maybe if it would have been a bigger stakes race where he had an even better horse to chase, he would have broken the track record.
Yeah, for sure. He was only, 0.21 seconds off it. It was a phenomenal...
It's a length and a quarter, basically, in Arabian.
Exactly, a phenomenal run from a great horse. And bearing in mind, it's probably a little bit rusty as well, considering he hasn't run since meeting 48 from Taif. Different track, but Asfan Al Khalidiyah just took off in the straight. Take nothing away from the runner-up as well. Mutwaheja Athba ran a great race. She went to the front as anticipated. She held on for as long as she could, and she was miles ahead of the third.
And we talk about, we've had great horses on the thoroughbred side, Wings Franco, et cetera, win 14 races in a row, go undefeated in that way where they're just absolutely outstanding. How special do you think it is for an Arabian where it's so hard to keep them? I mean, obviously they become they get into good rhythms and they run the same, but at the same time they're the most volatile horse to ride.
Exactly. To get this horse to consistently win his races is phenomenal. A great training feat. I know he's super talented, the horse, but you still need to keep him right, keep him sound, and keep him running at his best. He actually broke slowest of all, we just saw there from the drone footage, but he's got so much natural pace that Abdullah Al-Alfi instantly found the gap.
Is that the only time he's in trouble, is in the beginning, basically?
I think so. From here on, obviously being 3 wide is not ideal necessarily when the leader's 4 or 5 lengths clear, getting a nice trip up front, but from here on in, I always just felt he was going to reel this filly back in.
And this is where I was about when they entered the turn, where you could tell that it was basically a training race for this horse.
Yeah.
Where he knew he was hoping to be in the clear, out of the way, with one horse to chase home. And it's a proper horse, so he got a good blow out of this most likely, and he's going to come forward in a big way. It's a very smart training move to put him in this race where he obviously has some class to beat in front of him. She's rated, what, 115?
115, yeah.
And she is a sprinter, and he's technically not. He can stretch out to other distances. So
exactly.
Very nice. I mean, this is the only time he gets hit the entire time, I think.
I think twice, yeah.
Twice, okay.
Just as he came alongside, Abdullah used a crop, and he instantly quickened and made up a couple of lengths. And then he just gets hit there within around 150 meters to go. Yeah,
it looks like about 4 strides out, he let up on the horse immensely. And just a fine-looking horse. And I mentioned the other day, and we saw an Arabian win. Name leaves me, but
Ibn Hatem.
Yes. And you see where the straight and strong stride, just a very balanced approach. He did not. We saw it in the overhead. He barely moved out of the track lines of the harrow, and that's kind of what you want to see. When Arabians can do that, in my opinion, they become just that much better. You gain lengths by just running a straight line for an Arabian.
Absolutely, and it's very hard to see him actually losing whatever race he goes for on Saudi Cup night. I don't know whether they'll go for the Al Manifa again. I presume so, but he's obviously versatile enough to win on the dirt as well as he's on the turf. Most of his races have come on the dirt, so yeah, it'd be interesting to see what their plans are. But
yeah, I would love to hear from Connections if they will try to go for the double.
Yeah.
Or, because no horse has done it yet. I mean, horses have had the capability of doing it for him. I believe First Class won the race, won the Al Manifa the first year it was run, and then went and won the Kahalo on the dirt in Dubai, but then didn't have a chance to run in the Obaya. So I'd love to see a horse actually pull off the double. but I wouldn't be shocked at the same time, since it's an international Group 1 now,
Yes.
if they just go after that again.
Yeah,
Is he a
for sure.
banker?
I would say he's very hard to beat, like extremely hard to beat. Obviously, the longer trip for both of those races will definitely suit him. If it was over 1200, then probably not. He could come under pressure like he did a little bit today, but when he goes further, he's just untouchable.
If you look at the tiny bit of difference between the action, just to analyze this in general, she's a dirt horse.
Yes.
You can see she keeps herself a little bit lower to the ground. She's a smaller horse. He keeps a little higher, and he actually he grinds over the ground like most Arabians do, but he actually skips across. I think he's a grass horse more than anything. I think he probably could win the Obaya.
Yeah.
But
He could win either, couldn't he? Really?
yeah, he could. He just, the bias, he's probably going to have to be ridden up pretty aggressively because that race becomes a mess.
Yes.
Like it's everyone jockeying for a position from the 10 furlong starting point home.
Yeah, you need to break a little bit better than he did today. But generally he does break quite well. I don't know whether it was just rust, that is why he broke a touch slow today. Look, it made no difference to the end result. He was dominant at the wire and won really decisively in a great time. You know, it's fantastic to see him back on the track. It's been a little while since we've seen him, but this just proves that he's still in perfect condition and ready to go for the big prizes.
Yeah, just a lovely horse. That was my first time, well, my second time being able to see him. But the first time I've really had a chance to analyze his performance, and he is just a mechanical dream as far as the Arabians go. Nice to see that. Nice to kick off the day with a win. I know it was a bit of a layup for you.
Yeah, but I've got to take him at this point.
A win's a win.
What's interesting, one last thing to touch upon for him, he's only a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
And Arabians come into their own as they get older and older, so he could have a really long career. They could easily retire him and obviously breed from him, and that's the way forward.
And considering his talent so far, it's actually shocking that they've already run him 14 times at this point in his career. It's the equivalent of 14 runs into a 3-year-old thoroughbred.
Yeah, exactly.
So any final thoughts on him before we move on to another fantastic race on this Saturday card?
My final thought is that it's going to be hard to top him for Tom's top moment. I'll say that now.
All right, well, there he is finishing up just with so much class. And we're going to move on to race 2. We have a 7-furlong Saudi-bred event here. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not, you can keep your momentum going.
Yeah, it's tough. I think there is a clear standout, though, so I hope that's the case. We're looking at horse drawn wide again, so we'll talk about the draw and how it can negatively impact, but also positively impact horses on this dirt track. But we'll get into that for the runner by runner. There are a couple of interesting horses, a couple of horses with very little chance of winning based on what we've seen. So although there is a big field, I think we can narrow it down to 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one to pull apart, but we're going to attempt to do so for you guys watching on the Jcsa English YouTube channel. We're going to go up to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for race 2.
Thank you, Michael. There are quite a few changes here. Scratch 4, scratch 16, and 8 and 9 as well. 2 reserves get in. I've got 18 runners now. Let's go through them. Number 1, Yatawara for Farah Al-Dahazi. Number 2 is Mashdu de Grey for Fawas Wanas. Number 3 is La Shawa for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4 is Out. Al-Nasser Oshkan is a late scratch. 5 is Ala Jabo, Abdullah Al-Odi. 6, Hafid Cheetah is now Louis Morales. 7, Mota Marquez is third Altimat. 8 is Out. 9 is Out. 10 is Rakan Al-Abaid, Barit Al-Ojar. 11 is Yasser Al-Bal, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 12 is Johar Aloma for Adel Al-Faradi. 13, Jelani, Mohammed Al-Daham. 14, Moff 1, Mohammed Al-Nusar. 15, Ailina, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 16 is Out. 17 is written by Abdullah Al-Rashid, Fari Al-Anaya. 18, Zabi Al-Sadawi is written by Awas Al-Materi. 19, Uranium is written by Osama Al-Shirani. 20, Sheikh Al-Zama, Eddie Castro. 21, Gets In and will come out of stall 4 now, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 22 Gets In, will come out of stall 8 now, and that is Hind Al-Moghtara for Selman Al-Rashid. So that's the full card. I make it 18 going now, lads. A few changes here. 21 and 22 Get In, scratch 8, 9, 16 and 4.
Yeah, they're keeping us on our toes with these changes. But don't worry, later on we have races with no changes. We're looking forward to that as well. Going from the get-go, Yatawara, number 1, 0 for 16 thus far.
Just hasn't improved so far this year, rated just 42.
Number 2 is Mash Dude, nice little grey colour on this horse. Obviously a maiden from 7 runs.
First run for 9 months today. It was last seen over 2,400 metres, so this is a much sharper test.
Lot of showers. 0 for 16 comes off an 18th place finish.
Another long-standing maiden, 0 for 16, 6-year-old in here and only beat 1 last time.
Number 5 is Ala Jabo, 0 for 18, but has a 5th and a 4th in his last two.
Consistent in defeat, always seems to be there or thereabouts, but also tends to find 1 or 2 to beat him. He should be in the first 3 again today.
Number 6 is Hafid Cheetah. It means it has not been running like one, was 18th last time.
Yeah, it doesn't have the speed of a cheetah, that's for sure. Rated just 37,
Just a cheetah.
failed to beat a rival last time. Yeah, not in this race.
Number 7 is Mota Markaz, 0 for 6 thus far, was last time.
Showed some form early in his career, but then had 2 years off the track and didn't beat a rival on his reappearance as a 7-year-old.
Bariat Aloja is 0 for 4 thus far, this filly.
15 months off the track for this filly, a long time. Fitness has to be a bit of an issue for her.
There she is right there. Looking like she's going to definitely have to step up. We're looking at number 11 here. This is Yasser Al-Bal, rated 62, one of the highest rated in the field, 0 for 6.
Relatively strong form for the grade last year. Again, first start of the season suggests that he might come on for it, but if he can repeat last year's efforts, then he's a player.
Shahar Al-Omar is 0 for 2 thus far, completely unexposed.
Very one-paced in both the runs last season. However, Adel Al-Faredi decides to continue riding. I don't know whether he's got a relationship with these connections, but he rode this horse on debut.
This is Julani, is 0 for 3 thus far, 13th last time.
Inconsistent, speed's compromised as well. This horse won't be forward early.
Mafwan is number 14 there, nice grey, rated 40.
Best effort was when 12th on debut. Since then has gone backwards, 13th, 16th and 15th.
Alina is number 15, 0 for 35. Must step it up.
It won't be 36th time lucky today.
Fareya Al-Anaya is 77 with the highest rating in the field, number 17.
Should be the winner of this race, Fareya Al-Anaya, horse 17. Has finished second on 5 occasions so far in his career. He is desperate to break through, and this looks like the perfect opportunity.
Zali Al-Sadawi is 0 for 11, number 18th, was 17th last time by Belgravia.
Needs much more than showed on her reappearance. However, you know, you can kind of forgive her that run, given it was the first run of the season, and her 3-year-old form was relatively strong.
Uranium is number 19, being shot in just a moment, 0 for 1, 14th on debut last time.
Quiet debut, just not a horse for me in this race today.
And we go quickly out to Shamila. Shamila, who looks good out there?
Well, I'm absolutely buzzing that I managed to get the first winner of the day off my back. So I'm going to try and get you another one. Horse number 17, Fareya Al-Anaya, rated 77. Second last time out at meeting, 72. Just a really nice 3-year-old caught by Semper Fortis for Tariq Mohammed Al-Anaya as well. Really nice stride on him going round here as well. Got really nice dapples all over his body as well, which means he is in tip-top shape and feeling really well. This is just the horse that stood out to me most in the parade ring by looks. Obviously the highest rated horse in the race, so definitely is in with a chance. Jumps out of stall, number 17 as well, so has a little bit to go, but we have seen some larger drawn horses winning. And for a debutant, I really like the look of horse number 12, Jawar Al-Amour for Adel Al-Faredi, who had a few winners yesterday as well, but I will be sticking with horse number 17, Fareya Al-Anaya.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. Sheikh Al-Zama'a is number 20, 0 for 15, 9th last time.
Trending in the wrong way before the break last time. Came off a break since Taif actually, so another short gap. Eddie Castro rides.
We have Ayez Satam, 0 for 5, 4th last time, a little bit of form.
It was a fair comeback. Slots into a nice draw as well as a reserve coming into this race. Not the nicest of lookers, but at the same time, this horse has form claims.
Hind Al-Muqtara is 0 for 2, 10th and then 6th. They're moving in the right direction.
Seems to be getting very sweaty there, unless the camera's just ridiculously shiny. But yeah, this horse is going in the right way, but hasn't been seen for 5 months.
The horses are parading behind us. We have to pull this apart, see if anyone can defeat, wouldn't call it a suspect favorite, but I would say a horse that has a tiny bit of seconditis recently and must prove it on its 12th start in Fareya Al-Anaya.
Yeah, usually this would be a horse I would try to take on, expecting to finish in the top 3. But you know, when you play so often in your career, especially early in the career, they can be pretty vulnerable. However, this race is so lacking in depth that you kind of have to suggest that if this colt can't win today, then you know it's going to be highly unlikely he's going to get a maiden victory. This looks the perfect opportunity. Owner Tariq Anaya has found a great spot for him. Hopefully he can negotiate away across from stall 17, because I'm going to be with him today. I think he's by far the most likely winner of the race, horse number 17. This is Faria Alanaya.
It's going to be fun for me to try to, as always, I like to knock off the choice of everyone else's, but didn't work in the first race. We ran a nice second. We got a nice little exacta between the two of us. It was nice to see you come out on the favorable end of that one. We were gonna.
The issue with taking him on is with who, because I'm all for you know, going for the maybe slightly longer shot, but this race is just, it lacks any horse with a proper
I mean,
profile.
the only one that I would lean toward, and I'm trying to find a good look on him just to see if he doesn't look like a yak, is Jawar Al-Omar, but just because of only the 2 starts, and Al-Faradi stays on the horse.
I can see that angle for sure. He just didn't show enough last year for me. I mean, he could easily improve. He's only had the 2 runs, as you say. Unexposed horses can take big leap forwards, especially if they're coming off a long layoff, because then they have time to mentally and physically mature. But it's a bit of a stab in the dark, isn't it, with him? The fact that Adele does ride again, as I say, he rode on his debut, then Farhad Al-Faradi rode him second up. So Adele gets back on, suggests at least they're expecting some kind of run from him.
And looking at horses that have kind of progressed from their second to last to their last start, anybody at least moving in the right direction where at the end you would be like, oh, well, obviously they were moving and they were progressing in any way.
Not really. Look, if I'm to make a shortlist for this race, the shortlist would be obviously the most likely winner, Faria Alanaya, horse 17. And then the 2 that could take advantage if he underperforms are horse number 5, Ala Juba, who has had so many starts but is at least consistent in those runs. And horse number 21, the reserve, Iyaz Satam, who gets in for Khalid Al-Mamoni. It was a fair comeback run for that horse when finishing 4th, and you always expect runners, especially here, but also in Taif, to improve for their reappearance. So maybe he could be the main player. He slots into still 4, I believe, because the 4s are none. So he's got a nice draw as well.
One that's interesting to me, if I'm rounding up maybe a top 3 of these horses, maybe Sheikh Al-Za'ama, just because of the second race off the layoff.
Yeah.
Didn't run too poorly last time, finishing 9th, and being, you know, 40. He's got a similar profile to many of these. His rating kind of reflects it.
Yeah, rated 60. That suggests he has at least a semblance of a chance. But he is drawn in gate 20, so Eddie Castro will have to be at his best. Let's watch a bit of form from the horse that's likely to win, Faria Alanaya, in here. Obviously has a wide draw today. Didn't have as wide a draw this day, but was wide on the track, as you can see, turning in for home. He just runs all the way to the line. It was a better race this day, and he still finished second, so you'd suggest a repeat of this was probably good enough. But he did have every chance of winning at this point, as you can see. He's, maybe half a length of neck down, and he's wide on the track with the momentum. Seems to hang fire a touch close to home, but he does still battle all the way to the line as much as he can, and he is slowly making inroads on the eventual winner, just losing out in a head bob.
You think he ever would have gotten past him?
Probably not. But I'm hoping today they're very aggressive, go straight to the front with him. And, you know, when...
Just hoping he gets brave up there and turns everyone back.
He's been second 5 times in his career. Maybe he doesn't want to win. But if he does, then this is the perfect opportunity.
I mean, it's also a chance, you know, for him to show at least a little bit of, continued consistency, but at least like get out of that sort of bridesmaid box.
Yeah.
That's one thing I always worry about. I'll take a horse that's progressing and finished 4th in their last race 10 times more than I'll take a horse with 3 seconds in a row.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The 2 positives actually that we haven't mentioned so far for Faria Alanaya. Owner Tariq Anaya is very good with his young horses. They breed their own horses on their farm. We had a great interview with Shamila a fair few weeks ago now, but Tariq was telling us how they breed their own horses and they have their own stallions. And yeah, he's good with his 2-year-olds, good with his 3-year-olds. So this horse is expected to win at some point. Also, is race fit. Quite a few of these don't have race fitness on their side, and if they do, they're coming off just 1 run. Faria Alanaya has had 3 starts in Riyadh, so at least we know that not only does he handle the track, but he should be raring to win. So
you and Shamila are going to stick with Faria Alanaya. I'm going to give Jawhar Al-Omar a chance to jump up in its 3rd start and first off of a bit of a layoff. If I'm going to have a second shot in there to try to beat the favorite, it'd probably be the 20, Sheikh Al-Za'ama. Wouldn't be shocked at all if this horse moves forward second off the layoff. We'll go up to Enzo, who's going to take us through a little bit of his analysis as well as the running of the race in race 2.
Yeah, so many unknown quantities here, Michael. I think it's a real tough race to try and work out what's going to happen in. The runners are at the start. We'll have a look at Uranium there. 19 horse by Osama Al-Shirani. They are now loading up. Big field here. Reminder the scratchings again take out 4, 8, 9. 16's gone as well. And the reserve 23 doesn't get in, but 21 and 22 are runners here. Satam, Khalid Al-Mamoni and Hind Al-Moghtara for Salman Al-Rashid. So getting through loading quite quickly here for a big field of 18. Going to 1400 this time around. Fillies and colts in this maiden. A mixed bag of horses here, and running for a first prize of 25,000 Saudi Riyal. Runners are going in. The red there, that's Barik Aloja. The red with the yellow sleeves. Next door goes the reserve, Satam. Here is 14, Moth 1, who's a grey. Waiting for a few others to load as well. 18, 14 and 5. Ala Jabo is about to go in now. Ala Jabo is in the black and red silks. And we're almost set here. Starters ready for them. Ready to go. Race 2, 1400 metres for the maiden. Big field of runners here, 18 of them. And they're off. The starter caught them in a pretty good line. This big field race away, breaking well on the inside. Yatawara in the white colours, also handy as Mota Marquez, but the one who's shown the best early speed of all towards the centre in the red colours here, and that one's going to go across and lead the field. It's Hind Al-Moghtara who's coming across towards the inside, so it's going to be Hind Al-Moghtara in the red who's going to get across towards the rails. Red and yellow though, quickly in attendance is Barit Alojar, who's racing in second place. Up on the outside in third then, quite close is Yasser Al-Ban in the orange. Then making ground is Mota Marquez towards the inside. Getting a bit closer now is number 3, Lashawa as well in the blue colours. As they head around the turn, they're tanking at around 62 kilometres per hour. On the outside, Barit Alojar, and now the yellow sleeve jacket is just nosed on. The early pace setter, Hind Al-Moghtara in second. Now making ground. Here comes Fari Alanaya, all of a sudden the yellow and black, putting in the giant strides. And this big colt, Fari Alanaya, now takes dead aim at this leader. And here he comes. He's full of run. Fari Alanaya strikes the front and starts to bound away. Goes 2 lengths ahead in a matter of strides. He's got the big stride as well. Fari Alanaya, number 17, is well on top in the closing stages. Barit Alojar is going to keep going for second place. And there are a few finishers in behind for third. But number 17 is going to win this really well. Fari Alanaya the winner. Barit Alojar did hold on for second place. Third in the end. That's between Elena and Satam. They are involved for third and fourth place. But well done to the winner. It was way too good. Fari Alanaya. Tom's back, 2 out of 2. Good selection. 77 rated horse. Shamida as well followed us in with this one. Fari Alanaya was one. Abdullah Al-Rashid was on board. It was an easy win. It's quite a good looking colt, this, isn't he? Got a bit of size about him. Second, number 10, Bariat Alojar. Third, number 15 was Elena. That was in third, just ahead of the reserve Satam. 1 minute 27.04, 5 1/4 lengths the winning margin. 17, 10, 15 the result. Fari Alanaya, a bit too good.
Form is the name of the game, and you are in proper form, and Farrell and I have maintained his form moving forward. He's now a winner in his 12th start.
Yeah, it was good to see him go on with things, wasn't it? He had 5 times finishing second. You always have slight doubts that these horses do want to actually win a race, but he powered around the bend like he was in different gear to the rest and opened up his stride at the top of the straight. I wouldn't say he put the race away as impressively as he might have done, but at the same time he still won without being pressured.
I was amused by how confidently he was ridden, to be honest, because I know that you were worried. You thought that maybe he should take the race by the throat earlier on and just minimize his risk factor at that point. But he was ridden really. Al Rashid kind of rode him with just a tremendous amount of confidence there.
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't rush him at all.
Yeah, wide but didn't rush. Kind of just let him gallop in the early part of the race. Maybe that's key to his chance. I think he'll probably stay a mile, but this could be his ideal distance because he has tactical speed and he's not a sprinter, but a mile might just bring his stamina under question, as we saw in the replay of the previous race. So, yeah, he was just patient, move on the bend, hope the others will crumble, and they did.
Yeah, that was very impressive, and honestly, it did reflect the ratings. I will say that.
Yeah.
But I thought the ratings might have been suspect, so I was trying to beat him in that regard. But at this point, yeah, that 77 towered over them, and he towered over them at the end. Anybody in this race kind of do you give a little credit to afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, the second and the third both ran exceptional races considering their previous track record. Barriat Aloja, who finished second in this race, had 15 months off the track coming into today. Didn't show any form last year, 0 from 4 in her career, rated just 49. That was a big step up for the runner-up, Barriat Aloja. The third home as well, Alena, 36 race maiden now, but at least he started to show some sort of ability this year. He's been down the field in most of his starts. Yes, today's race was extremely weak in terms of depth, but he's finished a good third, and it just shows that connections can continue to persist with him and hope that one day he'll find a race.
Yeah, and as far as the track is playing back to its normal status quo today, we've seen.
Yeah, well, proper results for a start. The form seems to be holding up, but yeah, it seems like you can be wide on the track. If you're forward, that's absolutely fine. Yesterday we saw a huge, not huge actually, we saw a little bias towards closers. In a fair few races, the closers were coming out on top, and today we're not necessarily seeing that. Just watching it back, and as we see the over-the-head drone footage, your selection ran home actually very takingly in the final 200 metres. I didn't see that first time. So watch out for Jcsa Aloma, horse number 12, red and white silks, in the closing
Maybe that's
stages.
why, Adele stayed on the horse.
There could be potential there over longer trips, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he has anything there. I mean, first race off the layoff, obviously the jockey booking caught the eye, and you never know with an unexposed horse. He obviously has, 10 or 9 less starts than the winner.
Exactly. The horse we're talking about is the one right at the bottom of your screen, just about to go out of shot, but just in it, red and white silks with the lime green saddlecloth. Makes a run when moving wide in the home straight. But the winner is currently in 5th, yellow and black silks around the outside, and it was very much a case of just allowing this horse a little bit of rein, and he would go about his business at this point.
Yeah, that was very well done by Connections, getting this horse into proper form at the proper time. Speaking of, you're 2 for 2. Are you ready to go 3 for 3?
Potentially. I would love to. I really would. But the next race is one of the hardest on the card, if not the hardest. It's a 0 to 80 handicap. So yeah, there isn't much separating the talent between those horses. In this race that we're still watching right now, there was a big discrepancy, let's say, between the best horses and the ones that hadn't shown much. So it's tough. But we do like these competitive handicaps, so
yeah, of course,
we can find cases for most of them, and it helps in the runner by runner because it allows me to get into detail.
Anything else you can take out of here as far as the horses who ran behind, or even trends that we're seeing already?
Well, I mean, the biggest trend is that the form's coming out on top so far in 2 races. Having watched the race back a couple of times now, the winner's quite clearly the best, but I would put a note next to Jcsa, who finished 4th, and also your selection, Jcsa Aloma, because both of those horses actually finished their race off well. Jcsa is about to come in shot now in like the mustard silks, and Jcsa Aloma this side, finishing 6th, ran pretty nicely in the closing stages, and actually, winner aside, it was probably ran the quickest final 200-metre sectional there. So Connections of that horse number 12, will definitely look to go up in trip next time.
I am intrigued to see Hind Al Mukhtar, who just came bolting out of the gate.
So much speed.
Yeah, and was very keen going to the gate. So hadn't run since meeting 21.
Yeah.
Maybe just too fresh. but does have the speed, and it was very awkward. And you could see on the car cam that the horse was just bearing out a bit. He had a handful of the left rein. He was trying to control the horse and also keep him on a straight path, and never quite. There he goes. You see him in the red silks.
Yeah, really rushed
using
him
his
up.
natural speed to sort of get into position. I'd like to see this horse next time to see whether or not there's something they can do with this speed.
I'd like to see him down at 1200. I really would.
Yeah.
I know you can win over this trip with speed. You can take advantage of a pace scenario, but this horse has a lot of early speed.
In 1200, maybe you can find a horse faster than him to chase.
To get a lead, exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe a horse that he's probably the one that I would put a star, the biggest star next to, just because he did show such natural boot early in the running. So, yeah, and obviously with those connections, if he does stay in the under the red silk banner, then they have hope for him.
Yep, exactly that. Never write off a Red Stable runner.
Yeah, very well done. Nice to see the form stacking up. Nice to see you get two wins in a row, which is two more than yesterday.
Yeah,
so well done.
Well, it couldn't get any worse.
You've already
that
equaled
was the
Friday.
thing. Yes. We
Or how many did you have Friday?
Well, 5 on
Thursday.
Friday.
Thursday.
5 on Thursday. 5 on
Five,
Thursday.
yeah,
So hopefully we top that today. There are plenty of good opportunities, I will say that, to find winners. It's an interesting card because there are some tricky heats, but there are also some very gettable and winnable heats.
We're going to head over to Shamila, who has our winning trainer.
I have managed to get the winning trainer, Mohammed Al Khalifi. Congratulations, Mohammed. Tell me about this horse. He's been really nice for you all season. Finally, he gets a win.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, actually, he was good horse since first race. Always he's in placed second, third, and also an open race. He's a good horse, but he decided to win today. Yeah.
Do you think it's because of the distance, or maybe the track is a little bit different because of the rain last night as well?
No, actually, he was a little bit. Last year, he was, a little bit. He don't have any experience, and we was put blinker for him. And this year is different horse. First two start, he ran with blinker. We go with him same last year, but the horse he be a little bit faster this year because the experience and everything. We take the blinker. Last race he finished second, very good race finish, and today he won.
What's your plan with him next time out?
He's a good horse, as I tell you. He ran an open race and he ran very good. He will be fine, I think, in the another level. No problem.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Race number 2, I'm going to hand you back to Enzo to take us through the runners and riders of race 3.
Thank you very much indeed, Shamila. Yeah, we're going the mile here, 1,600 metres for this handicap, 0 to 80. Scratch the 15. Number 1 is Mot Behera for Rayan Al Tomesh. 2, Al Wahis, Falos Wanas. 3, Regimental Gent for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 4, Run Teddy Run, Tariq Al Mansur. 5, Il Bandito, Ricardo Ferreira, who had a double yesterday. 6, Emblem Eagle, Rigberto Ramos. 7, Operating, Ahmad Al Shra. 8 is Hafa Al Batin for Naif Al Anazi. 9 is Rajil Abdullah Al Kradis. 10, Swinton Noon for Louis Morales. 11, White Feathers Fall, Ahmed Al Azari. 12, Al Haber, Ayad Al Tarisi. 13, Adal Mohammed Al Nassar. 14, Billy Bats, Victor Gutierrez. Scratch 15. Summers on Seven Hills doesn't go. So 16 is Onyx, Tariq Al Hassan. 17, Magisterial, Camilo Ospina. 18, over the page is Satin Snake, Alex Moreno. 19, A.E. Houseman for Mohammed Al-Habail. 20, Sanjura, Mohammed Aldaham. 21 is a runner, comes out of stall 15. Eddie Castro on board, Rard. The other reserves not required. Take out 22 and 23. So it's a full field here for Michael and Tom to have a look at. 20 runners in our next.
All right, we're going to be trying to pull apart, which is going to be a nice little wide open affair. We have the 1-inch shot there. That is Mot Behera. 1 for 10, second last time. Second 2 races before that on a consistent roll.
Really nice looking individual, isn't she? She's quite unique in that look. She finished second in a 0 to 75 handicap last time. Staged this trip very well. Yeah, I think she's a big player in here from a good draw.
Al Wahis is number 2, 1 for 22, 14th last time.
Regressing so far this season, not for me today.
Yeah, Jimmy Jerkins with Regimental Jet. One last time on meeting 61.
He has loads of early speed, will definitely go forward and try to dominate.
Run Teddy Run, number 4, 2 for 10.
Has been capable of going close in better races than this. The trip is perfect, he could get a nice setup.
Il Bandito, 5 wins to his credit, 9 local runs.
Formerly trained by Charlie Hills in the UK, hasn't run since mid-Taif season, gets Ricardo Souza Ferreira in the saddle. He had 2 winners yesterday.
Emblemigo, son of the fantastic Lemon Drop Kid, 3 wins to his credit.
The same applies with Emblemigo as it did for Il Bandito. We haven't seen him since meeting 33 either. Roberto Ramos rides, but the wide gate is a concern.
Another well-bred Red Stables horse operating is number 7. 2 wins for this son of Warfront.
First try at 1600 metres for operating since meeting 26. The last 3 runs have been over shorter trips. Has been staying on well those times.
Got the big old earplugs in there to keep him nice and calm. Number 8 is Hafer Al-Baten. 5 victories, 59 runs.
Inconsistent in his career. He runs well and then doesn't run well. The third at meeting 66 was a fair effort. Naif Al-Anazi's on.
We'll pick up with number 9 in just a moment. First, we're going to jump to Shahila in the parade ring. How do they look out there?
Thank you very much, Michael, and glad me and Tom have managed to redeem ourselves from yesterday, already 2 winners each. This is a really tough race. It was a huge toss-up for me between horse number 1, Motbatera, and horse number 3, Regimental Gent. I've decided to go with Regimental Gent. However, they have just pulled him into the centre of the parade ring here. I think he's just being a little bit difficult. Maybe they're going to get one of the ponies to come down and maybe lead him to the start because there's no vets around, so maybe it's to do with that. Nawaf Al-Mudahani is on board. Won last time out at meeting 61 really impressively, so he just looks really fit and ready to go, and hopefully gets down to the start in good time as well. Horse number 1, of course, who will jump out of stall number 4. Next to him is Mubad Tahera for the White Stables, rated 80. I just think Rental Agent just looks that much better, and the horse is just coming up behind me here now, just getting led down into the centre of the parade ring. Both of the Jimmy Jerkins horses are, so I'll keep you updated on that, but I will be sticking with Regimental Agent if they get down to the start all as well.
All right, thank you so much, Mila. We'll start with number 10 here. This is Swinton Noon. We'll talk about the 9 in just a moment. Swinton Noon is 5 wins from 10 runs.
Improving so far this season, but very slowly, coming off the second run since being in Taif.
White Feathers Falls, the 11-1 win to his record. First time running here in Saudi Arabia.
Formerly trained by Mark Johnson, didn't show too much in the UK.
Both of the Red Stable runners are being resaddled at this point, and hopefully they will have their correct numbers when we come back to those. We're going to go to number 12 right now, which is Al Haber, 2 wins from 17 starts.
Consistent in defeat, drawn pretty well today in stall 9, a son of More Than Ready. By the way, just quick note, if the horses were saddled like this in the UK, they would both be scratched.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
We've seen it happen. I think Charlie Appleby had something happen like that years ago.
Yeah.
In a Group 1 or a Group 2.
Aidan O'Brien did as well, and actually they ran in the race. The wrong horses.
Well, look at the screen right now. We'll come back to horses we've missed, but that's Onyx, number 16 in shot, over 4 thus far. Second last time, though.
Trending the right way. Both runs this year have been pretty good, but still 20 is a big problem.
There is the resaddling happening right now. I'm sure that probably lucky that we don't have Jimmy on shot right now. We'll probably see the first moment. Oh, there he is, resaddling. It'll be the first moment that he's been a little bit cantankerous on shot. But he's sitting there making sure everything's getting done. But yes, they now have the proper numbers on. Number 17 is Magisterial. 2 wins to his credit. This is a son of Frankel.
Really well-bred horse, this. Frankel out of Hoity Toity, who I believe won at Royal Ascot. This horse used to be trained by John Gosden, but has yet to repeat the UK form here.
Satin Snake is number 18, has to break from the rail today.
Saudi Arabian debut for this former Irish trainee. Showed a fair level of form.
Claim should have some speed in there. Speaking of, Oasis Dream is the sire of number 19, A.E. Hausman.
Another ex-John Gosden horse as well. Better on turf. They're definitely using this as a prep.
Sandura is number 20 in shot right there. 2 wins to his credit.
Still a maiden, Sandura, not from 14.
There is Ra'ad right there. He draws into the race. We know him from a very long-bodied horse, know him from the UAE. And he's shot of him improving upon that, 13th.
It seems unlikely, to be fair, in this field, but reserves can do pretty well. We've already seen the reserve in the last race take 4th.
We didn't talk about the 9 earlier. That was Rajil, 2 wins from 13 local runs.
Midfield finishes have become the norm for this gelding. Last time I finished a decent 4th. That was a step in the right direction.
Obviously, just to clarify, 13 local runs, but the 2 wins are probably elsewhere.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have number 12 is Al Haber, 2 victories, 17 local runs.
Consistent in defeat, draws absolutely fine. Al Haber, there could be an each way player, maybe top 4 or 5.
The saddling is still continuing in the parade ring, so a bit of a delay, most likely. Yeah, I'm sure that they're going over it with a fine-tooth comb right now to make sure they're actually the right horses in general.
Jimmy wouldn't have been happy with that.
Yeah,
sure.
he's not going to be happy one bit. Adal is number 13. We haven't talked about him. He has 2 victories. He was 6th last time.
His last 2 efforts have been better, but again, gets a wide draw here in stall 18.
The last horse we have not touched on is Billy Bats, who was formerly a Breeders' Cup placed horse, has not quite lived up to that form, now rated 75.
It was a season's best last time, though. Had speed in this race, could go forward.
All right, so a race that we need to pull apart properly. Anywhere you're kind of leaning toward at this point?
Not massive confidence in this race. I did have lots of confidence in the previous 2, but before we get into my selection, let's have a look at some of these horses in action recently. And first up is Mott Bahera.
And those white stable silks.
Yeah, you can see just wide on the track here, the dapple grey on the outside. Shows a good stamina over this trip. That's the big note with Mott Bahera. You'll see that she finishes off this race nicely. She's by premium tap, so the mile is absolutely perfect. She could get further.
She changes leads. She wins this for fun.
She does, and she's unlucky to actually lose out. It's a very close finish at the line. The winner just pulls out a little bit more, which was a reserve in the race, horse 21. Mott Bahera loses out by around a head at the end, but she stays well.
Was there any jockey change in that?
No, I think it was Riyadh.
Same rider. Okay.
Yeah.
So look at Regimental Gent, Red Stables, won its last race. Well, I hope this is the right one. Number 3.
Yeah, wasn't wearing this number cloth a minute ago. This horse has lots of speed. Hopefully we pick this up and we can see, yeah, look, he's 4 or 5 lengths clear at this point and just runs away. It wasn't much of a race though. In behind there were some horses from lofty stables. You can see White Stable horse, you can see a couple of horses from the Almondeel stables as well. Maybe that's Groom wide on the outside, but he had a wide gate that day. But still, it was a good performance. The key again with this horse, lots of speed. There's speed in this race. Could get taken on up front, and this is the reason why I like to look for a closer today.
Yeah, I'm interested with Mott Bahera. Just because if the filly does change her leads, she's going to be 2 or 3 lengths better than she was. She really deserved to win that last run. So I haven't made my decision yet. Where are you leaning?
Mott Bahera is probably the most likely winner from the good draw, so I wouldn't put you off her by any means. I'm going to go for a horse who you would, and I'm considering a long shot in here. Probably not the most likely winner by any means, but I'll go with Run Teddy Run, the son of Mason for the Almandeals and Tariq Al Mansour. Al Mansour is just riding out of his skin of late. He's only 16 years old, had a winner yesterday, very good on closers. And Run Teddy Run, I like the middle draw, I like the speed setup for this horse, and actually he's been running pretty well, 6th, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 2nd, in better races than this. A mile hits him perfectly. He used to be trained in the UK, believed by David O'Mara, and he's a pretty good horse. It's just he hasn't managed to perform to the same level on the dirt out here. But I'll stick with the 4, Run Teddy Run. This could be the day where we see him take a step forward. There are lots of ex-Brits in here. It was hard to mix up between all of them, really. He was just the one that I have narrow preference for.
And the 2 red stable horses are at the start, preferably with the correct numbers on them. I'm intrigued to see what happens out of the gate, especially with one of them, a Regimental Jet.
Yeah.
So if he is the right horse and the right number, he will be flying out of gate 5 with number 3 on. The horses are going in. I'm going to give a chance. I'm going to go outside of the box here with Satin Snake. Moreno draws the rail. First time runner in the country. I think she might run big. We're going to go up to Enzo, who's going to take us through the running of the race.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Yeah, big field of runners here as well. And runners are now going in. Just a slight delay, of course, with those switching of the number cloth for those 2 runners. Satin Snake is an interesting runner, isn't he? The 18 horse, Alex Moreno riding him. Certainly see him taking a step forward from what we've seen so far. The white cap operating is about to go forward now. Watch operating go in. 20 is Sanjura. Going to be the next one. And there's 11 coming in. That is White Feathers Fall in quite a luminous green jacket with the blue on it. Satin Snake's got to go into stall 1, so we'll be right on the inside here. Final adjustment to the goggles. And we're not too far away from a start here. Last few loading up. Al-Wahis is still out of line. Going forward now, number 2 will do the last one. 20 runners then, 1,600 metres for his handicap. They're going a mile on the dirt here at Riyadh. We're almost there. And they're off. Starter caught with a pretty good line. Away they go. A little bit slow as White Feathers Fall just drops in behind early on. One of the first to show is Regimental Gent. The red colours, red headgear is going to scorch off in front here and leads them early on to, in second place, Satin Snake, who's right on the rails there. And in behind those is number 1, Mott's Behera, as they go through the first 200 metres or so. Off on the outside, Il Bandito in the pink, where the noseband is right there too. But the leader is still Regimental Gent. Il Bandito, the pink and purple, who's going to sit in second place. Back towards the inside, in third position, is Satin Snake, who's in the yellow and blue silks, racing ahead of the green cap further back in the field. To find Mott Behera, that's the grey, who's just lost a bit of ground. Operating is next with a white cap, and then further out towards the outside comes Billy Bats as they make the turn. Billy Bats is being followed by Magisterial, who's got a white cap towards the outside. Around the crown of the bend they go at around 58 kilometres per hour. The leader is Regimental Gent. He's all speed, leads by a couple of lengths. Trying to close him down now is Billy Bats on the outside, looks a possible player as they turn for the judge. To the outside, Magisterial trying to pick up ground 2. Billy Bats is serving it up to Regimental Gent. Then comes Il Bandito and Satin Snake, who's angled off the fence. Further back to find Operating as they race well inside the furlong. On the outside, White Feathers Fall is starting to thunder home as well from a mile off the pace. White Feathers Fall right down the middle with Al-Wahis in the blue and red. They're the deep closers. Here's the moving line. Here's Al-Wahis to take it up late on. Hafer Albertine also finishing. And here comes Rajil from the clouds. Rajil on the outside. Got very close. Rajil and Al-Wahis. They'll put it up to the judge in a finish of closers. It's tight between them. What a finish. Rajil on the outside, the grey and white. Far side, Al-Wahis, the red and blue. In behind them was White Feathers Fall in a thriller. The pace collapsed completely. And Rajil has got there, number 9, for Abdullah Al-Kradis. Where did he come from? Rajil from off the pace to beat number 2, Al-Wahis, who looked the winner when he hit the front 100 metres out. He's second. He's got the bob down at the wrong time, hasn't he? Rajil wins it. Third will be White Feathers Fall. They were clear of the others. Headed by Satin Snake. Then came Run Teddy Run. It did run on to finish 5th, I think. 9-2-11's the result. Rajil, Al-Wahis, White Feathers Fall, 9-2-11. 1 minute 41.07 seconds. It was the minimum margin as well. It was a nose. Look at this, down the outside, Rajil, late and fast. To land the prize from Al-Wahis with White Feathers Fall in between them in third.
Had an old school pace collapse there. Wasn't
Yeah.
that fun? Yeah, just not exactly what we were expecting, but still a thrilling race nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Pace really fell in the hole. They went super hard up front. Well, I was anticipating that Regimental Gent was going to go hard, and I looked for the closer, but I didn't think that Rajil was going to be the horse to come out on top. Yeah, I was looking at the sectionals as they were going through, and it was just orange, 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 fast sectionals for the first three clockings of the race. And yeah, the horses near the pace were never going to hold up. My closer, Run Teddy Run, finished fifth, but it was those out wide that came through late on, and Rajil just got up on the wire. It was a close finish.
And my inclination to go to sort of be interested in the fact that Moreno was on the fourth place finished, what is that, Satin Snake, turned out to be true. The horse ran huge first up here.
Arguably ran the best race of any horse, given he was super close to the speed first up in Saudi off the layoff. He would be
Probably a
the one
little
I'd
too
take
close.
out. Yeah, he'd be the one I'd take out because he was pace compromised, probably not 100% fit.
And if he would have had any interest in changing his lead, but was just far too tired to do so.
So tired.
Perhaps maybe even would have won the race. I think there was 2 or 3 lengths taken away from him at that point. At this point, he is a little tired, but he still tips out like he wants to win the race. I'd love to see that first up in Saudi Arabia.
He's the only horse in the top 7 that actually finishes as part of the finish, if that makes sense. Everything else came from way off the speed. My selection is just in behind Satin Snake in the black hat, who eventually finishes 5th, 1 place behind him. And the first, second and third are all wide on the track. You can just see the winner, grey, white, red sash coming down the outside. And the unlucky runner-up, which was Al Wahis, in the black, in the blue and red, just finishing second by a nose. Forrest Wanas was looking for his 51st winner, I think. His first winner since being a fully fledged pro, because he was still an apprentice prior to his last success. But unfortunately, he's been nosed out.
Now, Credis gets it done. This is the 3rd win of Rajil's career. Take from the get-go here.
Rajil was the slowest away, actually, in the grey silks, and the eventual 3rd place finisher is currently 2nd last over the far side. That's White Feathers Fall. So the winner and the 3rd have come from the last 3 horses.
Now the
in
winner is
race.
last.
Exactly, and the eventual 2nd is 6 from last in the blue and red with the white saddlecloth horse number 2.
And aforementioned Satin Snake is in 3rd on the rail. And you can tell at this point he's quite keen. He's grabbing the bit under Moreno. Moreno's not actually pushing him into the right spot. Into that spot.
He's the only horse that, as we've already said, that's gone forward and managed to sustain his run. You can see already a break in the groups here. You've got 8 horses going away in the early part of the race, which includes Satin Snake, currently in 3rd and finishes 4th. Run Teddy Run, bottom of your screen, blue colours just about to go off the bottom. He finishes 5th. The eventual runner-up's there as well. And
Well, Bahara seemed, the grey in the bottom of the screen here, in the white silks, just seems to be just outbooted the entire time, just never comfortable.
This is what happened last time as well. They tried to go forward with her, but she just gets outpaced at crucial stages of the race before plugging on at the 1 speed. And maybe she was a little bit too close to the pace today to do herself justice.
Yeah, probably so. And maybe would have been one of the ones flying from the back had she been ridden just with slightly more confidence. But that's something we'll hopefully see next time. This horse is probably much better than that. She plugs along, though. It's not like she truly gives up. I think she's got enough class to sort of be in the mix of things. But you see the winner on the far outside, Raljo, coming along and getting it done nicely, just at the wire.
Yeah, I guess the nose was actually up at the wire, was half a head ahead, and then nose came up. The horse on the inside, Al Wahis, his nose was down, which meant the finish was closer than it looked, maybe on initial inspection. But good, exciting race, but we kind of expect that from these 0 to 80 handicaps because there's so little separating the horses.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this horse does moving forward. What do you see as far as a handicap mark?
Probably go up to maybe 81 or 82, which means he'll have to face better opposition. And I wouldn't like him in those grades because he needs the right pace generally, and he's not going to get it 9 times out of 10. He got it here against weaker horses. If he goes up in grade, faces opposition where they don't go so hard up front, he's really going to struggle.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see whether or not this horse can maintain that constitution going against slightly tougher horses, because I give him credit for coming from all the way back and having to pass every single horse to get there and losing ground around the bend. But you have to give it a tiny little knock as a pace collapse.
Yeah, exactly. He's hardly ever going to get a similar situation to this, I imagine, in higher grades, because speedier horses can tend to last out a little bit longer than Regimental Gent did.
Yeah, so if there's any other sob stories that we need to take into account, or any horses that earned a little bit more credit for you than than we can see in initial look.
Not really. I don't think your selection was the clear standout. Was near the pace and sustained the run much longer than most. I thought Teddy ran fine. There was no excuses for him though. He ran 5th, arguably a little bit worse than I was anticipating, but it's kind of the performances he's been putting in. And the first 3 all came from the back. White Feathers Fall maybe as well, another horse in here. Finished 3rd, was suited by the pace setup, but first up in Saudi, much like Satin Snake, ran a pretty good race.
And obviously you see going straight to the front there is Regimental Gent. You think a cut back and trip for him?
I don't know really. He's very he's only got one angle of running, and that is go straight hard from the front. He won over this trip last time when there were just no closers. Maybe just a nicer spot, a lower handicap mark would see him better light, but he's always going to come under threat from closers in a race like this.
I think another one I would take a look at as well, who didn't ever seem comfortable and probably is better than that race, is Operating number 7. He was always he was constantly bumped during the entire running of the race and never quite comfortable. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him moving forward. And he wasn't really close. He wasn't far enough back to really take advantage of,
I'm
the
surprised
fast pace.
about that. That was a surprising thing.
I thought that different tactics, different ride, possibly different rider next time. I would take a second look at him.
Yeah, Jimmy Jerkins obviously had both him and Regimental Gent, so I thought Operating
There he is
would
on the outside.
I thought he'd be a lot more patiently ridden, knowing that Regimental Gent was going to set it up.
Fell into the same trap as Malpahera, I thought. Just too close to a fast pace to really, and he was in a regularly run race without such a scolding pace. He's in the perfect spot, but he's about 3 or 4 lengths ahead of where he should be.
Yeah, which is interesting. Malpahera I knew would be ridden like that because she always is, and she has stamina over the trip. She just gets one paced. But Operating was stepping up in distance. I thought they were going to try and use him as a one-kick closer, but which wasn't the case today.
Well, it's time for me to win a race.
Come on then.
No, we're going to move on to race 4. We're going to try it in here. These are Saudi breds going 7 furlongs, and we have the horses that are just trying to get it done. They are maidens and trying to move forward with a win just for their New Year's Eve gift, I guess. We're going to go over to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for our 4th race.
Cheers, Michael. Let's hope we get another exciting finish. 20 runners going to 1,400 metres here, 7 furlongs from maiden. Number 1 is Maid Saleh, Ali Al Matib. Number 2, I Can't Alareen, Yusuf Al Hassin. 3 is Al Najib Al Hada, Camille Ospina. 4, Tazim, Ahmed Al Shra. 5, Vision, Jose Rodriguez. 6, Amaralis, Fahad Al Faradi. 7 is Mr. Moment for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 8, Strong Message, Nawaf Al Fayrouz. 9, Captain Island, Tariq Al Hassan. 10 is Zaid Al Kale, Eddie Castro. 11, Ansana, Tariq Al Mansur. 12, Tasharik, Khalid Al Mamoni. 13, Wakil Al Anaya, Adel Al Faradi. 14 is Denver, Mohammed Saeed. 15 is A's Nayaf for Alex Moreno. 16, Sakaka for Rayan Altoesh. 17, Jabal, Victor Gutierrez. 18 is A's Mafatin for Thurb Altimat. 19, Shibal Al Saad, Mohammed Al Daham. 20, Aliyat Al Alaya for Azuz Al Yayesh. So they're the runners. 20 of them reserves not required. The full 20 go 1,400 metres. Back to you, Michael and Tom, to have a look at the runners.
All right, this is gonna be a good one. I just feel it. I feel it. We got it right there is the 1. Hopefully the number is on the right way. It looks like the sticker of the number was a little bit backwards, but different strokes. We have 1,400 meters to tackle here. Saudi breds, 3-year-olds. What's not to like?
Yeah, to be fair, in this race, I know there are lots of horses and we don't know too much about them, but I think it is a 2-runner race, which is good because then we can really narrow it down and hopefully give you guys watching at home a little bit of an idea.
Is it red versus white again?
It's not. It's white versus Tariq Anaya's yellow and black, who we've already seen in the winners enclosure. So, yeah, hopefully it'll be between the 2. But, yeah, hopefully you guys at home can select the winner out of the 2 that I give you on the short list. And we should say hello because there's a couple of people in the comments. David says
David
hi.
Ballin is on there, and he says, good afternoon. Oh, that's very kind of him, considering he's probably morning wherever he is.
Yeah.
But yes, hello, David, and stay tuned. And let us know, David, if you're listening. I'm sure you are. Or you have us on mute, which happens to me. But yeah, just tell us what you think of the horses in this race especially, because this is a tough one to pull apart.
It is, just because of the wide open nature of any 20 race field. There are two clear form standouts. Hopefully we'll get a proper form showing in this race as well, and a predictable result, because that's what we want.
No, I think I'm gonna go to Shamila right now. She is in the parade ring.
Thank you, Michael. The last race was a really mixed bag, and so is this race as well, a huge mixed bag of different kind of horses. I've decided to go with horse number 3, who will jump out of stall number 3 for Camila Ospina, second last time out at meeting 59 for Najim Al Hadar. Really nice looking sort of horse, really striking as well. It was a huge toss up for me between that one and horse number 13, Wakil Al Anaya, who's rated 76. But you can just see this horse coming up behind me now. The bell has just gone for all of the jockeys to mount for this contest. As you can see, Camilo Ospina is just about to get the leg up onto him. He is a little bit of a pocket rocket, as one of the smaller types in this race, however, full of muscle and hopefully full of power as well. I was really impressed with him at meeting 59, coming second, so he is definitely due a win this time. And as for Wakil Alanaya as well, the Alanaya stables are chasing a double. However, I think White Stables are just going to clip them. And for just one negative in this race, horse number 1, Maj Salah, was just getting a bit hot in the prelims.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. Nice early throw to her. She is. The jockeys are already getting up, and then we're going to go through these one by one. Majid Salah is number 1, 0 for 7, 10th last time.
Failed to get close so far this term. Not a winning contender for me.
Akunt Alareen is 0 for 2, 19th last time.
It was a quiet debut, seasonal appearance, just beat the one horse.
Al Najim Al Hadar is 0 for 1, but was second, first up for White Stables.
Most likely winner of this race for me, finished second behind A Date on debut. A Date came back to win.
And Shamila is backing that as well. You're teaming up again,
yeah.
Hopefully with better success than the other day. Tassim is number 4 for the Red Stables, 0 for 1 thus far.
Beaten 7 lengths when 4th on debut. That came back in March, first off the layoff today.
Vision is rated 55, number 5.
Long-standing maiden, 0 for 12. Better run last time.
Amarales, 0 for 11, must improve.
Just no showing 3 runs this term.
Mr. Mobham, first time starter by Always Emirates.
Debutant, didn't get to see this horse actually. I'm looking over my shoulder right now. I can see him going down to post. Nice looking stride on him.
Strong Message, 0 for 10 thus far.
Best form came on the second run this year when 4th back in meeting 4.
Captain Island rated a delightful 33.
Didn't beat a single horse last time, just struggling at the moment.
Zayed Akhel, 0 for 2, 19th and 12th, at least trending one direction.
Slight improvement from those 2 runs. Eddie Castro picks up the mount.
Ansana is number 11, 0 for 5, 10th last time.
Hasn't been seen since Taif when finishing 10th, but Tariq Al-Mansour is a man possessed at the moment.
There is Ansana in shot, as you can see, galloping with pony to the post. Tashariq, first time starter.
Sire doesn't get too many first time out winners, which is a worry.
She gave a nice impression earlier in the parade ring. Wakil Alanaya is 0 for 5, a pair of seconds.
The form setter in here finished second by Mota Beheth last time out. That was a good run. And Adele Alfredi doesn't ride too many for these connections.
Denver, lovely city, 0 for 5, 11th last time.
Rated just 39, not a player.
Ayaz Nayaf, Gaith Al Gaith in here, Alexis Moreno, but was 17th on debut last time.
Beat just 2 on that first run. Connections would have been hoping for a bit more.
Do the connections make you think, take a second look though?
They do, but that first run was so bad that it's pretty tough. Is this horse okay?
Sakakar is number 16, is 0 for 15, and 10th last time.
Not going down to post very nicely. Is that horse 16 or was that horse 17? It's horse 14, Denver, not going down to post 14, well. Yeah. Sakakar's had plenty of chances today. It seems a little bit too tough.
Yes, them. And the last few here, we have Jabal, we have Ayaz Al-Mafatan, Shibal Al-Sad, and Aliyat Al-Aliyah. Anybody in there of those 4 you think has a shot?
No. Aliyat Aliyah, at least Aliyat Aliyah has finished 3rd on one occasion back in meeting 41, but other than that, those 4 are just going to struggle.
Well, they're going to finish 1, 2, 3, 4 now, just for you. I think that, this is a fun race to pull apart. I think Wakil Anaya is interesting, could probably jump up. We saw a bridesmaid earlier today jump up at the right time. The only thing that worries me about that one is probably the break from meeting 58.
Yeah, probably, but he's probably the most likely winner at the same time, would be considered the strongest horse in this race, I'm sure. The White Stable horse is more unexposed and open to improvement, but obviously doesn't have a handicap rating right now. So Wakil Alanaya with the mark of 76 definitely sets the standard. I love the fact that Adel Al-Faradi's on that horse, but yeah, I'm going to be taking the more unexposed type. Al Najm Al Hada for me. Camilo Ospina hasn't had a winner so far this week, which is a bit of a shock, and we can see the debut run right here.
Najm Al Hada. This is the second on the 3rd of November.
Beaten by a good horse in a date, a horse I really like, and actually subsequently selected in a Normalism 2 event next time up, and he got the job done when we were here 3 weeks ago. He's just a nice looking individual and a very talented performer. And Al Najm Al Hada ran very well in second, beating an Athbar horse back in third as well, who's subsequently come out and finished in the places. Good piece of form.
Yeah, on his right lead, very professional, good-looking runner-up effort on debut.
Yeah, I think if he can repeat this, he'll be first or second. The only danger to him in here is Wakil Alanaya, and we can watch him last time up.
Yeah, this is going to be another logical player is Wakil Alanaya. Beautiful stone grey on the outside, making her move.
Yeah, it was a good performance this day as well, but looked likely to win, turning in for home. Just took a bit of an awkward stride and then didn't go through 100% with his effort late. Could get a little bit tired over this trip, which is a bit of a concern, but still fights on well in the closing stages. The winner's a nice individual from the White Stable. They will know how good this Alanaya horse is, and therefore I have to suggest that the White Stable will probably put a horse in here who can beat him.
I do give him a little extra credit for fighting on at the end to
Yeah.
keep second, which is not easy to do. So the 3 is looking quite well there on Najm Al Hada. I'm interested, I've narrowed it down to 2. So where are you leaning right now?
Yeah, well, it's definitely between those two, horse number 3 and horse number 13. I'm going to stick with horse 3, Al Najm Al Hada. Just a better draw, more experience, more improvement likely from this colt. Hopefully Camilo can get to the front from that nice inside post.
Yeah, for me, my gut says that Al Najm Al Hada is perfectly drawn and is going to progress markedly from this. But I am highly intrigued by Ayaz Nayaf and how these connections are sticking to their guns. Top connections, second time start. I'm going to stick with number 15. A bit of a long shot, Ayaz Nayaf. You are going with?
Horse number 3, Al Najm Al Hada. The only horse I think who can beat him is horse 13.
All right, we're going to go over to Enzo with this wide open field. Enzo, who looks good to you?
Yeah, I think Tarzima run well. Al Najm Al Hada as well. They were the 2 I was looking at here. Jockey change for the 2. Now Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Horse 2 here, which you see with the black with the gold chevron there and the dark cap. There's number 12, Tasharik. Another one who looked quite well on the way down. So they're kind of gathering at the start now. Big field of runners again. 18 is A's Mafatim. Just saw that one go through his shot with a kind of purple saddlecloth. Denver was not impressing to post, but seems to have calmed down now. In goes number 9, Captain Island, who's got yellow blinkers on. Captain Island goes forward. White and blue. Next one going in there. That's Denver. Here's number 10. Zaid Al Kale in the bandages, the black with the white disc for Zaid Al Kale. Goes in now. Camille Ospina is riding number 3. Must have a big chance. Al Najm Al Hada. It's number 7, Mr. Boban. Just keeping on the number 11 here, Ansana, who's just being checked at the moment. He's sure that he's okay. Going 1,400 metres here. This is number 2. Going forward here, I can't Alarine. I had Al Tarisi now on board. There's number 8, Strong Message. 11, I think, has been cleared. The green light's been given for number 11 here, Ansana. Strong Message going in the black and light blue. Shibal Al Saad is 19 here. Little to go in. 6 is now a little bit edgy. Amaralis. So many runners to try and load here. 19 still at the back. 13's not in yet either. Wakil Alanaya. 6 to go into Amaralis. Latest one to misbehave. '19 is rather reluctant now. Shibal Al-Saad, Mohammed Al-Daham, who's impressed in recent weeks, is on board. This is Al-Najm Al-Hada, who must be a big player here, looks well. Amiralis going in now, I think we're okay. Mr. Mobham is the one we're waiting for now. 7. And he's in, we're set, I think. And they're off, jumped away then, 20 runners for this maiden, looking towards the inside for a good start. Up there is Majid Saleh, who's the one who got away okay. Rather slowly away was I Can't Add a Read and trails them early on. Up there is Tarzim, and also Al-Najm Al-Hada is to the fore as well, the green cap. One of those towards the outside showing up is Ayaz Nayaf in the blue and red, dark blue and red for Ayaz Nayaf, and he's right up with the gallop too, along with in the green and white Mr. Mobham, who's right up there too with Amiralis, yellow, blue and white colours. Tarzim is on the move now, horse with his white stripe down his face, red colours is moving right into it, but the leader is Al-Najm Al-Hada, goes on now to Majid Saleh, who's racing in second place on the inside, the noseband, the white sleeve jacket. Deep around is Ars Nayef, and they're followed then by Tarzim back in fourth place, and they're ahead of Amiralis. Trying to make up some ground towards the inside of those is Wakil Alanea the Grey as they turn for home. And now Ospina says go on Al-Najm Al-Hada and leads. The danger making ground is Wakil Alanea. Look out for that one, number 13. Looks a big player, the Grey in the 2 path. In the 3 path is Tarzim, who's running on well down the outside now. And here comes Tarzim to try and attack the leader, who is Al-Najm Al-Hada. However, Al-Najm Al-Hada has a kick for Ospina and still leads by a length. Al-Najm Al-Hada pressed again by Tarzim down the outside, who won't go away, and Tarzim is going to hit the front, I think, where it counts. Tarzim and Al-Najm Al-Hada tight. Maybe Tarzim, but close with Al-Najm Al-Hada. They were clear of Wakil Alanaya back in third. Great finish between Ahmed Al-Shrar and Camille Ospina. Tarzim this side, I think, has just got there from Al-Najm Al-Hada, but it was tight. 4 and 3. In a close finish here. Look, 2 nice types, don't they? For the winner, confirming Tarzim has got there. By a head, beats number 3, Al-Najm Al-Hada, at every chance under Ospina. Third, number 13, Wakil Alanea, certainly one to keep on the right side of. Will surely win a maiden soon. It's probably bumped into 2 nice horses here. 1 minute 27.44 seconds the winning time, ahead the winning margin. 4-3-13 the result. Tarzim, Al-Najm Al-Hada, Wakil Alanaya.
Another very, very close race there. I love finishes like that, photo finishes. But this race does go to horse number 4, Tazim, for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. This is a beautiful 3-year-old caught by Frozen Power out of Na Hajar. for the Red Stables as well. Stunning ride there by Ahmed Al-Sharar, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with that ride or that race. But the White Stables seem to be a little bit of bridesmaids this weekend. No winners for them as of yet, and no winners for Camilo Ospina either. But absolutely stunning performance there for the Red Stables and the trainer Abdullah Al-Katan.
Well, the first thing we said was this could be a battle between the white and the red, and that's what it wound up being.
It's true. I didn't expect Tarzim to take that big leap forward from the debut. It hasn't run since March, first time up for a trainer who's not necessarily known for winning first off the layoff, but it was a good performance, nice looking individual. The two horses I thought it was in between finished second and third, and they were way clear of the rest.
This horse, from the moment they turned for home, looked like he was going to be extremely tough to beat.
Yeah, he travelled nicely. I didn't think to be honest, I disagree. I thought White Stable Horse looked by far the most likely winner. Yeah,
I thought he was shortening stride a little bit, and he's a bit sprinty.
No, I again disagree. I thought he galloped all the way to the line. It just so happens that they're probably the better, maybe the miler outstayed him close on, but I think the White Stable Horse stayed the 1400 well. Both of them drew clear of the third, who was also travelling well turning in. That was Wakil Al-Anaya. They were maybe 5 or 6 lengths ahead, so they both ran perfectly well up front, and just the Red Stable Horse got the dip.
Yeah, so he's just right there. The white horse Al Najm Al Hadar kind of drifts out a little bit into the path, but cleanly so.
Yeah.
Of Wakil Al Naya. The winner is keeping a pretty straight path on the outside. It's a nice little battle to the wire here, though.
It was a good battle all the way to the finish. They're both nice horses. Yeah. I think Camilo will be disappointed to lose out on the race. It was a clean start for the majority.
From the get-go here.
You can see the Red Stable Horse, the eventual winner, jumped out nicely, instantly found his stride. White Stable Horse Al Najm Al Hadar took a little bit longer just to regather himself after the start, but he quickly gets into a prominent position. You can just see Camilo with the green cap. And the eventual third place horse is a little bit further out in the yellow and black silks, just a little bit eclipsed right now as Adel Al-Faredi looked to come towards the rail.
Mm-hmm. To me, there was a lot of speed from the inside from Majid Salah, who had not shown much beforehand of anything, really.
Probably a sprinter, that horse, running over an adequate trip, I think, today.
And the horse that was on a lot of people's lists, Wakil Al-Anaya, is a little bit farther back than probably he would prefer at this point, or do you think he's in the perfect spot?
I think he was in an okay spot to win if he was good enough.
Yeah.
Because when we turn in, as this replay carries on and we change camera shots, we'll see he's only half a length down as he made a big move there.
Yeah, and the only worry about that is that too soon for him? Should he wait a little bit?
He does get tired late on, so potentially he was ridden a touch inefficiently, but at this point he has every chance if he's good enough to go through with it, and just doesn't.
Yeah, they send for home here, and yeah, as you say, it was two horses from here on. Third place, Wakil Al-Anaya just
tired.
Needs to find his friends.
Yeah, he got tired. He hung to the rail a touch there. You can just see he'll win a maiden. And Enzo said that at the end of the commentary. There's no doubt about it. He has talent, but just not as talented as these two unexposed once race horses.
Mm-hmm. Unlike yesterday, where the rails seemed to be a bit speedy at the wet track, today they are coming off the rail. It seems.
They are, and look after the line. The gallop out, the White Stable horses back in front, and I know you can't say drawing clear because they are pulling up, but still has plenty left in the tank. I think 2 or 3 paths off the rail, or even wider. We saw in the last race where they came down the middle of the track. Seems to be the place to be. Both of these horses finished first and second, have nice futures. Yeah,
it's only their second start, both of them. Being that Al-Khatani is usually not as effective off the layoff, do you believe that this one gets even more credit?
I think so, yeah. I wasn't anticipating him winning. There was a chance that he could have been in the top 3 or 4 just based on that fine debut run back in March, but I was expecting him to take a big step forward and therefore not win this race. A big step forward after today, and therefore not win this race. But he's done very well to get the job done. I imagine he's maybe an open horse in time, or maybe even next time up, and the runner-up will win a maiden in the very near future.
Anything else to take out of it? Any horses you believe deserve a little bit more credit?
Not really. The first two, these two in shot right now, were clear of the third, who was then miles clear of the fourth. So there was a big difference between the protagonists and the rest of the field in terms of ability. The second and the third have both run their race. The winner has overachieved based on what he did on debut and what we can see on the race card. But if you were looking going forward, who's going to win next time up, it will be both of these two horses. Will Tarzim take that step forward and run in an open race and get the job done? Will the runner-up find another winnable spot?
I think the only thing I would say is maybe my selection, Aiz Nayaf, who showed good speed earlier. They were trying to sort of plug him along to sort of keep him with the top horses, maybe drop him down and trip to 6 furlongs. That's about it.
He at least showed speed.
Yeah, he showed some ability, and then just couldn't hang when real running mattered. We are moving on ourselves onto the next race. We have 1,600 meters, Saudi bred, local 2-year-old fillies trying to make their trying to win one more right before the turn of the season, and they have to become 3-year-olds on January 1st.
Yeah, 2 late scratches, we should say. Horse number 1, Boashar, an important late scratch because this horse would have played a huge part in the race, I imagine. And horse number 2, Shalfa Ali, who probably wouldn't have played a part in the finish, but equally is a scratch in this race. That means that the first-time starter will actually be drawn in gate 1 in here, which is Wardak Gala, moving across with the 2 scratches. So 17 runners, a good race. It's an open race early in the card again, and we have plenty of horses rated in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, and the track's playing nice and fair today. Form is holding up.
Yeah.
We've only had one race that was a bit of a head scratcher so far. So,
and that was because there was a huge pace collapse.
Yes, so and that is bound to happen at least once over the weekend. So looking forward to seeing whether or not one of these 2-year-old fillies can show a little bit of talent and promise as we head into the classic season. Watching the finish of the 4th race as we move into the 5th. Enzo is going to take us through the runners and riders in just a moment. And Enzo, who do we got?
Well, as Tom told us, no 1 and 2 here. Late scratchings for Boashar and Shalfa Ali. So down to 17, Michael, for this one. This is a 1,600-metre 1-mile contest. A locally bred fillies open for the juveniles. Let's go through them then. Number 3 is going to be the first one on the card because 1 and 2 are scratched. The 3, Wardak Gala, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 4 is Kafira, Fawaz Wanas. 5, Katana, Mohammed Al-Daham. 6, Al-Masat Al-Zakar, Ali Al-Mutib. 7, Nasmat Al-Masa, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 8, Malame Al-Majd, Mohammed Al-Habail. 9, Tazim, Mohammed Al-Sharima. 10, Makatib, Abdullah Al-Orfi. 11, Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah for Adel Al-Faradi. 12, Al-Athbar, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 13, Bidawa, Jose Rodriguez. 14, Mostata, Camillo Ospina. It's had a frustrating couple of days. 15 is Tildar, Thurb Altamat. 16, Tours, Mohammed Al-Habib. 17, Farmar for Tariq Al-Mansour. Over the page with 18, Perlit, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. And 19, Mishkara, ridden by Abdullah Al-Saidi. So without 1 and 2, that leaves us with 17 runners for our 5th race. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, thank you so much, Enzo, for taking us through this now even more complex race. With we have a first-time starter going into the rails. As far as the post positions, we just -2 on a lot of these.
Yeah, exactly that. Wardak Gala's not going to be benefited by that inside spot now. First-time starters from the insider. Never suited by that because if they break half a stride slow, all the horses congregate across to the rail and therefore they get pushed back in the field.
This looks like one of the they have Wardak Gala in spot and shot right there. Al-Mudiani has the ride on this Almosa trained daughter of Great White Eagle.
If the draw wasn't hard enough, this race is a pretty tough starting point and open.
She is a bit light, it seems, as well in appearance. Kafira is number 4. Has 0 wins from 6 runs.
Has shown a little bit of ability, finishing second on a couple of occasions, including at this track at meeting 68.
From Kafira to Katana, 0 for 4, 6 last time for fans of Mortal Kombat.
A maiden is definitely within reach for this horse. Another daughter of Commend, whose young progeny do very well.
Al-Masat Al-Zaka'a is 0 for 1, was 18th first out.
Failed to menace on the debut. This is just much tougher.
Beautiful filly, though. Nazmat Al-Masa'a is 0 for 9, 3rd last time. That was her third.
A very good effort last time up. A horse with a solid chance in here as well. Pace player will come from a little bit further back.
And dressed in yellow is Malama Al-Majid, 1 for 9 thus far.
Not today for this filly. At least she's got a win to her name, but her recent runs just aren't good enough.
Very much on her toes. She's probably not going to throw her race early in the day. Ta'azim is 0 for 2, a pair of 12ths.
Yeah, both outings being in maidens. This is a step up for no real reason, considering she hasn't got close in weaker affairs.
Makati, a first-time starter by the very useful young styer Outwork.
Quite a nice looking individual, a bit long-backed, but this is just a tough starting point.
Yeah, lovely animal though. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah is 2 for 7, comes off a pair of victories.
Most likely winner of this race, won a weak auction race last time, but did it nicely. Adel Al Furedi rides again.
Athabaaz, 0 for 1, 7th in her debut.
Didn't show enough on debut to win a race like this, but there was at least some promise there.
Bidawa is right behind her, you see with the yellow stars. 0 for 12 though, 3rd two-back.
Plenty of chances for this filly. She just lacks a gear change.
Mostata, who's got the white silks rated 75 in this race, comes off a 4th place finish.
This is going to be my selection against the most likely winner. Mostata won a 1400 metre maiden, then she finished 2nd and 4th in open races. We know she's capable of going close at this level, stays well over the trip.
She is absolutely lovely. I'll be shocked if Shamila does not select this one.
Premium tap as well. Shamila loves the premium tap.
She's now that she's hearing this, she's going to try to pick out someone else. She sure is. Tilda, not sure for Tilda Swinton. 0 for 7, 2nd last time.
It was a better run last time, a career best there, but Altimiat gets the ride. Another wide draw outside of Mostata, probably not the best starting point.
Tours is number 16, is 0 for 2 thus far, 9th last time, a slight improvement.
Needs a large leap forward though to win an open race.
Farmaz, 0 for 2, went from 11th to 8th last time.
3rd time up, fitness should be peaking right now, but other than that, there's not much to recommend.
Number 18 is Perlit and shot right there. 0 for 4 thus far, 8th last time.
Don't think she's got the required ability to win this race, but maybe a maiden will be within grasp.
I love that blaze on who's that, number 11? Lovely blaze. Number 19 is Mishrakaz, 0 for 4, 4th last time.
Not today for this 45 rated filly.
Lovely blaze on that one as well, jeez. Huge. That's what they call it. It's not a blaze. It's a when their face is completely covered. It's like a bald face or.
There was a horse in the UK called Punjabi, a jumps horse, who had a very similar face to that. And as I was growing up, I loved that horse just because of the white blaze.
Yeah. As a kid, I was aging myself a bit. There was a horse. It was originally in France, and then went to the state for Richard Mandel, named Tawar, who had this white face where the blaze made a right turn and covered half of his, all the way around his eye. It was a beautiful animal. He was a very useful grade 1 level 11, 12 furlong turf horse. There is the 6-inch shot right there. That is Al-Maskat Al-Zarqa, 0 for 1, 18th last time. We saw a rookie sensation win earlier this weekend on this surface. Any chance to sort of strike through that 18th last time?
I find it hard to do it. I mean, it's just too bad to be true. I mean, if a horse had run maybe between 6th and 10th on debut and then steps up to an open, I could entertain the fact that they could improve a great deal and then play a part in the finish here, but just barely beat a rival that day, so it's really hard to suggest that on that performance she has enough ability to win.
Outwork being a Saudi bred is interesting to me because I believe is he still in the States?
I think he is, yeah.
Yeah. So they must have bred the horse and brought the mare back. So they've a lot of effort has gone into making Makatib number 10, get her to this. Would it be her very first race?
Yes, definitely, and they've quite clearly think a little bit of her because they've put her in a fillies open first up. She's a nice looking type. Right now. Yeah. Nice looking horse, isn't she?
Yeah, I might lean toward her just to give her a shot here to show something on debut. The outworks have been quite useful. Like they are. I mean, he was an Uncle Mo, so obviously he's a sire of sires already.
Yep.
And Outwork to me was he was a bit of a plotter, but he's putting in a lot of speed into his offspring.
Absolutely. We just saw a horse go down before we see this footage of Ayat Al Muhammada. That was Nasmat Al Marsa, and the trainer Abdul Rahman Al Fahan came in here before racing and said he was hoping for a nice performance.
And this is Ayat Al Muhammadiyah, this is the 24th of November, and a nice win.
Yeah, she's the horse to beat in this race today, just on the basis of this performance. It was a good run off the front end in an auction race. I think it was 500,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. So it was a very nice prize for this contest, and connections really cashed in. Gaith Al Gaith, Prince Mohammed bin Sultan, managing to win this prize. She doesn't win by as far as I thought she should have on ratings.
Yeah.
That is
and she got really tired at the end.
Exactly. And although she's rated 84, as I say, and in good form, gets one of the leading riders, I think she could be vulnerable to this horse in shot right now, Mostata.
Mostata with the White Sox, who are due a big victory right
They
now.
are. They've had a pretty tough week, lots of places, but they are due a win. Very unlucky in the last race as well. And this filly has the talent. The issue I have with her is that she gets a little bit one-paced before the bend and going round the bend. She hasn't got instant acceleration, but she does stay well over the trip. You'll see that
Is
here.
she just not traveling as well? On the
Yeah,
bend?
she just doesn't have as much. Well, it might be the fact that she doesn't travel well around a bend as she does on the straights, or it's just the fact that she cannot quicken when the field do try to quicken.
When that happens, I often want to see them do one or two things: either just go and make the running,
I hope that's the case.
or get into the pocket,
Yeah.
just to stay to the inside and minimize being outside of horses in general.
Yeah, I think Camila will try to get forward on her in this race, but from 14 it'll be pretty tough to get across to the rail. Hopefully he can do as best as he possibly can. He's the top jockey, remember.
Premium tap. She's a bit of a more racier looking premium tap.
Yeah,
She's
a bit
not
smaller
the big,
as well.
Yeah, she's not the big scopy broad sorts that we usually see.
Yeah, that turf track's looking nice, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
we
only a
could
couple
just
more
look
weeks.
after our shoulder to
I
look
know.
at
Yeah,
it.
we'll just take behind us.
But yeah,
So you're going to go
14.
with Mostata number 14.
yes.
Let's see. For me, I'm gonna take a shot with the first-time starter Makatib number 10. I just thought she looked outstanding, and I am a big fan of outwork as a stallion. I feel like he's this. There are lots of things to look forward to, and Alafi obviously is riding very well right now.
Yes, he is. He's riding well. He obviously rode Asfan Al-Khalidi in the first race today to victory. So
A bit of a layup there.
it was. But you know, jockeys are confidence pilots when they get a win under their belt. No matter who it's on, it makes their day a lot better. So I can see it. It will be a bit of a shock, but at the same time, she's completely unexposed, and we don't know how talented she is. We should just mention, not one of our selections, but the most likely winner of this race on form is 11 Ayat Al Mohammedia.
All right, so the 11, we're going to try to beat we would be the sentimental favorite 11 with our selections. I have number 10, Makatib. Tom has number 14, Mostata, to get the White Sox with the big W. We're going to go over to Enzo, who's going to go through his selection and also through the running of the race like no one else can.
Oh, thank you very much, Michael. Yes, I'm going to land on the 11 here. I think Ayat Al Mohammadi has got an excellent chance here for Adel El Faradi. But yeah, I could do with a winner, couldn't they? The White Stable, been a frustrating 3 days. Mostata looked well. Camille Spina just can't get one home. It's extraordinary, isn't it, for the top rider to be having such a frustrating run. But these things happen. Can't run all the winners all the time. Runners are at the start. One in the middle there just being attended to is 3, Wadat Gala. Don't forget 1 and 2 don't go here. 17 runners, 1,600 metres. So the mile, they start just down the little spur entrance to the back straight. This locally bred fillies open race for these 2-year-olds. And have a good look at Mostata here. His daughter of premium tap. She certainly moved well enough in her slower paces. For 11 in shot, Ayat Al Mohammedia. There is 14 Mostata. 18 Perlite. 4 looks well as well, I thought, the way down. That's Kafira. Horse who's had a few goes. Fawas Wanas rides her. I think she could perhaps hit the frame here. Grey horse there is Katana. Just saw going through the screen the blue with the yellow spots, this filly with Mohammed Aldaham riding. There is the 4. Now the jockey is still off. Number 3, Wardat Gala, Nawaf Al Modiani. And there's number 8. That's Malame Al Majd. Blue with a white diamond, the colours for this one. She's going to load up. I hope that the horse that's just without the rider is going to be okay. Wardat Gala. So the grey is in Katana, blue with yellow spots. Number 10 will be next. Makatib, yellow and green. 15 is Tealdar in the blue and white blocks with the red sleeves and cap. Goes forward now. Tours is one of those who's not yet in. This is 6. Al-Masat Al-Zakar. There's a grey, kind of steel grey in colour for Ali Al-Mutib. She goes in now. Farmar has gone in as well. Now we're working on Tazim, number 9, to go in. Still waiting for Wardak Gala to go forward, and also Kafira. So here's Wardak Gala. She's absolutely fine now. She was just a bit edgy. As I say that, she tries to rear up again. That's why the jockey was off. I think she is a little bit... He's going to have to get off her again. Wardak Gala. His daughter of Great White Eagle. They're going to load her without the rider, but even that's going to be a job, because every time she goes anywhere near the stalls, she tries to rear up. Got to be very patient with her here. Look at her. She gets to the stalls. And this time, oh, they've got her in, and she's just having a look around. Jockey's going to climb on board now in the stalls. When he does that, we'll be set. Now Al Mudiani. They're going to 1600. We're just about ready for a start. Starter asks them to be ready. And they're off. Oh, that Gala was a bit slow from the inside stall. Also missing it was Tazim. Slow to go was Perlite as well, as they race through the first 200 metres and start to sort themselves out. Up there early on is Nasmat Al Massar, the 7 horse, also to the 4 early on. On the outside is Al Athbar as well, who's trying to get into it. Al Athbar with Nasmat Al Massar. These two at the head of affairs. Al Masat Al Zaka just drops in behind them into 3rd place. Further back in the field then, up on the outside, the green cap of Mostatar is quite handy. Number 14, Al Athbar is also in that front rank. Another one up there as well is Tazim. In fact, Tazim is the one who's dropped towards the back of the field. It's Al Athbar who's up there in about 4th place. But making the turn then, and up front on the outside, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah has come there strongly now, the grey with the white face. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah has gone to the front for Adel Al Faradi, and she's travelling beautifully at the moment. So in 2nd place, ridden along on the inside, Nasmat Al Massar. Behind those in 3rd place is Bidawa as they come around the home turn. And then ridden along to try and get closer is Mostatar, but this leader is travelling so well. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah in front by 3 ever-increasing lengths. So in 2nd place, going off in chase is Badawa, the yellow and blue. The outside, Mostatar is now picking up, but surely too much to do to catch this leader. Staying on is Kafira in the white colours. This horse is just travelling so powerfully. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah is in a league of her own here. She's clear, entering the final 150. She must be clear by 8 lengths. In 2nd place is going to go to the staying on, Mostatar. But this was easy for Adel Al Faradi. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah eased up to beat Mostatar, who finished 2nd. Behind those in 3rd was Bidawa, but that was impressive. Just travelling so well all the way through the race. And she was the form pick, and she's won it. Ayat Al Muhammadiyah, Adel Al Faradi. Al Gaith, the trainer. 2nd horse didn't go around the bend very well, Mostathar, but did stay on to be 2nd under Ospina. Another 2nd for Ospina at the moment. He really is racking up the silver medals this week. 3rd, I think, was Bidawa. We'll confirm that. 1 minute 41.41 seconds. Indeed, it was number 13 in 3rd. So 11, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah. 14, Mostatar. 13 in 3rd, Bidawa. 3 3/4 lengths the winning margin. 1 minute 41.41 seconds.
We tried, but we failed
Yes.
to beat the obvious horse to beat, Ayat Muhammadiyah. This was, but Enzo did. So,
Yes.
Enzo gets his victory of the day. We're told that he's retiring now. But, it's well done to him. He did the obvious thing that we all probably should have done.
Yeah, normally I would opt for the obvious in races like this, but
To be fair, most of the way she finished, there's no shame in that.
she needed to get rolling a little bit earlier. It's just a bend, isn't it? She doesn't.
Yeah.
She seems to get either disorganised or she doesn't increase her pace on the bend. Whether she's been outpaced or doesn't handle running around bends, I don't know.
She just needs more ground, needs more distance. Maybe 9 furlongs suits her better.
Yeah, I don't know. She was so strong in the final 200 metres though.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing whether or not she can get it done eventually. I mean, this would be her fourth run, so 5th time lucky. Hopefully next time she's gone. Not lucky, but first, second, 4th, and now 2nd again. Poor girl, she's kind of stuck with a style that doesn't quite suit here.
No, exactly. She just needs to increase her cadence around the bend to get into a position so that she can challenge late, because she has a lot of talent in starter. But she only got rolling with 300 metres to go, and once she did, she eroded the deficit, almost halved it to the eventual winner, who, to be fair, was by far the best horse in the race today. Travelled so well around the bend, kicked clear top of the straight, and that's 3 wins up now in a row for this daughter of Taprit, Adel Alfaredi. 4 on the weekend.
Yeah, 4 on the weekend for him. He's riding extremely well, and he's one of the top riders here for a reason. That was very well done. Espino on the second on most of the top. It's interesting to me is he seems to run his horses a little bit more forward, and maybe he should drop his hands on this filly and just let her make one big run. I know that they don't usually win these races, but it might be getting in her way to have her a little bit too involved early on in the race.
I don't know, we'll leave her further back though, in a race where she needs to kind of be closer to use that kick. In a race where maybe there's more speed, then yeah, but this filly's just way in advance. If anything, Camilo needed to be within 2 lengths turning in for her to challenge her. But yeah, it just wasn't to be. This leader does get tired late over 1600.
Yeah.
That's worth noting going forward. She seems to be a 1400 metre specialist that can stretch.
From the start, a little bit of a slow start on the outside.
Yeah, horse number 18, I believe, Palit, and also horse number 9, Tazim. They were both a little bit slowly away.
Yeah, neither were expected to factor too much in the race.
No, your first time starter showed good speed in the early part of the race. That was Makatip, horse 10 in the yellow and blue, right in the middle, around 6th place.
Yeah, it just didn't really, just got an education and went home.
Yeah, just couldn't sustain the run, but at least showed speed. There was some promise there. Given this was an open race, maybe there's a maiden in time with her.
Yeah, the winner at this point is traveling extremely. She's easily on the lead right now.
Yeah, perfect spot.
Yeah, there's no reason for her to even for anyone to have any doubts at this point. I mean, we've been in situations before where we've been on 3/4 of the way around the bend and a horse looks like it's going to win by 10 lengths and doesn't.
Yes.
Gets caught on the line, i.e. yesterday in the Arabian race with the wild horse.
Yeah.
But there was no doubt with this filly. She was just traveling so easily. She was not extending. She was using her natural pace the entire time.
Exactly. She was in 3rd gear around the bend and then really quickened up in the home straight. And she'd proven in the past that she's well capable of winning races. You can just see that Mastata, the eventual runner-up, lost so much ground on the winner going around the bend, probably 4 or 5 lengths. She's just about to drop out the shot here. And then really runs home in the second when Camilo uses the crop in the left hand. Here we go.
And we're going to see here with the difference whether or not it's truly her making up ground or the winner coming back to her. It seems to be the former.
Yeah, I think she's making up a lot of ground late on. If there was an extra half a furlong, she would probably be up alongside. You can see she's, a length down after maybe 100
The way
meters.
she runs, I just want to see her stretch out and trip.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point,
agree.
she'll be able to sit a little closer and use her sort of her never-ending gallop to win the race.
Yeah, I think either stretch out and trip, which would be my selection as well, or run in a race where there's more speed up front and then hope the pace at least comes back to you a little bit, because she's got a wicked late turn of foot. She's very talented. She'll win an open race, that's for sure. 3 runs and opens, 2 seconds and a 4th so far. She's due one.
Yeah, and the winner after 5 losses, now 3 straight wins in her 8 starts. And they've already won the big money restricted race for the horse. Now they're just having fun with her.
They are, yeah, just picking up opens with her. She'll probably be a a local bred mare in the future, brood mare. She's done very well as a 2-year-old. The question will be, can she go on and win 4, win her next race, and then will she progress from 2 to 3, or is she just a good 2-year-old?
Yeah, and even I think the mile might be against tougher. The mile is going to be a little tough for her to be effective. I think cutting back to maybe 7 against tougher field would be probably her next port of call or close to it.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. She can run the mile as proven, but she does get tired in the last 100 metres, and if she does face maybe a different pace circumstance or even just better opposition, then she could come under threat late on. I'm sure Connections know this, so they just wanted to take advantage of what appeared a winnable opportunity. But going forward, the 1400 will be her ideal trip.
Yeah. She took home, it wasn't quite the 500 grand of the previous run, but the 90, she took home the lion's share of the 95,000. To me, it was just an outstanding performance of horse. As you said from the very beginning today, the form is holding up.
It is.
You took a shot with a horse against her, but your form is holding up as well, so well done.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, the race kind of went to plan, didn't it, in terms of the race card. Al Mohammed was rated £9 higher than Mastata, so there was every reason that she was going to beat her, and she has done that. It was an impressive win. Gaith Al Gaith, that's another winner for him. I think that's 32 on the year.
Yeah, he's slowly ratcheting up as far as the standings go. We'll look at those later on.
He seems to train a winner most weeks. He's got quite a big string, but he's pretty prolific with it too, as we see from the start. Not too many slowly away. We have already covered the couple that did briefly miss it. The horse on the outside, noticeably per lead. Otherwise, no excuses really from the start.
And he actually has a bit of a hold on the Bitra winner, not allowing her to show too much speed.
Yeah.
She naturally puts herself where she needs to go. Very straightforward animal, especially at this point in her career. Impressive for a 2-year-old filly.
We saw Adel Al-Faradi do this on Thursday as well. He kind of takes a hold in the first 100 metres, especially over this mile trip, and then going into the bend, he allows them to pick up and get their position. That's exactly what he did here. He took a hold, so you can see, in around 4th there, and then going into the bend, he moved up alongside the leader.
Yeah, and I think that would make perfect sense if you think about it. If you're restricting a horse and they're fighting with you around the bend, as they're having to deal with the gravity and the tightness and traffic and everything that they have to deal with around the bend, it's just twice as much they're going to take out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just allowing them to hit the ground and travel well.
Efficient riding.
Yeah, it's just very smart. It takes a look at now they put up the secondary LED screen over there around the 3/16 pole, around the 300 meters. Takes a good look and knows what he has, knows the gap. He has a big gap back to second place. And it was all a foregone conclusion at that point. So well done to Adel. He's got his 4th win of the weekend, as we mentioned before. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of his season goes. I think he's going to slowly climb up as well.
Yes, he is. I think he's now 26 behind Camilo Ospina in terms of points in the leaderboard. But look, it's probably insurmountable still.
Yeah,
but he's still riding very well.
You never know.
He's also a jockey that I like to see winning. We never hear from him in the post-race interviews because the English isn't there, but at the same time, he's a jockey that it will be good to see on a bigger stage elsewhere maybe. Maybe he goes to Dubai for a couple of races, and because he's just unknown in the UK. I didn't know him before he came out here.
He did have a ride in the Dubai World Cup last year, finished 3rd on Emblem Road, but I'm sure that's just the beginning for him.
Definitely.
He is a guy on the rise. We're going to move on. We're going to rise on through the 6th race right now. We have fillies and mares going 1,800 meters, and our fantastic commentator who is coming off of a victory of his own in the last race. Rip-roaring form. Enzo, take us through the runners and riders for our 6th.
Well, you ready as good as your last selection? You have to retire on that one. Anyway, let's go on with the next race. 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres. Number 1 is Congratulations, Fawas Wanas. 2 Craft in Silk, Thurb Altamat. Lal Fati is number 3 for Louis Morales. 4 Hakwat, Feras Al Sanaitan. 5 Anud Al Moghtara, Abdullah Al Lawfi, the winner earlier on in race 1. 6 is Jazio, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 7, Amirat Al Safwa, Adel Al Faradi. And then 8, Ceylon Silverbird, Ayad Al Tarisi. 9, Clodovi is a jockey change. It's going to be Abdullah Al Kradi. Now, 10, Al-Lazbar, Mohammed Al.
All right, we have 10 is Al Azba. We have for Al Musa. We have Al Hupail in the saddle. Number 11 is Miss Tricks, Tariq Al Mansour, who's riding lights out right now. Montahera is number 12 with Al Mudani in the saddle. Queen Stride, number 13 with Al Nassar. And number 14 is Ajbat Home with Al Kabakwi. Move on. There we go. We'll try to get Enzo back there. A bit of a technical difficulty, but we're glad to pick up the ball. Or he just retired after that last victory.
He did say he was going to.
He just decided that that's enough.
Enzo's done.
It's quite odd to retire halfway through, calling out the horses for the next race, but to each their own. I mean, maybe he wanted to make a statement.
Yeah,
so you'll miss me now. You'll miss me now, and I just might cut halfway through the horses, but. You know, next one he's going to stop halfway through the call of the race. But no, he'll be fine. We look forward to having him back. Horses are heading out right now as we see them. And they are behind us as well in the parade ring as the lights have gone up and the sun has set. And what we call magic hour, where the sky looks absolutely fantastic. You can see it in the background out there. Love the Saudi sky here, especially in these drier environments. The sky turns a few different colors. So the horses are set up. There's number 14 right there. That is Ajbaton. We'll get to that one in just a moment. Anybody striking you off the page right now?
Well, the White Stable horse, but based on their form this weekend, it would have to come with a little bit of...
a grain of salt?
Yeah, a bit tentative. It's not that their horses are running badly. They're running very well, but they're all just finding one or two to beat them every time. They must have had 6 or 7 places. It's been quite luckless. I think there's only 2 real horses that I like in this heat, because the reason for that, I'll mention the 2 horses. Horse number 3, Large Thati, and horse number 4, Hakwat. But the reason for that is a 0 to 85 handicap, we usually have 4 or 5 pounds separating them. Here, we have a huge discrepancy between top and bottom weight.
Congratulations is number 1, 2 wins to her record.
2400 metre specialist in Ireland. First up over 1800, not for me.
Craft in Silk will be in shot in just a second. That's going to be number 2. Also has 2 victories to her record. This is a Master Craftsman filly.
This filly was just 0 from 10 in the UK, but seems to have been a lot better since moving to Saudi Arabia. It was only rated 59 in Great Britain. It's gone up £26 since.
The well-experienced La'ajil Thati is 3 victories to her credit, 32 lifetime starts.
Major contender in this race, fit and ready to make a winning return to the track after finishing 5th last time.
Hakwat is number 4, is 1 for 13, will be in shot in just a second. Had a victory 3 races back and seems to be quite consistent.
Yeah, more unexposed than La'ajil Thati as well. I think these are the only 2 horses with proper sound claims. Very consistent, as you touched on. Not out of the first 5 in her last 5 starts. This is her chance to win. She has found winning difficult in the past. Just 1 from 13, finished 2nd many more times.
We'll see whether or not Anud Al-Maktar will be exposed in this race. She has 2 wins, 15 runs to her credit.
Big step down in performance last time up after a non-winners of 2 victory. Could bounce back.
Jazzy O has the most runs of any horse in this race, 50, and 3 of those were victories.
Loads of opportunities for this 5-year-old filly. I prefer to look for the more unexposed types.
Amirad Al-Safwa is number 7. 1 for 20, and that win was 2 starts back and beating 64.
Finally broke through that day after plenty of opportunities. Adel Al-Faradi gets on. He's just ridden the last winner.
Sail On Silverbird is a grey 3-year-old filly making her local debut.
0 from 7 in the UK. 1400 metres was her best distance over there, so the step up and trip isn't short to suit.
Number 9 is Clodovea. 1 win, 23 runs to her credit. Mondialiste is the sire.
Jockey change here. No Alex Moreno. It is Arcredis, I believe. 1 from 23, this filly. Doesn't inspire.
And that jockey change doesn't inspire either. Al-Azba is 1 win from 23 starts. A spring at last, 5-year-old mare.
£2 out of the weights. Seasonal return for this filly.
Miss Tricks, number 11 in shot. 1 win from 15 starts.
This filly's now £3 out of the weights. We're going to continue with this theme. But at least she's shown some promise recently.
12 is Montahera in shot right there. 1 win from 33 starts, was 10th last time.
£6 out of the weights for this filly, so she should find it pretty difficult carrying 54 kilos against these.
Queen Stride is number 13, 0 for 9.
Exactly the same comments apply here, £6 out of the weights. Also never won a race before, the daughter of Blame.
Nice eye on Ajbatom, the 14, 1 for 25, 8th last time.
£14 out of the weights, a whole stone. She has to carry 54 kilos.
She's a stone's throw away.
She is. It's just a very tough opportunity for her. I don't know why you'd opt for this choice of race.
This is, well, It's the end of the year. Maybe they have rent to pay at the end of the month or the beginning of the month. But we're going to go out to Shamila. We haven't seen her in a couple races. Shamila, why did you leave us?
Well, I was actually talking to one of the coolest guys on a bike, Hector Alexander, who's riding his bike from the UK to Japan. So he's only just currently going through Saudi Arabia. He'll go to the UAE next. So hopefully you catch my interview with him. He was a really cool bloke. So apparently a bit later you are going to hear from him, so that will be great. In this race I've decided to go with horse number 7, Amirat Al Safwa, ridden by Adel Al Faradi, from the Al Faradi family as well. Beautiful chestnut filly here. She's only carrying 54 kilos. Her colours are orange, navy and a white stripe down the middle as well. But she's absolutely stunning, caught my eye straight away. And she obviously has that weight advantage as well as having Adel Al Faradi on her back. I'm just getting legged up here now. She was 4th last time out at meeting 73, so this tees her up very nicely for this race, hopefully to end up in the winner's enclosure. I also really liked the look of horse number 3, Lajil Thati, for Louis Morales on board as well. Jumps out of stall 10, so close to my selection. However, I will be sticking with horse number 7, who will jump out of stall 12. Only one paddock negative for you in this race, horse number 10, very much on toes, who is just coming over my shoulder there now. Mohammed Al Hubail has dismounted, and they will probably take her to the track to remount there, just being really naughty in the preliminary stages. Hopefully she doesn't boil over before she gets to the gates.
Thank you so much, Shamila. That was good. We got a little bit of a pep in her step behind her there. That was a bit of a close call, but no harm, no foul. The horses are headed to the post. That is the 6th shot there. Jcsa, she knows how to get it done. She's or not get it done. She knows how to get the race done. Yes. At least. It's her 51st start.
Exactly. She has so much racing in her career. She's only a 5-year-old. Mm-hmm. So, well, she knows how to run. It's just she doesn't know how to win.
Al-Qatani's already got a victory today with the Red Silks. We'll see, or in general, we'll see if Anud Al-Mukhtar can get it done today. I'm actually gonna early shot. I'm gonna pick this horse. I love a line through race, and I'll put it through in the last run. Before that, pretty consistent. Has every chance here to get her 3rd victory on the weights. She's only got 7 to find on the top 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how close she goes. Abdul Al-Alfi already ridden the winner.
I don't think it's that interesting. But
well, it could be. It could be interesting to see how she goes. You know,
no, I think that she will be.
These Al-Qatani horses do improve a lot for recent starts. So
yeah,
you know, one bad run, people are very quick to rule out horses off one poor performance. So you know, there's every chance she bounces back.
Yeah, the white stables. That's Hakwat and Shot right there. They always look well. These horses just always look exceptional.
Premium Taps progeny especially look exceptionally well. And I'm going to be with Hakwat. It looks like Shamila's jumped ship from the white stable horses at this stage, so I'm going to stay loyal.
It's like Al Hubail has jumped ship from number 10, Al Azba. He's off the horse. We saw him just a second ago.
Yes. Back to Hakwat. I think she's the one to beat in here. She's super consistent. It will be, in my opinion, between the 3 and the 4, La Argil, Thati. For me, it's a win-win either way because Hakwat will be a win for me, and if Lajil Thati wins, we get an interview with Luis Morales. So
true.
It's a bit of a win-win if either of those get the job done. Also, we did briefly touch on Jcsa having 50 starts, a half centurion, as we'd say in the UK. There is a centurion in the next race. Horse number 11, Al Nashaz, 103 starts.
103, just the 103.
Yeah. Wow, what a performer. Imagine if you owned a horse like that. You get at least a lot of races and enjoyment out of your horse.
Depends on how old they are at that point and how many months you've been paying trading fees.
10-year-olds. It's been a long career. But yeah, so if you are involved in horses, and there are quite a few, obviously, different owners over in these shores that you may not see elsewhere, then, you know, if you've got a horse that can run 103 times and win 16 times, or if you've even got a Jcsa that can run 50 times and win 3 times, you still get a good amount of enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, this is a, to me, I'm not sure what to pull out of this race other than you look for horses who are like Jcsa, who have shown some kind of ability to at least be interested in winning, and she's got 3 wins to her credit. She is rated 70. Are you leaning at all toward, well, pace. Where are you leaning as far as like where do you expect the horses to be? Where is the pace coming from? This race, I have no idea how to pull it apart.
Hakwat will be the pace, I think, from stalls 3, the White Stable horse. No Camilo Ospino in this race, but I think Hakwat will go forward. This race is interesting, as I was saying prior to the runner by runner, just because there's such a huge margin of handicap ratings between the top rated and the bottom rated. And in races like this, I like to go with those who with the higher ratings, despite the fact they have to give weight away. The majority of these are basically out of the handicap and should have no chance of winning. It's just the top 7 that have proper winning capabilities.
Mm. And a lot of them, any possibly on the underweight horses to really make any dent in this race.
Mistrix is the only one on previous form. We're talking about horses 8 downwards. Mm-hmm. Well, technically not horse 8 because Sail on Silverbird is carrying the right weight, but horse 9 downwards for sure. Mistrix finished 5th last time. It was a fair run, but it's £3 out the weight. Tariq Al Mansour, though, basically negates that because he's so good in the saddle. That'll be the only filly out of the bottom horses in the race card that I'd be even slightly interested in. As I keep saying, I think this is between horse 3 and 4.
Yeah, this will be fun. So Hakwat is taking a lot of the emphasis right now. David Ballin is in the chat as well. He's given us some of his selections. Hopefully they've gone well for him. And here, let's look at a piece of form as well before we'll go back to the chat in just a moment. This is La Ajal Thati.
This was a decent performance. You can see the grey on the inside with the red and yellow silks. Just making a run midway down the pack. Gets briefly held up at the top of the straight there. And again, around at this point. But surges through late to pick up some minor prize money. A repeat of this performance will probably be good enough to win or be second in this race. Just needs a little bit more luck in running. Comes from off the speed.
Yeah, it just looks to be a bit dominated at this point, but that's a proper horse.
Yeah, the winner was very good. But you can see La Ajal Thati hits the line relatively strongly.
As far as Hakwat here, Hakwat is obviously going to have plenty of pace in this race and comes off a second on the 1st of December.
Nice looking mover, as you can see that, as we pick up the footage. She was near the speed, just off it, as you can tell. Alex Marino, I believe, was on this winner and just dominated from the front this day. Definitely was Marino, you can see his style. Camilo Ospino was on Hakwat. She just couldn't reel in the leader, but it was a fair effort back in second. Didn't switch leads for around 100 metres at the top of the straight, but from here on in, gallops away and hits the line relatively strongly as well. I think a repeat of this and a repeat of La Ajal Thati, both of those two will be fighting to win this race.
Yeah, they are the logicals.
Yeah.
The more we look at it, I'm going to take a shot against them with Anud Al Mokhtar to come back to form after a bit of a line-through race last week. Not impossible. I mean,
no, not impossible for sure. She actually won a non-winners of 2 event 2 starts back, and arguably that was
that's amazing.
The non-winners of 2 event was arguably better than this in terms of depth, though. So you could definitely make a case for her. It was just that last run put me off, but as we've already touched on, people can be too hasty to write off a horse after a loss. For me, it was too big of a loss to put her up, but at the same time, I can certainly see an improved display today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this all pans out. Yeah, to me...
We should briefly touch on horse number 1, Gratulations, as well, because this horse had a fair level of form for Andy Oliver in Ireland, but as I said in the runner-by-runner, it was over 2,400 metres, largely. I imagine this filly will be staying on late in the day and could be one for the future.
All right, the horses are approaching the starting gate at this point. I'm going to go with Red Stables to have a double in the day thus far. Anud Al Mokhtar. And you?
Horse number 4, Hakwat, for me.
All right, we'll go to Enzo, who's going to take us through it. Enzo, how's it going out there?
Hi, Michael. Yeah, hopefully I'm back okay. Just a few technical hitches, but I think I've been reset and I'm ready to go again here. I like Hakwat. I would agree with Tom in this race. Yeah, it's got to come for the White Stable soon, isn't it, this week? It's been dreadful, isn't it? Well, they've been close, haven't they, with that, but not quite winning. But I think Hakwat has an outstanding chance, really well on the way down. Yeah, that Gratulations is interesting. I think, as Tom was saying, probably would want further in time, perhaps, but maybe look out for her in a similar race for over the 2,000 metres, maybe later in the season, as the night sky is over Riyadh. A great setting. Look at the pictures there. Fantastic with the floodlights on, isn't it? The view of the night sky as we head into the evening part of the day. What are we now? Just approaching 5:40 local time. And here's number 1, Congratulations, ex-Irish trained filly. See if she goes in. This is a handicap race coming up, and there are 14 runners. And we're waiting for Jcsa Bathom to go in, number 14. Also 5 to go in. And number 7 as well, Amirat Al Safwa. Anud Al Moghtara, number 5, and number 14, Jcsa Bathom, are the other 2 to go forward now. It's getting closer to a start. Here's number 5, Anud Al Moghtara. She looked well, the daughter of Frozen Power. And 14, the grey, Jcsa Bathom, will complete the line. The starters and ready to go. Off and racing. Good start for Hakwat. Green cap is out there. One that didn't get away well at all there was Congratulations. Missed the break quite badly and trails them early on. Congratulations. Stalls open. She didn't appear. She's now running, but she must be 100 yards behind the main body of the field, who are led by Mistrix now in the yellow and blue. Mistrix is going on here. In second place, Hakwat towards the inside, in company there with Anud Al Moghtara in the red colours for the red stable. Wider out of those to find Al-Azbar, who's fairly handy as well, but having to do it from the outside. Behind those is the grey, that's Large Authority in the yellow and red colours as they make the run down the far side. Then comes Ceylon Silverbird, who's racing ahead of Craft in Silk, is on the inside. Very wide of the course is Clodovi under Abdullah Al-Kradis now in the grey jacket with a white cap as they make the run towards the halfway point. And up front on the inside, the yellow and blue of Mistrix leads them at around 59 kilometres per hour. Making ground is Anud Al Moghtara on the outside, the red cap. The green cap of Hakwat is down on the fence racing in third place as they make the turn. They're followed by Al-Azbar, red, yellow and blue. One that's making a bit of ground up now is Craft in Silk. Could be a player too on the outside in the orange colours as they make the turn into the home straight. He's looking confident on Craft in Silk here, isn't he? He's looking behind already. Third Ultimat, and Craft in Silk, full of running, has now come there absolutely cruising to hit the front with 2:50 to go. Trying to fight on towards the far side though is Mistrix. To the outside now staying on is Ceylon Silverbird as well as they race deep inside the furlong. Ceylon Silverbird, the grey, is trying to run on. The leader is Craft in Silk, hasn't put this to bed. Here comes Ceylon Silverbird deep on the track. Craft in Silk by ahead. Ceylon Silverbird though has all the momentum on the outside. Gonna get close. Ceylon Silverbird, Craft in Silk kick back. Maybe Craft in Silk from Ceylon Silverbird. What a finish between 2 and 8. And they were clear. I think Craft in Silk has just turned back Ceylon Silverbird in a great finish here in our fillies handicap. What a race between the pair. They were locked together. They got a little bit close. Craft in Silk has just won it. Number 2, Craft in Silk, the winner. In a finish of heads, just beat the grey, Ceylon Silverbird by a head. It's a winner for Thurb Ultimat. And he loved it too, didn't he? Yeah, far side. 2 Craft in Silk, 8 Ceylon Silverbird by a head. 1 minute 53.66 seconds. Third place was close. I think it was the horse on the far side, maybe Hakwat. For third, number 4, yes, confirming. So it's 284, Craft in Silk, Ceylon Silverbird, Hakwat third, Mistrix fourth. Ahead the winning margin, 1 minute 53.66. A close finish that goes the way of the filly, Craft in Silk.
crafty ride on Craft in Silk to get it done there. A bit of a tussle down the straight there, and a little bit of race riding.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of herding later on. Both the winner and the runner-up at key points of the race seem to interfere other horses. So it'd be interesting to see what the stewards say at the end of this. I don't imagine that either interference will affect the result.
You might get a bit of a warning.
Yeah.
Say,
a little bit of a talk.
It was a bit telegraphed. You could see him looking. He had an eye full of the horse to his outside, and he was leaning his horse. Not leaning his horse. He was leading his horse to engage. So, but well done. It was another thrilling finish this evening.
This filly, yeah, she was 0 from 10 in the UK. She didn't show much at all and was rated just 59. Like, she was quite low tier in the UK, but much better over here. She was carrying top weight today of 62 kilos. Joint top weight with Gratulations, who all but refused at the start, and just managed to hold off Sail on Silverbird, who had no real excuses in the closing stages. I thought she should have gone by, if I'm being honest. She made a late run down the middle of the track and just didn't go through with the effort 100%. When we watched the full race replay, watch back Sail on Silverbird going into the turn. I don't know whether she was keen or if the jockey was just a little bit reckless.
This is. Yeah, he definitely brings her out there to meet the rivals. There is the start.
Gratulations wasn't part of it. She decided to stay in the stalls for a long period of time, and that was race over for her. Straight to the front was Mistrix for Tariq Al Mansour. My selection, Hakwat, who eventually finished third in the white silks. Eventually sits in just behind the pace setter. Your pick up there as well as Anud Al Mukhtara in the red silks, and out wide is Al Asbar. The pace didn't exactly hold up overly well in this race, but I don't think it was necessarily because they went hard. I think it was just the pace horses weren't good enough to win.
And they're not exactly in any hurry at all to get down to the inside, and I've noticed.
Exactly, but the winner is right up against the fence in the orange silks, in around 5th place right now. Just watched the horse in mid-division, around 7th or 8th, the grey horse, Sail on Silverbird with the orange silks. It's about to get very tight, and Large Authority in the yellow is going to receive a bump going into the bend about now-ish. There you can see just a slight bump there for the horse in yellow, then a bump between the first two, both in the orange silks and around 5th and 6th place right now. Craft in silks getting a much nicer run through behind Anud Al Mukhtara, and Sail on Silverbird. It's just all over the place, really, left, right, giving bumps, and the jockey has to eventually follow through the winner. Maybe that was the difference in first and second.
Yeah, and he wasn't willing to push the button that early on his horse, so
No.
I guess that made the difference as far as getting to the spot in time.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't get to see the full footage from this head-on. It wasn't overly indicative, but if you watched it from the front during the race, you'd have seen that instant in proper detail. Right now, Craft in Silk has already made her bid to try and win the race. And it looks like Sail on Silverbird is going to sail on by, but it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, and she comes out and sort of meets her rival on the outside there. His stick is in the right hand, so they are going to say that. I think their sticks almost hit each other at that point.
They do get a little bit close. I've not seen one single revised result since we've been here, so it'll be interesting to see what they say.
Yeah, I don't think this will be.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
either.
this was just two horses coming to the wire, and one horse just got there a little bit better than her. It was a smart ride, I thought, that just went up there, and we saw it obviously in the overhead. A decisive move while she was side by side with the runner-up beforehand. Out of these two, which one do you take out if they face each other again in similar conditions?
Yeah, safe ground at the crucial stage of the point of the race, and moved around the bend. You know, we've seen all of these races kind of been won the same way. Move on the bend, kick clear in the straight, held on, bring his horse over to the other horse to make sure that they engage in a battle. It was a good race, a competitive finish at the very least. A little bit disappointed with Hakwat.
Yeah,
She ran okay in
I
third,
agree.
but I thought she'd be a bit better. She was in a good spot and just couldn't go through with the effort. And Large Authority, the other horse I thought was a form contender, took a bit of a bump from the eventual runner-up, and from then on just couldn't really salvage her position.
And, to the chats online, David Baldwin was with you. He said he was going to go with White Stable again with number 4 with Hakwat. I'm sure he wasn't pleased with the result, but I think there's no harm in that effort. The horses are running well. It's just not quite getting there.
So many places for the White Stable this week. Just hasn't been their week, but they've had a phenomenal season so far, and the winners will fire very soon, I'm sure. It looks like Lolita says, evening from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And David said, what is going on there with the finish? It was a tight one, David. Don't think there'll be a change in the result, though.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a race riding. We'll call it, just friendly riding.
No contact really, just a bit of interference. Look at that from horse 4, in gate 4. That's congratulations.
Oh my!
Shook her head from side to side, then refused to jump out. Not something you'd want first time up in the country, that's for sure. After purchasing this horse.
Well, obviously it's a trip note, but
yeah,
but she probably got a nice little breeze out of it.
Yeah, she did eventually jump out and she tried to run, but I watched her cross the line in last, and obviously she gave away so much ground at the start, she was never going to play a part.
Yeah, so if the top 2 meet again, who do you take?
Ceylon Silverbird for me. This was the first run in Saudi Arabia, just a 3-year-old against a 4-year-old as well. Lots of reason for more improvement from this daughter of Toiling Candy compared to Craft and Silk. We've had plenty of opportunities. It's been running pretty well all year, to be honest, but I think there's just more potential for the 8.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's just efforts when horses are traveling as well and into the bridle as Craft and Silk. You so often see them bounce in their next runs.
Yeah.
Maybe she was at her peak today, and I wouldn't be shocked if next time they meet, it's not quite as effective for her. That move is not quite as effective for her.
And this was a very weak 0-85 as well, we should say. There was a real lack in depth in this race, so you'd like to think this was a great opportunity for any of these horses to get the job done, and it just so happened that Craft and Silk was the one to prevail.
So this was a very, very nice performance to see the halfway point of the card for us, and this is the end. Yeah, on the last night of the year here.
Yes.
We've had some great shows, some great races happen throughout the year here on JCSA's English channel, and obviously you've been a part of a lot of these and seeing a lot of them up close. For you, just give it a couple of moments that have really stuck out for you.
Yeah, it was difficult to try and pinpoint one. Asfan Al Khalidiyah obviously is a major contender in this part of the show when I try and pinpoint the best performance of the year. And Motorhead and Hala were 2 2-year-olds I loved at Taif, but Tabor Fail is going to be my selection for performance of the year. She won the Taif Cup in scintillating fashion for the White Stable and Camila Ospina. A lovely looking 2-year-old with a raking stride, unbeaten in 4 races so far. That Taif Cup she won by 12 3/4 lengths, and there have been 5 subsequent winners come out of the race. It's an event that's worked out very nicely, and Tabor Fail for me is the horse that I want to be following going towards the Saudi Cup.
Yeah, she is a really exciting one. For me, it is Emblem Road. He's the horse that, just on sheer class, he was the horse of the year in Saudi Arabia for me. He only ran once. He only won once. He ran twice in Saudi Arabia this season. January 13th, he won a one-sided affair, ran very well off of a big layoff. Came back and ran in the Saudi Cup and only lost by 4 lengths when he was well short for the race, and that set him up perfectly for the Dubai World Cup. And in the Dubai World Cup, for me, he was probably unlucky and probably should have won that race. So he was just the most outstanding horse of the year, and he's one of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Shamila, what about you? What was your outstanding moment or horse of the year?
Thank you very much, Michael. I've made my way onto the roof here with the beautiful race course behind me, and the horses just going around the parade ring for the next race. And what a fantastic last 6 months it has been, when it was just me starting out in Taif along with our commentators as well, and we have grown since then. I've fallen in love with a lot of horses, the likes of Hapipi Go Lucky, Dahi, Sophia Cat. However, one stood out to me, and only 2 weeks ago we saw him out here, and he was absolutely stunning, and that is Al Wakad for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. This 2-year-old is absolutely beautiful. I loved him ever since I set my eyes on him. He won this race by 6.5 lengths to Commissioner Dan, and both Alex Moreno and Lucas Gaitan, Athba Stables, are putting all of their hopes in this horse for the 2024 Saudi Derby, running on Saudi Cup night, and so am I. This is my 2024 Saudi Derby horse, so best of luck to all connections. I love this horse, and best of luck to everybody for the rest of the 2024 season here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. That was Obviously, we have three very different perspectives on what we consider the horse of the year. And
we should have asked for the fly's perspective.
I know the fly that keeps on bothering us in the studio. I wonder who they like. Yeah, it's been delightful. For me, I'm looking forward to hopefully a couple of those coming back.
Yeah.
There's the fly again. Welcome back. But yeah, we're looking forward to a few of these coming back. It's going to be another outstanding year. We'll have some news later as well as another horse who has come into Saudi Arabia who's going to be a big player.
Yes.
And we'll break that in just a few minutes. But yeah, we're going to move forward here to the seventh race. This is a 1,800 meters Saudi-bred open race for fillies and colts. And we're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Cheers, Michael. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Here we go. Race 7. We're halfway through the card. 1,800 meters for this local bred horses open. Number 1 is Riyadh for Camille Ospina. 2, Masrood, Khalid Al Mamoni. 3, Maroof for Mohammed Aldaham. 4 is Kathir, Adel Al Faradi looking for a double. 5 is Dadan, Fawas Wanas. 6 is Hashem for Ricardo Ferreira. 7 is Abo Sheikha for Tariq Al Mansur. 8 is Sam Al Moghtara, Mohammed Saeed. 9, Fanar for Abdullah Al-Orfi looking for a double. 10 is Newton for Nawaf Al Fairuz. 11, Al Nashas for Mohamed Al Nassar. 12, Al Wahi for Alexis Moreno. 13, Mozhil Naif Ananazi. And 14 is Badr Al Maidan for Fahed Al Faradi. They are the runners and the riders. Just talking about that previous race, I think they did have a look at that. The finish. I think I had one reversal, I had one disqualification. During my early days commentating last year or earlier this year at TAFE, there was one horse that got disqualified. I think in about week 5 of TAFE. So it has happened before, the odd disqualification, but it is very rare. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right. Thank you so much, Enzo. We're going to go through what's going to be a pretty good race here. And another tricky one for you to pull apart. Horses rated all over the place, really.
Yeah, it's a tricky race. I think there is one clear standout in Kathir. I'm hoping that this horse will get the job done. You know, I've been confident about 3 horses today. 2 have won, one, which was the white stable horse, beaten by your selection, the red stable horse, back in the maiden, finished second. So this is another one of those confident picks. I think Kathir is a clear standout in the race. Just based on that last amount of effort. And actually, when you look at this contest, you have horses like Newton, rated 96, but just 1 win. You've got Riyadh, rated 86, but not found a form recently. Then you have Kathir, 9 victories from 30 in his career, won a grade 3 event last time up, dropping down in grade with the best jockey right now on board, and everything seems to be going his way.
How often does he back it up, though? He does come off a victory.
He used to quite a lot. In the last 2 seasons, he's regressed a touch, but he's dropping down in grade, as I say, from a grade Group 3 to an open race. So this should be a little bit easier for him. And if he runs that race that he did last time, which I think there's a good possibility, given he's had a nice little bit of freshening, then he'll likely take this contest.
Yeah, we have 14 going to post here. And we'll get started just running down. We have Riyadh, who's going to be number 1. He'll be in shot in just a few seconds. But just to get started on him, 8-year-old gelding by Cat Dreams, rated 89, which puts him on the sort of the mid-level almost, or lower side of the mid-level as far as the ratings go in this race.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina rides as well, which is a good jockey booking. He doesn't often ride for these connections, as we see a few race goers here at the track, taking in all of the horses around the paddock. This gelding was back to form last time, went 3rd. That was just last week. It was a fine run. He'll need to improve, though, to beat Kathir.
Yeah, number 2 is Masrood. 1 win from the 22 starts, was 7th last time.
Yeah, just a limited amount of winning experience. 1 victory, came in a maiden, struggled, went up in grade.
As I don't see the cameraman following the horses quite yet, I guess we'll move on here to number 3. This is Maroof, 6 wins from 35 starts.
Yeah, another horse that was prolific early in his career, but he's a 10-year-old now and generally struggling to get the job done. Mohammed Aldaham rides, and jockeys look like they're just getting on board.
Yeah, jockeys being called to pose with the bell there. Kathir, number 4, we had mentioned prior. There's 9 wins, 100 rating.
Lovely looking individual as well. I'm just looking at him over our shoulder, and he's just a really nice type, with super prolific in his career, winning almost 33% of his races. Adel Al-Faradi doesn't often ride for Prince Saud bin Salman. It's usually Luis Morales or Alex Moreno, but today he gets the mount on Kathir.
Yeah, he's the same such as the Emblem Road was my selection for Horse of the Year earlier. Dadan, number 5 there is Dadan, 1 win from 10 starts.
Cannot win this race based on what we've seen so far. Barely beaten a horse this year.
Hashem is 1 for 13, number 6 for the Red Stable.
Represents leading connections. Ricardo Souza Ferreira had 2 winners yesterday, so he's riding well this week, but again, only rated 69 and should struggle against these.
Number 7 is Abu Sheikha, 4 wins, 13 runs locally, and comes off of a victory.
In fine form so far this season. I actually selected this horse when I can't remember if it was last season or first time up this year, but it was one of the victories. So it was tough to go against him. He's at least firing in wins this year. Maybe he'll finish second.
Shamila seems to like number 7 as well. Shamila, tell us about it.
I do indeed, Michael, and the horses are just making their way out for this 7th contest of the evening, and I've finally made my way off the roof down to trackside, down by where the ponies are, and my selection, horse number 7, Abu Sheikha, is just coming up behind me here, now rated 90, partnered with one of our star apprentice jockeys, Tariq Al-Mansour. So this horse was first back at meeting at 74, nice turnaround, and he just looks absolutely stunning. He is a 4-year-old grey gelding. Not very often we see geldings around here, but he is stunning. I could not take my eyes off him while I was coming down the stairs back into the parade ring, so I think he is definitely a stunner on and off the track, definitely. Another one that caught my eye but doesn't have such great form, did have a winner back at meeting 61, horse number 9, Fanar, with Abdullah Alofi for the Red Stables. Just passing me there. That was good timing, and only one paddock negative for you in this field. It's horse number 3, Maruf, just looking like carrying a little bit too much condition, but I will be sticking with horse number 7.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. We'll move on to horse number 8. We have Sam Al-Muqtara, 3 wins, 27 local starts.
Small step in the right direction last time when finishing 8th after finishing 14th just 6 days earlier. This is a big jump in class for him. I don't think he'll play part in the finish.
Number 9 is Fanar, mentioned briefly there by Shamila. Fanar has 2 wins and 9 local runs, 1-3 back at meeting 61.
Disappointing 3 weeks ago, but a return to that victory makes him a player. Let's have a look at Kathia. The horse I think's got this race by the strong grip. I think he gets the job done. If he gets anywhere near this last performance and we pick him up, he's off the speed. You're thinking you're 5 wide, you're losing ground on the turn. Your horse to the inside is arguably finishing quicker than Kathia, yet he still manages to switch leads and quicken up in the home straight.
And you could wind up being 2 for 2 with your horses your horses to watch from earlier today.
Yeah, from the menu, hopefully. I really do think this horse has got a phenomenal chance. Not as strong as Hassan Al Khaladir had a chance in the first race.
He repeats this race again. That seems to be where winners are coming from as well.
Exactly, yeah. If he run exactly how he did here, just slightly off the pace, wide on the track, then everything should go A-OK.
All right, and those Silks have plenty of wins behind them, always ones to watch. I'm interested to see, if you have to choose between the 2 Red Stable horses, who do you lean toward? They seem to be, obviously there's 14 pounds between them, but I feel like that might not be there might not be as much disparity.
Maybe not. I think Fanar just has the more cast iron claims with the 2 victories and the recent win at least this season. But Harshem's an interesting runner in this race. You know, they didn't have to come here with him, so they obviously think he's better than his mark of 69. Talking of marks, horse number 10, Newton, rated 96 after just 1 victory. Interesting. First run in 12 months as well. However, this horse did finish 3rd in a Grade 1, Group 1, 2 seasons ago.
So he must, he has a lot of questions there, but there seems to be a bit of class to him.
Yes, exactly. Got some back class.
Al-Nashas is our aforementioned Centurion. 103 starts, makes his 104th, 16 victories.
103 races. It would be great to see him go closer or win this race, but I doubt it's going to happen here. He's been super prolific in his career. He's racked up a huge amount of prize money.
Yeah, he's done well. Must have been absolutely outstanding for his owners and a good pupil, a good soldier throughout his career. Rated 90 is number 12, Al-Wahif. 4 victories. He won 3 back, but he was 13th last time. 2
wins this year, come at Taif. He's got place possibilities.
Mose Hill is number 13, 3 wins to his credit. 7-year-old horse has 38 starts.
Seems to be going downhill recently. I don't know whether that's just because of age or whether he's just better suited to Taif. His best run this season came at meeting 15.
And without a rating, but looking quite well in the flesh there, was Badr Al-Maidan. 0 for 2, was 4th in his first start, 13th last time.
Yeah, not for me. This horse had only made his debut as a 5-year-old in the latter part of this season. The 4th on debut was fine, but his 2 runs in maidens just don't stack up in open company.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you're going to stick with Kathir
Yeah.
as the logical type in here.
Absolutely.
I don't know. To me, it's a tough race. It's a tough race to try to pick a what we call like a value play against the logical favorite in here.
I think. Go on.
No, I mean, if I'm going to do anything, either Fanar or Newton to give him a chance to come back to his class. Fanar is a horse that, has won, a couple months ago. Obviously, has the rating to factor here. But I've also chosen Alafi in the last 2 races.
Yeah.
It's not done it for me.
That's true. That is very true. I do think there are 3 different angles you can have. If you want to go against Kathir, I personally am not going to, but you obviously would like to. Fanar being 1 could bounce back. Abu Sheikha is at least in form and improving, and Newton has the back class. I think there are 3 different angles to take this likely winner Kathir on if you wanted to. But again, as I say, I'm going to stick with the 4.
Yeah, you are. So Tom is going to stick with the logical horse here in Kathir, number 4. I will go with Newton, number 10. Give him a chance to come back and justify that 96 rating. Who does Enzo like out there?
Well, I've been listening to everything that you've said. I think Kathir is the likely winner, so I'm kind of on board with TC again here, I'm afraid. Yeah, I think this horse looked at picture on the way down, and I'm going to stick with Kathir in this spot. But it is a really intriguing little contest, this one, isn't it? We've got 14 runners. There is Kathir. I thought he looked magnificent in his slower paces here. Adel Al-Faradi won race 5 today. There's number 12, has got the green bandages. That is Al Wahif. Alex Moreno on board that one. 7 is a grey Shaker for Tariq Alman. So it's really impressed, isn't he, with his maturity for one so young. Had that winner yesterday. Camille Spina riding Riyadh here, number 1. You're going 1,800 metres in this open race on the way. Masrood, number 2, another one that's looked quite well on the way down. So race 7, just over the mark. It's the extended shoot they have down the back straight here at Riyadh. Floodlights well and truly on now. Have that long run down the back straight. Well, they'll join up with the main track. They begin that long sweeping turn back into the home straight. One in the middle, just having some adjustments there. Jockey is now back on board. Looks to be Badr Al Maidan, that was, who was just having a check of the girth. The saddle was slightly loose. First one being led forward now. Dadan, led towards the stalls, number 5. So race 7 worth 47,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner. Number 3 here, Maroof for Mohammed Aldaham, the veteran of the grey. Number 4 though, Kathir, the one that Tom was keen on. Only 1 in so far. Just Dadan. Second one to go forward now is Badr Al Maidan to the outside draw, stall 14. About to go in. Masrood is number 2. Here's number 9. This is Fanar. You'll notice the white cap for Abdullah Alofi there to distinguish between the first colours of the red stable, which is worn by Ricardo Ferreira on board Hashem, a white cap Fanar. About half the field in. Still got Riyadh to go into gate 1. This is Hashem into 6. Ricardo Ferreira. Stall 1 now being filled by Riyadh. And then Maroof, the grey. Here's Kathir, white and blue. Blue and white for Sam Al Moghtara. Goes into the 8th stall. This is Newton. closer to a start then. Waiting for Newton to go in. Nawaf Al Fayrouz on board. In the background there, in the kind of burgundy colours, is Moz Hill. Nawaf Al Nazi. Moz Hill. This is the one we're waiting for. Got the stand pretty well. Handler is in to stay with Dadan. Dadan's been in the stalls for a little while now. So it's taken quite a while to get these runners in. Moz Hill is the one we're still waiting for. The gate 13. Dadan has been in the stalls for a good 2.5, 3 minutes now. So we wait for Moz Hill to come in. This horse has got a little bit warm now. Nawaf Al Nazi. He's got a lot of experience, this horse, but really playing up today for whatever reason. Nawaf returning from his ban. Moment, this horse doesn't want to go. Look at him absolutely fighting it, really resisting. Now Moz Hill won't go in. Now 14 is getting restless. Badr Al Maidan. Going to go without it. They've gone without number 13, Moz Hill. Refused to go in the stalls. They've gone without him. So 13 runners now are underway over the 1,800 metres, the long stretch down the back straight. One of the first to show is Abo Shaker, one of the greys in the orange colours. Is just about the first to go on here to Maroof, who's racing in second place. Then comes Kathir, who's got a nice slot just in behind the speed. Racing a bit wider out, we have Newton, another grey up on the outside. Newton in turn is being tracked through them by Fanar with the white cap as they go through the first 400 metres. The early leader, though, is Abo Shaker, in front by 1 length to Dadan, the green cap going into second place. The grey horse Maroof is more towards the inside. They're being followed by Al Nashas, who's just off the speed. Wider out to find Kathir, who's in about the 4 path, white and blue colours. So that one's outside. Then we have Newton the grey. Further back to find the white cap of Fanar being chased along. The red cap of Hashem is next under Ricardo Ferreira. One that's going the extreme long way round on the outside then in the blue and white is Badr Al Maidan, who's losing all ground all the while. Right towards the back too is Sam Al Mokhtar as they make the turn then back in towards the crown of the bend. The leader is Abo Shaker by half a length. Here comes Kathir, who's had everything go right so far. He's got the box seat in second place. He's out in the 1-1. Behind these in third is Dadan as they swing for home. The leader's still going well though. Abo Shaker leads by 3 parts. Kathir trying hard. In fact, it's 2 lengths now. And all of a sudden, Kathir is flat to the boards in second place. And Abo Shaker has got a kick here. Still leads for Tariq Al Mansour. Kathir, though, now regathers himself to have one more go at the leader as they race inside the final 250. Here comes Kathir on the outside. Far side Abo Shaker. It's a straight fight between them. They're going for a hammer and tongs battle here. Kathir down the outside, beginning to get up late on. And Kathir, Adnan Al Faradi at the double. Kathir, he wore down Abo Shaker, who went down fighting in second, and they were clear of Al Wahayf in third place. Another winner for Tom and myself. I'll claim that one too. Kathir, good shot, TC. Adel Al Faradi at the double, reminding everybody just how good he is at being a top jockey around this track. That was a real proper ding-dong battle, wasn't it, between Kathir and Abo Shaker. The pendulum swinging one way, then the other up the home straight, but Kathir wins at number 4. Winning time 1 minute 53.64 seconds. Wins by 3/4 of a length. Second, number 7, Abo Shaker. And third, number 12, Al Wahayf. Maroof in fourth. It's a 4-7-12 finish. Kathir gets up, wears down the grey Abo Shaker.
what a race. Another very close finish, and that's the second time this has happened to me today that my horse has got chinned, but very well done to Tom Collins and of course Enzo, who decided to stick with horse number 4 Kathir in our 7th race of the day. And it is indeed a double for jockey Adel Al-Faredi on the card, and it is only the 7th race, so he could quite possibly get a few more wins before the end of the weekend as well. So very well done to all involved, especially Prince Saud bin Salman. Abdulaziz, the owner of this horse, rated 100, so no wonder Tom Collins sided with the horse. However, I'm only joking. 3 wins for Tom now, 2 for me. Really good effort from the team to get the 1-2, and very, very well done to Adel Al-Faredi, the jockey, and Mitab Al-Muwala, the trainer as well.
Thank you so much, Shamila. This is actually an excellent performance. Tom, you are on fire as far as the tipping goes, and we are looking at obviously a horse with just an abundance of talent. A little focus needed.
Yes, a little bit of focus. He also hasn't switched leads again at the top of the straight for a while. This exact thing happened last time, and I reviewed it and I said, this horse needs to be more professional. I don't think he'll win next time. But because he dropped down in grade, he had to have a phenomenal chance today. He was by far the most likely winner of the race coming in. He had the perfect trip. Adele gave him another A+ ride. Adele continues to surprise me because everything he rides is just given a great chance of winning.
Yeah, and it's quite apropos considering we talked about Emblem Road earlier. This is the exact, the last time the horse ran, the exact owner, trainer, and rider. So yeah, big run.
Yeah. The runner-up ran very well as well, we should say, Abu Shaker.
And then you mentioned right before, and a tout to you as well, that was probably the greatest threat in the race.
Yeah, exactly. A horse that's in form, winning 2 of his last 3 starts, and he went straight to the front. Another good ride from a great rider in Tariq Al Mansour, potentially the future of Saudi jockeys, only 16 years old. He was very aggressive on Abu Shaker and really gave this Kathir a scare.
Yeah, he's a strong traveling jockey, actually, a strong riding jockey. He really tries to get him home, and that's the enthusiasm of youth. Oh,
yes, exactly. We just saw the start there. Horse number 14, Badr Al Maidan, missed it briefly, as did horse number 8, Salm Al Moghtara, and horse 13, Mozhill, refused to enter the stalls.
Yeah, this is straight up. No lack of drama today as far as the gate goes.
No, exactly. But in the race itself, it was Tariq Al Mansour who made his intentions very clear from the outset, getting straight to the front on Abu Shaker. He didn't go overly hard. You can tell the field is all grouped up, only around 6 lengths separating all bar 1 of the runners in this race. And the eventual winner is currently in 4th, Adel Al-Faredi again. Just let this horse find his stride for the first 200 metres, then started moving up as the bend approached.
Yeah, and you see the eventual runner-up is traveling like a horse that you expect to give this to have every chance as well. Around the bend, I thought the runner-up Abu Shaker was actually going to possibly steal this one, and as you see her entering the straight here in just a moment, steals away actually a length away from your horse.
Yeah, he quickens up nicely, Abu Shaker. It was a good performance off the front end, and he had every chance to hold off Kathir, but we saw in the footage just of Kathir's win last time in the Group 3, just he engages like a 6th or 7th gear when necessary in the final 200 metres. Takes him a while to switch leads, which is why he doesn't go by immediately. He just cannot go up that gear that he has. But once Adele forces him to switch, around now, he's able to pick up and go ahead of this Abu Shaker, who does hang out a little bit to the right.
Yeah, both of the horses are responding, away from the crop at that point. But the winner is, it seemed that there were only maybe a couple of moments in the top of the stretch where you had any worry at all, or were you absolutely confident?
I was pretty confident. I know it sounds like after timing, but you guys can vouch for me during the race. I was pretty confident Kathir was going to go by. He didn't go by as quickly as maybe I anticipated before the race started, but during the race I thought he was given such a great ride, and he had the perfect trip that he must have had plenty of energy left in the tank, and he proved that.
Yeah, we've had some interesting bits of drama here and there throughout the afternoon, some tight finishes, and to me we see this on Saturdays all the time. We have no lack of talent obviously available, but at the same time we have thrilling finishes with well-matched fields.
Yeah, and this is a second win on the day for Adel Al-Faredi. That's 5 now for the week, and it's It's Adele's week. Camilla's
Yeah.
not had a winner, which is surprising. I think that might be the first time that's happened
Yeah,
since I've been here.
how often does that happen?
Exactly. So actually, Adele was 30 wins behind in the title, but now he's down to 25. So, you know, he'll be revitalised, I think.
Yeah. Hello from the other side, Adele. Hopefully you get it done.
Yep.
I think that it's going to be a fun last third of the card here.
For sure.
Actually, it wouldn't be third. Would it be less, whatever, it's 35% of the card we have coming up. It's going to be a lot of wide open races, a lot of higher end races as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple of opens to come. We've got obviously the feature race of the evening, which is the Ministry of Sports Cup. But we have a non-winners of 3 event next, and then we follow that with an Arabian contest. So there's a mix of talent. Maybe we've already seen the best performance of the day, thoroughbred and Arabian horse with Asfan Al Khalidiyah and Kathir just there. But there are still some nice horses to go. Hopefully we can add to the winners tally of the team. It would be quite nice to end on a high.
Yeah, I hope so. For me, it's going to be sort of a. Saturdays are always a thrill because the action kind of ramps up day after day. Thursday you have your younger horses, your maidens, your unexposed sorts. Friday you have usually a cup race or something of sorts to sort of dabble your foot into the class pits. And then on Saturday we have these top class races, and it's only going to get bigger and better as we move on toward the Saudi Cup in just about 9 or 10 weeks' time.
Yes, exactly.
Now, earlier on today, Shamila had a very special guest with her, and Hector Alexander. Very fascinating story there, and we'll let Shamila take you through it.
I am joined by an extraordinary man, Hector Alexander, who has started out on his bicycle in the UK and has ended up in Saudi Arabia on his way to Japan. Now, Hector, you have a fantastic story. Just explain to me a little bit about what you're doing and why.
So hi, yeah. So I was running a tech startup in London, and I suddenly had this realization that I needed to see the world and want to meet people in it. And I realized that being on the back of a bicycle is a good way to do that. It's a non-intrusive way of seeing villages and towns. So I started cycling 4 months ago, and I went through Europe and been camping on the way. Got to Istanbul, flew to Egypt, cycled through Egypt, and I've just spent the last 30 days cycling in Saudi Arabia. And it's by far the most beautiful country I've been to.
And Prince Bandar actually found you on the side of the road, is that true?
Yeah, exactly. So I was just stopping to get a coffee, and he pulled up and he said hi, and I thought that was very kind of him. He wanted a selfie, could you believe it? So then we got chatting, and I said I was going to head to Riyadh, and so he said, you must come and see the horses. So here I am, visiting you, so thanks.
And I know you don't keep track of these types of things because that's not what your adventure is about, but how many kilometres have you racked up in total?
I reckon I've gone around 6,000 kilometres, and the last 2,400 have been in Saudi itself. And so I started in Dubai, and then headed to Yanbu, to Jeddah, and then across to Riyadh, and then I'm going to head further east across to Bahrain, and I'm really stunned by the generosity of the Saudi people. Everyone is so hospitable. About 5 or 6 times a day I'm invited in to people's homes for tea, for coffee. I've stayed in lots of people's houses from all parts of society, and it's really been an incredible experience, and it's one that I'll take back to the UK and explain to everyone that they must come to Saudi and visit and really be tourists here.
And some people must think you're mental because it has to be really taxing on your body riding that many miles.
Funnily enough, it's not so much taxing on the body, but psychologically it can be a little bit taxing. And especially when I was in places like Serbia, where there weren't many people who spoke English, where I was a long way away from home, it was difficult. But then when you come to countries like Saudi Arabia, there are so many people who are your friends here. And it's not so psychologically difficult because it's not so lonely. So really, it's more of a psychological game than a physical game, I would say.
And when do you reckon that you will reach your endpoint, which is Japan? And do you think you will stop at Japan, or do you think you could even go over to Australia?
It all depends on how I feel when I get to Japan. I reckon in 8 months I'll get there, and then I have toyed with the idea of continuing around the world. One of my friends is doing that at the moment, but I am fearful that I would not be able to reintegrate back into society if I became that wild man who was living in South America for another year. So let's see.
And tell me a little bit about what you think about the racetrack here, and are you an avid racegoer in the UK?
So in the UK, I go to the Grand National a lot, and this is on that level, if not surpasses it. It's a really, well, first of all, the food is great. I've had a lot of food already this afternoon, and I've been watching the racing, and as a man who doesn't drink, it's good not to have the distraction or the temptation here. But yeah, it's a really professional and amazingly sophisticated race course, and the hospitality's been very good.
Well, it's fantastic to have you here, Hector, and I wish you all the best on the rest of your journey.
Thank you so much. Thanks for meeting with me today.
Yeah, some effort, isn't it, from Hector Alexander? Mammoth cycle ride. He hopes to be in Japan in 8 months' time. It's a hell of an effort. I was reading about it on his website, actually, on hectoralexander.com, and he put some really good pictures up there. His stops, and he's put a few pictures up from his trip around Saudi Arabia so far. And great, he's come to the races to have a look at the action today. Good luck to Hector. It's some effort, isn't it? I wouldn't fancy that. If I cycle a mile, I've done well. Right, let's go on to our next race, which is race number 8. We move on to the nominees of 3. Colts and fillies in action here. Ashkana, Fahad Al Faradi. 2 is Had Al Gaham, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 3 is Fayar, Abdullah Al Sayedi. 4 is Najd Al Wafara, Alex Moreno. 5 is Sabiq Wa Masbouk for Azuz Al Yesh. Number 6 is Aladire for Abdullah Al Odib. 7 is Habas, Farwas Wanas. 8, Eshtahar for Eddie Castro. 9, Monat Al Bari, Khalid Al Mamoni. 10's a scratch, take out Alim Al Samawi, out. 11, Latoja Del for Mohammed Al Shariba. 12 is Hathaf, Ricardo Ferreira. 13, Thalik for Adel Al Faradi, the man of the moment, at double already. 14 is Farisa, Louis Morales on board the Al Gaith stable. 15, Zajran, Tariq Al Mansur. 16, Shagboom Al Kale for Naif Al Anazi. 17 is Bantuta for Thurb Altamat. 18 is Mosaka, Rakan Al Abaid. 19, Al Safdi for Ahmad Al Shara. And 20 is now scratched. Take out Motesama. So scratch 10, scratch 20, 18 left, going 2,000 metres for our next race. And runners are in the paddock. Let's go back to Michael and Tom.
All right, thank you so much. We're actually going to go through these runners and riders right now ourselves. Ashkarna is one winner from 10 starts. This is a roaring favourite, 4-year-old gelding.
The victory came in a 0-60 handicap. Last time up, it wasn't a bad effort at all. It was a clear career best, which is why this horse has gone from a mark of 56 straight up to 81. This is going to be pretty tough today.
Yes, indeed. Number 2 is Had Al Magdam, is 1 for 13, comes out of a 13th place finish.
Beaten comfortably the last twice, only beat one runner back at meeting 72, and last time finished in midfield.
Faya is number 3, 2 wins from 17 starts.
Withdrawn last time after causing a bit of a ruckus in the stalls, so going in and being calm in the starting gates is number 1 priority.
Number 4 is Najid Al Wafa'a, 1 win from 9 starts and 9th last time.
That came in a 0-90 contest over 2,400 metres, dropping down to 2,000 today, and the best form for this colt has been on turf.
Sabiq Wa Masbouk is 2 victories from 31 starts, rated 73, is number 5.
Just regressing now, this gelding. I don't think he's capable of winning a non-winners of 3 at the age of 5.
Let the camera catch up and he'll be there in just a moment. He seems to have a lot of interest in Najib Al Wafa'a. That is Sabiq Wa Masbouk. Definitely a little bit long in the coat in the back, not exactly screaming one that I would select at this point, and looks like he'd rather be somewhere else. Number 6 will be in shot in just a moment is Aladire. It's 1 for 15, 7th last time.
Again, another horse in here that's probably not good enough to beat this opposition. The 7th last time was a fair run, but that's all he's done this year, fair runs, nothing exceptional.
Habas is number 7, the son of Premium Tap, 2 wins from 25 starts.
As I'm sure you can guess, being Premium Tap, he's started his career with the White Stable, and then subsequently moved on. This is his 4th different owner.
Number 8 is Eshtahar, a macho 4-year-old gelding, 2 for 13, a pair of seconds.
Has been running well over shorter trips, going up in distance now.
Monat Al-Bari is 1 for 19, number 9.
Seems to have lost the form in Riyadh, better form in Taif.
Halfway through them, let's see what Shamila likes in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's the 8th race of the evening, so nearly over and out for us. I've decided to go with horse number 1, Ashkarna, for Fahad Al Faradi, and I gave him strict instructions just before coming on air saying, you better win because I'm choosing your horse, and he said inshallah, so hopefully the message has got through and Fahad Al Faradi can glide over the finish line in style. This horse is rated 81, so up there in the ratings, and jumping out of stall number 1, so hopefully he can jump out really nicely and just stay out of the kickback, out of everybody's way, and hopefully my horse doesn't get chinned yet again. So that's the horse I'm going to go with. A paddock negative for you is horse number 17, Bantuta, just getting really hot behind the saddle, sweaty in between her back legs as well. So that is a little bit of a red flag for me because it's a little bit chilly out here, and we will be dragging Tom Collins out to the mini studio today. You managed to get away with it yesterday, Tom, but not today. Another horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 13 for brother riding, Adel Al Faradi, who is chasing a hat trick, but I will be sticking with horse number 1, All Hopeful.
Thank you so much. Shamila, number 11 is Natoja Del, is 1 for 19, 5th last time and the time before.
Has struggled lately for a white stable horse running in this kind of grade. Not strong record in his career. He's slowly improving this season, but just not for me in this race.
Hathaf has only made 2 starts, number 12, and comes off a victory.
Won a 0 to 70 handicap on the first try over this trip latest. Still unexposed at the distance.
Interesting horse indeed. Number 13 is Talik. 2 wins, 34 starts, comes off a 6th place finish.
That came in a 1600 metre open contest. The trip is ideal for him today. I think Adel Al Faradi is booked for a reason.
Farasa is number 14, 1 for 22 for this son of Harlington, daughter of Harlington.
Seasonal reappearance for this horse, but represents leading connections, Lewis Morales and Gaith Al Gaith.
Sazran is number 15, 1 for 14, was 5th, 2 back.
Just outclassed in this kind of race, only rated 60.
Number 16 is Shangmum Al-Khail, 2 for 20, 8th last time.
A player, this 4-year-old colt, he's got a good rider with Nathan Nazi on, but a wide draw, as we see a bit of footage from last time up.
Yeah, indeed.
This is Esh Tahar on the inside in the red stable silks. Finished second back at meeting 80. Again, gallant all the way to the line, but just couldn't overhaul the eventual winner, losing out around half a length. No excuses.
Yeah, and a bit of a quick return. That was on December 22nd. All right. And there's Ashkarna, looking quite well.
And we pick up the footage where Ashkarna's in around midfield right now, trying to make a run in between horses. Does kind of do that, you know, tries to power through late in the day, but just cannot overhaul the leader. This was a good run, and this trip is perfectly fine for Ashkarna. This was a nice contest. I think it was a sales race, and as I say in the runner-by-runner, this was a huge step up on what Ashkarna had previously performed. The winner was Monsieur Jumbo, ex-Kevin Ryan horse, rated in the 90s.
Yeah.
Hence why Ashkarna is now rated 81.
Yeah, horse 8 you see in the shot right there. He's been playing up a bit and sort of misbehaving while the cameras have been off, but now we're on him, and we're going to be following to make sure that Eshtahar is going to at least behave a bit.
Yeah, exactly. You'd want this horse to calm down a touch. We just saw in the footage that he's a bit of a one-trick pony insofar as he goes forward in his race and doesn't really finish off well. So if he's burning some of that energy that he likes to use in the early part before the race, then his tank is really going to be empty late.
Yeah, Eddie's usually good at, Eddie Castro is on the horse, usually really good at calming a horse down, especially beforehand. So hopefully, same with the legs out at that point, out of the stirrups, we'll get him nice and calm beforehand, because I was going to select the horse, and now I'm not sure I am.
There are a couple of horses down the bottom that we haven't touched on. I'll give a brief line on a couple of them. Shagmoom Al-Khail, horse 16, is a player, as we just touched on there, with Naif Al-Nazi on. Bantuta, 1 from 21, just no show in 3 starts this year. Then you've got Mosaka, horse number 18. At least this horse had a victory last time up. The majority of these have been a bit below par recently, but Mosaka really bounced back. He is a touch inconsistent and the draws are negative. And there's horse number 19 going down. That is Al Safti, 1 from 13 and didn't beat Arrival last time.
All right, and as mentioned prior, number 10 and 20 are out of this one. So we have 18 going to post in what is a, I would say fairly wide open. We have so we have 3 or 4 up top that sort of figure the most.
Agreed. You can make a short list of 3 or 4. But even then, this isn't a race where you can say almost certainly the winner will come from those, because they are generally a little bit inconsistent. But on recent form, the likes of horse number 1, Ashkana, horse number 8, Eshtahar, horse number 13, Thalik, and horse number 16, Shagmum Al Khail. I'd say they're the 4 that really could dominate this contest. I'm going to side with horse number 13, Thalik, for Adel Al Furedi. 5 wins on the week.
Well, that solves it for me then, because I narrowed it down between Thalik and Eshtahar, and I'm going to give Eshtahar the nod, just for variety and bragging rights if I get it right. But it wouldn't be a shock at all, because Thalik just seems like the more logical form-wise going into the race, has every right to return to his best, and obviously Adele getting a 6th win on the weekend wouldn't be a shock at all.
Exactly. My one concern with Thalik is that the last 100 metres are going to be a bit of a struggle. He ran over 1600 last time. It was in an open, and that is the best piece of form currently on offer. But yeah, if he's not in front at the 1800 metre pole, I think we might struggle. I'm going to stick with Thalik anyway.
All right, and I think you're with Thalik. I'll be with Eshtahar, number 8, and I believe Ashkarna, number 1, for Shamila. We'll go to Enzo as he lets the horses load where he likes as well. He's having a good day.
Cheers, Michael. Yeah, I like the look of number 4 here, Najd Al Wafar.
I'm going to quickly go to the toilet, okay?
I'm going to go with here, son of Art Connoisseur, to hopefully run well. Big field of runners behind the start then. This is a race for nominals of 3. 4-year-olds and up. Got a few fillies in the race as well to make it interesting. Number 1, Ashkana, Fahad Al Furedi on board. 2 is one of the fillies, Had Al Gamam. Nawaf Al Modiani riding. She's a daughter of Dubai destination. I just thought number 4 looked well. He's not the biggest, Najd Al Wafar. Thought he could perhaps figure in the finish here. 11 is a grey, kind of a steel grey looking horse, Tojadel. And Keith Otterson there, the clerk of the course. Of course, Keith moved out to take over at Riyadh. He did great work at Newbury, didn't he, going back in the day? He was at Chepstow as well for many years. We really have recruited the best here at Riyadh in terms of our staff. We've got a great team of stewards, and obviously clerk of the course now as well, Keith Otterson, who did such good work at Newbury and Chepstow and other tracks, I think, as well in the past. Right, number 12 going in. Atharth, the light green. Goes forward here. Look at the track. It's making difference just under the floodlights here. That long stretch down the back straight. The 2,000 metres, the 1.25 miles. They'll run down the back and then begin that long swing into the home straight here at Riyadh. It really is a wonderful shot when you get the drone shots and see what faces the runners here. So it won't be too long before we're underway here for what is our 8th race today, the 2,000 metres. This is our 6:40 race as we head towards 6:45 local time. This is Hard Al Gamam in the red and black colours, number 2. That's to go in for Nawaf Al Modiani. Of course, being a non-handicap, they'll just load into race card order for the stalls here. 7 is at Habas. Grey horse still to go forward. This is Mossakar, who's going into one of the wide stalls. Blue with the white spots going in next is Thalik. Checked colours, Ashkana, dark grey and white to go forward now. Goes in Ashkana. Eshtatha is another grey to load. We're almost there. Just about ready, and they're off. Gates back and they're racing. They've jumped away over the 2,000 metres long stretch down the far side here. Fayar's up there early on, got out well in dark blue and black colours with a white cap towards the inside. Had Al Gamam also got off to a decent beginning, but one coming across now on the outside from the high draw is Shagmum Al Kale to come and hit the front as they race through the first 400 metres or so. Shagmum Al Kale has a narrow lead towards the inside, right up there too. We have on the rails, that is Sabiq Wa Masbouk, as they race through the first 400 metres or so now. So up front with the lead towards the inside still, that is Shagmum Al Kale. Shagmum Al Kale in front. Leads narrowly by a length and a half. The grey up on the outside trying to get a bit closer with the green cap is the Toja Del. Just ridden along in between those is Habas as they go through the first 750. Just off the pace in yellow, red and black colours is Mona Al Bari trying to get a bit closer. And then more towards the outside of the group we have Mossakar in the light blue and orange colours. Another one that's caught very deep on the track in the blue and yellow is Bantutar. That one's just losing a bit of ground now. Trying to get a bit closer is the grey Eshtef there in the red stable colours, Eddie Castro, who are ridden along to do so. Meanwhile up front, still these two leaders are duelling here. Shagmum Al Kale, Naif Adanazi, black sleeves on the inside leads. The green cap is Latoja Del on the outside. They are 4 lengths clear of in behind. That's Hathaf trying to get a bit closer against the rails in the light green colours. Ridden along is Eshtatha, the grey, and then further back to find Mona Al Bari. Nothing at all from off the pace so far. Turning for home, 400 to go. The leader has got a kick here. The leader is Shagmum Al Kale. Still leads by a length and a half. The second horse now looks a bit tired on the outside. The green cap under pressure there as they race down for the final 250. On the inside, still trying to pick up some ground. That is Hathaf, but the leader's gone clear. The leader's Shagmum Al Kale, looking for an all-the-way success, is 6 lengths clear with 150 to go. Now staying on in second is Eshtatha, but surely too much to do to catch the runaway leader, and Shagmum Al Kale is going to go gate to wire for Naif Adanazi. Eshtatha for second place, running on for third from a long way back was hard. Al Gamam got going too late, and they were clear of Hathaf and the others. Shagmum Al Kale has won it. Naif Adanazi has been fairly quiet recently, but he gets his winner here. Little salute to the crowd as well from Naif. Top rider around this track. Second place went to the grey, who sort of run in snatches a bit for Eddie Castro. Eshtatha did finish second. 16 the winner. 8 in second, and third was number 2, Had Al Gamam. 2 minutes, 07.68 seconds the winning time. 3 lengths the margin of victory. An all-the-way success for Shagmum Al Kale.
And that is a first win of the weekend for jockey Naif Al-Anazi, currently back off his 4-day ban. So I'd say he's absolutely delighted with that. Horse number 16, Shagmoom Al Khail, has got up to win the 8th race of the day for the horses who won 1 to 2 races worth 90,000 Saudi Riyal. Jumped really nicely there out of stall 16, this 4-year-old colt by Worldly out of Iskab, rated 84. Has added a 3rd win to his name this time. Has had a bit of an up and down season. 8th last time out, meeting 78. Hasn't been in the placings since meeting 51, where he came 4th. But really, really well done there for Al Sharif Hazza Shakir and sons there, the owners, and of course the trainer Abdulaziz Al Musa. So this horse has plenty of experience under his belt. This is his 21st run, it'll be, carrying 60 kilos as well. So one of the heaviest horses in the race, but absolutely no bother there for jockey Naif Al-Anazi. High fives and smiles and hugs all round for Naif Al-Anazi, his first win back off a ban. And it's great to see, I mean, Naif just really loves the game. He loves all of his horses. It's difficult to find jockeys who are so enthusiastic, like outwardly enthusiastic about their jobs and their love for racing and horses. But Naif is the epitome of that. He is absolutely fantastic for racing. So a big hug for his valet there as well, just as Naif Al-Anazi weighs in for the 8th race of the day. And this is actually our last meeting of 2023 as well, so I'm sure he's happy about that as well. We'll go over to him now. Congratulations to Naif Al-Anazi for winning the 8th race of the evening.
Thank you. Thanks God showed me. It's a nice horse.
And tell me a little bit about the race. You broke really well. You stayed in front all the way around, and it seemed really easy for him.
Seriously, Shumela, this horse before Crown Prince, he's doing very well racing. He's starting maybe like 7 with me. Today, the different horses, the different destination, 2,000, not 2,400. When the beginning guys come in the front, I control the race. From 1,000 or 800, I know my horse and I know me win. If not coming, something problem.
Were you a little bit worried about stall 16 because it's a little bit on the outside?
Yeah, and some horse for King Stable, all the way, all the time he coming, like a pacemaker with me. But thanks God, I hope inshallah more future for the owner Sharif Hazza and Sharif Khalid and the trainer. Happy inshallah more future for this stable.
And you've had a great season so far. 2023 has been a good year for you. Would you say it's one of your best years in the saddle?
Yeah, I hope so inshallah. And happy Christmas for all. I hope inshallah for all the people he's happy, and for the jockey, all the jockey safe, and the trainer inshallah more future for the all trainers, Shimi.
Thank you so much, Naif. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, enthusiasm in abundance from Naif Al-Anazi with Shamila Hanley. Well written here. This horse, to me, just a smart ride. He saved just enough in the tank to put them to bed when it mattered.
Exactly, yeah. Got straight to the front, dictated matters, not going overly hard, and then just strong late in the day to hold off your selection, Eshtaha. He's now finished second 3 times in a row, and it's becoming a touch frustrating.
He's a plug along.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have any second gear when he turns for home.
No, exactly. Naif kind of won the race at this point. You can't necessarily win a race from the start, but he went a long way in doing so by braking well, coming straight across. As you can see, black sleeves, black cap, red noseband on the horse, straight across to the rail, and then slowing down the tempo so that he didn't have to push the horse into his red zone. Also helped was the fact that La Tojedel, who's now far left in the green cap, missed the start. That was the other pace horse in the race. And he wastes way too much energy moving from last to first in the early portion.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting also that on his shift over, he shifts his weight over as he's moving the horse over to get it onto the correct lead as it's clearing others, which worked out really well. It's good horsemanship. The runner-up at this point is sitting back among horses. You see the red silks, the easily seen gray horse with the black blinkers. No real excuses at this point. I thought he was in a very good spot.
I didn't think he had any excuse at any point in the race, to be honest. Eddie Castro just here looking to push through the gap, and the horse obliges. And again, it'll be very much the same scenario turning for home, where a gap opens up, he pushes through, just not good enough to win today. He ran fine. He was clear-cut second, but yeah, he's bumped into a better horse. We did basically point out 4 horses with a strong chance in this race. The winner was one of them. The second was one of them. My selection, Thalik in the blue on the outside, and around 6th right now. He ran okay. And the other horse that we thought had a chance was Ashkana. At this point of the race, it's way too far back.
Way too far back.
Checked Silks.
No chance at this point. And some of the lead horses, the chasers at this point just could not. They just weren't up to the class of the winner.
Yeah, they really upped the tempo, didn't they, turning that for home. And the second half of the field couldn't close up. That showed that they went slow early on, quickened, and those horses on the front end were benefited by that.
Yeah, just a well-ridden, just a good ride by Naif, making the most of his comeback.
Yes, exactly. Good to see him with a winner because, as Shamila said, he's been banned for the last 4 days of racing here in Riyadh.
What was that for? You know?
I don't actually know. No, it must have been interference of some
Excessive joy.
Maybe. We should touch on the third home, Had Al-Gamam. Good effort.
Yes.
Scooted late down the middle of the track and was the only horse to really make significant inroads.
Yeah, this is he's the one victory 3 races ago. He were 2 bad efforts the last 2. Any excuses in those, or just some the horse you just think a filly you think rather is just coming back?
No, there were no excuses. I watched all the races actually, and I didn't see any excuses. You know, this horse at his best was a definite player in here. He has found winning difficult in the past. Only, 1 win from 13 had Al-Gamam. So maybe she's just very inconsistent, but yeah, she's definitely one to take going forward. She was breaking from stall 2, but she ended up about 8 wide in the straight.
Considering they weren't going that fast early, I'm just shocked that Naif was able to get over so easily. Like he came over from 16.
You don't see it very often here,
Yeah.
do you?
He just, and like I said before, he's able to shift himself over, get the horse into a good rhythm on the correct lead, on his left lead on the backside.
Unchallenged as well.
Yeah, just very well done. It's not easy to do it from the outside, especially going down that backside. So well done to him. It's obviously 4.5 furlongs to the first bend, but
yes.
A lot of these horses, that's one of the probably the most testing, in my opinion, probably the most testing distance here is at 10 furlongs, because it's just such a long run to the bend.
It is.
The horses that challenged him, they wound up just running out of petrol. And meanwhile, he's nice and relaxed on the front end. So hats off. Good to see Naif back in there and his reuniting with Shimmy. Well done. We'll move forward again ourselves. We're gonna try to. There's a couple more shots of the horses here. See, at this point, we won't quite move on yet. At this point, I actually thought that maybe I could get there with the runner-up. Maybe, and just has no second gear.
No, Eddie did manage to get between horses there and looked briefly dangerous. To be fair, the winner went away in the straight. So if the winner, used too much exertions early on in the race, then maybe you had a chance to pick up. But Naif saved plenty in the tank, so it's a good winner. A bit of a one-sided race. Your selection ran fine in second, but no excuses.
That's fine. I had 2 wins yesterday. That's good for the weekend for me. This is more than I usually get. I'm not the analyst, but I am the person with his ear to the ground. I try to get as much news as I can. We got some exciting news today. Defunded. A multiple Grade 1 winner of the Hollywood Gold Cup and the Awesome Again in California for Mike Pegram and partners, trained by Bob Baffert at the time. He has been privately acquired by HDB Racing Stable. Dr. Muhaidib Abdullah Al Muhaidib is a new owner in Saudi Arabia, and he will be pointed toward the Saudi Cup. And he's already in the system here. He was shipped over on the 17th of December. Very exciting stuff. He's a horse who, at his best, will be very tough to beat and very much a contender in that race. He's been given a rating of 116.
Interesting. Very interesting mark. One of the top rated, if not the top rated.
Yeah, one of the top rated horses in the nation.
Yeah, interesting to see him come over here. Obviously, Connections have lofty ambitions to win the biggest race in Saudi Arabia, and why not pick up a horse from the US to do so? A horse that's proven on dirt, a horse that's finished second most recently behind Slow Down Andy, I believe, at Santa Anita, and a horse who previously finished second in the Pegasus World Cup. So just a very talented performer.
Yeah, very good horse. He also has a couple of Grade 2 wins beyond that. He's 20 starts, 7 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3. He still has a future ahead of him. And as Khalid bin Mishraf, who's going to manage the horse's career from now on, said, he's an exceptional horse and has a profile, hopefully be a great asset to Riyadh racing, and hopefully will do well in the Saudi Cup. We're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for our next race.
Let's do that, Michael. Yeah, this is the race for the Arabian bred fillies here. 2,000 metres again, the mile and a quarter, long stretch down the back straight. Take out 4. Hudud is out. Number 1, Alanud. Abdullah Al Kraid is looking for a double. 2, Bint Alam. Tariq Al Mansour. 3, Najdia Al Bari. Muhammad Al Sharima. 4 is out. 5 is Lamat. Ahmad Al Shra. 6, Alhambra. Ahmad Al Lazari. 7, Shihana Al Rayla. Rayan Al Toesh. 8, Tagruda. Fawas Wanas, not the former Galston trained Oaks winner. Number 9 is Jawahar de Violette for Ayad Al Tarisi. 10, Ghazal Al Khair for Abdullah Al Rashed. So without number 4 here, just the 9 runners for you to have a look at, Michael and Tom.
All right, here we go. The 9 runners ready to go. We have Alanud is the first horse, 1 win from 14 starts. 3 straight second place finishes.
About time that she broke through, I think, today. She was staying on well over shorter trips. Now she steps up to 2,000.
Bint Alam is number 2. No wins from 2 starts, 2 eighths.
Not achieved enough yet to suggest that she can win a race like this.
Or anything. Najdia Al Bari, 0 for 6 thus far.
Yeah, a tough spot for a 6th race maid, and finished 6th on 4 occasions. Lots of 6s so far with this horse.
Number 5 will be in shot in just a moment. This is going to be Lamat Brak, a first-time starter.
Yeah, debutante in an open race. They must obviously think either a fair bit of her or there just wasn't a better spot. It looks like she'll probably come on a touch for the run.
Alhambra is 0 for 2 thus far. A pair of 9th place finishes. It'll be number 6 will be in shot in just a second. There she is.
Down the field in 2 starts to date, it's pretty hard to suggest that she's capable of winning an open, but it's not the best of races.
Number 7 is Shehana Al Raila. 1 victory from 12 starts, a pair of 4th place finishes in her last 2 efforts.
Definitely the filly to beat in this race after finishing 4th over course and distance last time up.
Previously horse of the year in the Europe, Tagruda. No, I'm kidding. Tagruda is a different Tagruda. Tagruda is a purebred Arabian, 1 for 12, 83 rated.
A player in this contest based on figures, very consistent so far to date, but she can be one paced in the straight.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic silks there. You see on the, do you see that her leaders, her grooms are leading her through? Very nice horse. Jawahar de Violettes is number 9. She is 0 for 7, but does come off a 3rd place finish.
Step in the right direction last time, but she's below this class.
And Ghazal Al Khair is number 10, rounding out the field. 1 victory from her 2 starts, and it was the last time.
Interesting runner after the maiden win, breaks from the widest stall today.
Right, we're going to go back to Shamila in the parade ring. I feel like you have your eye on one of them out there.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I do have my eye on one in particular. It's horse number 1 coming up behind me here now, Alanud FBR, trained by one of our colleagues on SSC, and that is Abdul Rahman Al Farhan. She's been a bit of a bridesmaid this season, 2nd in her last 3 starts, but I have every faith in her. This isn't a really strong contest. She's been doing pretty well and running in pretty difficult Arabian contests. Her time this season, however, I think today she can get the job done and get her head in front under jockey Abdullah Al Khair as well. They're not very big, these fillies, but they are definitely mighty, and she is a stunner. Lovely coat on her as well, sporting blinkers today, and of course everything is matching with the silks of the stable as well. Another horse that I really like is horse number 9, beautiful little grey. Just coming up behind me here now, obviously Tagruda as well is a really nice filly, and Callum Halliwell always bigs up Tagruda, so I'm sure that he is watching at home and you know, crossing his fingers for Tagruda. But number 9 is just coming up behind me now, sporting some headgear and just looking really nice coming around the parade ring as well. I know Tom Collins doesn't like me having 2 runners in a race, especially as we only have 9 runners in this field, and he's currently shaking his head. So I will be sticking with horse number 1, Alanud FBR. This time out, she's rated 85 and hopefully can add another one to her name.
Thank you so much, Shimmy. It was good to hear for your perspective on this. I believe that Tom and you are going to join Al Credis on back of Al Anoud.
Yeah, Al Anoud for me as well. That's the one reason why I was shaking my head. The other reason is, yes, we don't want two selections, Shamila. Just stick with the one, just stick with the winner, and that is Al Anoud, hopefully.
Maybe not.
Maybe. To be fair, it's probably a 2 or 3 horse race. It's not a foregone conclusion that Al Anoud's going to get the job done, but there are 2 or 3 with a chance. Al Anoud being one, Shahina Al Rayla is definitely the horse to beat based on the previous efforts. And horse
that's what I'll stick with. Has really done very little wrong in her last few starts.
Yeah, exactly. Been running to a relatively good level. And also what's key with Shahina Al Rayla is that those performances have come over the distance. Al Anoud, Shamila and I are taking a bit of a shot because she's going up in trips. She's been running over shorter trips, 1400 on occasion, and been staying on well late on. The way she runs suggests that she wants the 2000. We just don't know for sure.
Yeah, interesting one. She did point out the 9 Jawahara Violettes coming off the 3rd place finish a couple weeks ago. Not out of the question.
No, it would be a bit of a shock, but it's an Arabian horse open, so anything could happen in this race. We have seen dramatic improvements from some in the past. I think if she wins, then I would be stunned, to be honest. But it was a big step up last time up.
And could we get some more Tariq Al Mansour magic? We got Bint Alam, the 2, making only its 3rd start. Has shown very little 2 8th place finishes.
It would have to be some sort of wizardry, I think, to get this filly home from Tariq. He has been very good on these horses who have maybe not had obvious claims, who come from off the speed, but Bint Alam showed nowhere near enough in 2 starts.
I mean, the one thing I will say is that he is a young jockey, and with Arabians especially, I like the old guys. I like some of the best ones in the world are the ones that have been around forever when it comes to these Arabian horses. Where probably Olivia Pellier probably is the best one, an Arabian horse that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Or any horse really is one of the best ever. But I do like that experience with getting these horses to relax nicely for them and finish with as much as they can, or just get along with them. Because we know with the purebred Arabians, as we said many times before, you tell them to do nothing, and you ask them. You tell thoroughbreds, you ask Arabians.
Exactly. Did you know that Olivier Pellier is the richest jockey in the world?
Really?
Based on prize money won. Yeah. There's a fact. I didn't know it until the other day. I saw it on one of the racing media programs, and I think it's largely due to the fact he's ridden so many Arabian winners with those big prize funds, especially in France.
And the richest pundit in the world knows it.
I wish, yes. I tell you. I wish.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And he did for a while, didn't he have a contract with the Wertheimers as well?
Yes.
So he probably has a lot of Chanel gear.
Yeah.
So he's close with Karl Lagerfeld. Lagerfeld, was he the Chanel guy?
Yes.
Yes, he was close. He and Karl are like this.
Here's
Al Anoud. He was second on the 6th. She was second on the 16th of November.
Yeah, so this I think was over 1,400 metres. You can just see how strong she is in the closing stages. Maybe at this point you're thinking she should go by, but the horse on the inside, the Al Khaladia horse, stays on nicely, and they just draw miles clear of the rest. They've really hit the line powerfully, and this performance, to me, strongly suggests the extra distance will help. She just loses a head bob.
Does she have the same rider aboard this time?
Yeah, same rider, different trip.
Interesting. It's kind of high in the saddle. It wasn't the most appealing thing to see. We have Shahana Al Rayla, number 7. She was 4th on the 25th of November.
A deep closer, as you can pick up from this footage here. Came from way off the speed. She ran home nicely to take minor money this day. It wasn't much of a race, but it was better than the race today. So if she repeats this, then she should be in the top 3. She will just need to be a little bit closer to the speed to then have an impact in the final 200 metres.
Yeah, we don't have a clan of Al Khaladias in this race. How often does that happen?
Yeah, it's very true. The Al Khaladias are usually very well represented, but they weren't in that race, and they're not in this race.
Yeah, this is, so we get. It's difficult sometimes if you're not going on connections, if you don't have the Athbas or the Al Khaladias in there, and you just have to fall backwards into the right one.
Interesting, isn't it? Because unless there are conditions that aren't written on the race card that I haven't seen, this seems like a perfect opportunity for an Al Khaladia or an Athba to get the job done. I know it's just for 3-year-olds. Maybe they don't have the right horse, but It's very winnable open.
Yeah, very much so. And these are all young horses that are going to they're all going to have to improve in some way. And like I said a few times before, I feel like the Al Khalidiyas and that whole Mutlaq operation, they seem to have very few in the middle, like lots of unexposed sort of lower allowance type sorts that we call back home, or you have your Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 horses, not a lot in the middle. Obviously this is more toward the lower side, and these horses are very unproven. These are also younger horses. We don't know what their younger ranks are like.
Exactly that, yeah. We haven't seen too many 3-year-olds for the big stables, and as you always say, 3-year-olds for Arabian horses are like 2-year-olds for thoroughbreds.
And this is they're about to turn 4. Which is the equivalent of a sophomore season for them. So their futures are very much ahead of them. And some of them already have an abundance of starts. You have 12 for a pair of these, 14 for the one, Al Anud. So, you know.
Is it a rule that Arabians can't race at 2? Or is it just they develop later?
It might be a rule.
I've never seen 2-year-old Arabian race, I have to say.
No, it might be a rule. Not impossible. But in the end, it's kind of just, they just rarely do it.
Yeah.
And you see, it's interesting, like you'll see sometimes the Triple Crown, for example, in the UAE is obviously only for 4-year-olds. And if a horse does extremely well, a few times in the past few years, the horses look like a serious horse, and maybe even the best in the country in the early part of their sophomore season, but they're not allowed to compete in the Kahela because it's 5-year-olds and upward.
Yes.
Just because it's that, if it were the end of the season, yeah, they could maybe take on their elders, but because it's early in the season in March, they can't. So it's kind of the equivalent of 3 or 4-year-olds and up races in the States for the thoroughbreds. That they don't go down to 3-year-olds and up usually until May.
Yeah, I've just been fed information by the producer as well that said in the UK it is definitely a rule. No horses, Arabian horses younger than the age of 3 can race.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure they would if they could. All right, I have so much confidence in my selection, Shahana Al Rayla. I think she'll win by 14 lengths. What about you?
I'll go with the stable companion in the different silks, Al Anud, me and Shamila teaming up.
All right, well, from the richest pundit to the richest commentator, and also from the poorest leader here, we're going to go to Enzo.
Thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, just some adjustments there for the 2. Bint Alam going on for a little bit there at the start. And yeah, Tagruda's a real popular horse. Hope she runs well again for Fawas Wanas. And she'll be coming out of what will be the 7 stall in the end now, with the 4 being out. Still having a look at the saddle for the 2 here. Tariq Al Mansour wasn't happy with the saddle. And also some adjustments for the 10 as well. Ghazal Al Khair, one of the greys in the race. So the 4 is out. That leaves us with 9 going to 2,000 metres for our 7. It's the Arabian fillies here. Race number 9 we're up to now. Just looking on the left there, that's number 5, Lamat Brak. We're looking at there in the blue and white colours. Lamat Brak, another one that did impress in her slower paces on the way to the start as well. Just has a look at the stalls, though. Didn't seem to like that. First attempt. Ahmad Al-Shra, he won our 4th race in the earlier on today. He's looking for a double, one of several jockeys on 1 winner. Adel Al-Faradi on 2. He won races 5 and 7. Abdullah Al-Rashed, he's in this, isn't he? He had a winner earlier on as well. He rode the 2nd race winner. He rides Ghazal Al-Khair. And another jockey in this race looking for a double is Abdullah Al-Kradis. He won our 3rd race. He rides Al Anud. And also the jockey on Lamat Brak looking for a double here as well. Ahmed Al-Shra, he won our 4th today. So loading up the last couple about to come forward here. 2,000 metres for the Arabian bred fillies. 1.25 miles. 1 or 2 of these a little bit restless still, including Lamat Brak. But I think we're just about set, and they're off. Start to hit the button, they race away. Bit of a slow start for Lamat Brak, who trails them early doors. Also, Shihana Al Rayla, not the quickest into stride. One that broke well is Tagruda, the bright pink cap in the centre to lead up here. Alhambra's close up too, towards the inside. Najdir Al Bari's right up there too, the black sleeves and cap. Further back to find the grey Bint Alam, and then they're being followed by Al Anud. in the spotted colours with the white blinkers. Very wide on the course is Ghazal Al Khair in the red and black colours. The other grey, Jawahar de Violette, is also quite deep on the course as they race through the first 600 metres, and they now join with the course proper. The back marker is still Lamat Brak and trails them by many lengths as they head down the far side at around 52 kilometres per hour. The leader on the inside is still Najdir Al-Bari, out in front in the red and black colours. Tagruda, the bright pink cap, in second. The light blue and yellow of Bint Alam into third place. The bright green sleeves Alhambra is racing in fourth. Fifth place then for Jawahar de Violette in the black and white. Blue with the white spots is Al-Anud. Very wide on the course is Ghazal Al Khair, red and black. 3 lengths back to the green cap of Shihana Al Rayla. And Lamat Brak is losing touch with them and is really struggling in the white and blue as they race them for the final 650 metres or so. Tagruda has now got across the rails and leads going well here. Tagruda by a neck to Alhambra in second. In third place, Bint Alam is still moving quite well. Then behind those is Najdia Al-Bari. Shihana Al Rayla has lost a bit of ground as they head towards the home turn. The front two are in danger of getting away from the pack here. They are Tagruda and Alhambra. They're locked together, these two. Tagruda has the rail. Alhambra gets a shake of the reins. It's about a half length away. The two of them are well clear. Going to third place now is Al-Anud, and that's off in chase, Al-Anud. I wonder if he could catch the pair up front. Could do. Into the final 400 they go. Tagruda's shaken up now. Tries to get rid of Alhambra, who's now looking tired in second. The danger could well be Al-Anud, who is running on towards the centre of the track, but has got many lengths to make up on Tagruda. And Tagruda has found another gear entering the final 200, and now surely she's home free. Tagruda, Fawas Wanas, clear by 6 lengths with 100 metres to go. Trying hard, Al-Anud, but she can't get to her. And Tagruda is going on to score a well-deserved success. 8 Tagruda wins. Al-Anud was second, and home in third was Alhambra. Now, there was an incident in the back straight involving the 9, Jawahar de Violette. Hopefully she's going to be okay. We'll try and... She is up. She did come down in the back straight. I think she is up. Hope the jockey's okay too. Ayad Al-Tarisi will get attention. Well, that was going on. Tagruda was powering clear. 8 Tagruda wins the time of 2 minutes 21.61 seconds. Wins by 4.5 lengths. Second, number 1, Al-Anud. And third, number 6, Alhambra. 8.16. 4.5 lengths the winning margin. 2 minutes 21.61. We do hope all is okay for Ayad Al-Tarisi and Jawahar de Violette meanwhile.
Well, of course, very well done to Tagruda there for winning the 9th race of the day. But just to mention that horse number 9 did have a bit of an incident, and Eid Al-Tarisi, the jockey, is still receiving treatment out on the track as we speak. So I will be giving you more information as it comes to me. He is receiving treatment by the paramedics, and I will give you any updates that I receive as soon as I get them. Fingers crossed Eid Al-Tarisi will be okay. The horse did seem to get up and was caught by the outriders just past the finish line. But back to the winner, Gruda, finally back to winning ways, adds a second win to her name under Fawaz Wanas. Fawaz knows this filly really, really well, and she's had a pretty good season, to be honest. We can see why Callum has always loved this filly. She stunned back in the Taif season at meeting 45 coming fourth, and then at meeting 51 coming second, so she's always been up there, been up in the placings as well. So very well done to jockey Fawaz Wanas and owner Abdul Karim Abbas Al Khalaf. So I'd say they're absolutely delighted with that. This wasn't a super tricky contest. I thought Alanud ran a great race as well to finish second. I thought that Alanud was just going to come up and get the win. However, Gruda stayed on, and Fawaz Wanas rode her in a very, very confident style. So that's 53 wins now for Fawaz Wanas. And we'll go over to speak to him now. Congratulations, Fawaz.
Thank you, Shamil. Alhamdulillah.
And you know this filly pretty well. You've been riding her a few races and even back in Taif season.
Yeah, last week I riding this filly. He's good filly, but last week he not fit 100%. And but Sam told me now, he told me, Fawaz, I want to win, please. And I told him he's one win, I want to win, and thank you.
Were you aware of Alanud coming up your outside, like nearly catching you?
Yeah, little, not a lot, but he's have a big heart. And first time he run 2000, first time, and he loved the 2000.
Do you think that she could go a little bit further, maybe 2,400 as well?
I don't think so, but 2,000 and 1,800, he's good.
And you've had a really good season so far. Obviously, you're a professional jockey now. Would you say this has been your best season you've been riding?
Yeah. I promise everyone he love me. I going to the best, inshallah. And thank you so much for everyone.
Well done, Fawazi.
Thank you.
Obviously, a bittersweet situation. A nice little victory there for the connections of Gruda. And obviously, our attention is sort of on just sort of focusing on Eid Al Tarisi, and obviously, hopefully, he's being tended to right now, and hopefully he does well as he's tended to by medical professionals. The horse is up and okay. We saw her in the parade ring after having a good blow around the track, and caught by outriders quite quickly. So. Yes, our thoughts go out to Al Tarisi, and hopefully he is quickly on the mend. He is currently being tended to. But we move forward as best we can, and obviously we think about this was a very an enterprising ride. Gruda returns to form nicely and proves that she's able to get it done on both tracks.
Yeah, she had shown some consistent form in the past, but she wasn't able to get her head in front at Taif or here. Fawaz just said then that she wasn't completely fit last time on her third run here in Riyadh, when sixth in meeting 81. So she's obviously peaking now with fitness, coming off the 15 meeting layoff, which is just over 5 weeks. And yeah, it was a good performance. She was given a nice ride. She went forward, and unfortunately, no horse from behind could close. Alanud in the blue silk, you can see jumping out there, finished second, but I believe caused the interference which led to the fall of horse number 9, Jawahar de Violette, who's A-OK. The vet has just given her the all clear after she walked around. And your selection, Shihana El Rayla, who was the horse to beat on figures, never really showed up. She was
had no interest in it.
No.
Never really grabbed the bit. Just seemed
always
out of it the
speed.
entire time.
Yeah.
So it's just not the most exciting run for her. I think she'll probably come back to a little bit of a form eventually. But it was only her 13th run, and these are all young horses who are making the last start of their freshman years, moving into their sophomore seasons, as they all turn 4 years old. So yeah, obviously our minds will be hoping the best for Al Tarisi, that may he be tended to well and recover well as well. So we'll move forward as best we can on to what is going to be a nice little cap to the end of the day. I mean, the racing has gotten better and better as the day has gone on.
It has, yeah. We've got good. Obviously, we started with a bang, but with Asfan Al Khaladiya. But since then, we've There's been a couple of lulls, there's been some good racing as well, and now we're heading into the back end of the card where we have a local bred horses open over the 2,400 metres, followed by an open for the local and imported horses over the 2,400, and obviously we end with the Ministry of Sport Cup, which is the race we are waiting for. Let's have a look at the runners and riders for race 10.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, our thoughts very much with Ayad Al Tarisi after that horrible incident, that previous race. Let's move it on to our next, back to the thoroughbreds here. And we're going 2,400 metres up again in trip. Number 1 is Saif Al Tahadi for Rayan Al Tawesh. 2 is Nahar Al Aid for Naif Al Anazi. 3 Mashmook, Abdullah Alorfi. 4 Tomahawk, Adel Al Faradi. 5 Mabdark, Abdullah Al Fayroz. 6 Al Makam Al Lali, Khalid Al Mamoni. 7 Akmo Mabari, Ricardo Ferreira. Scratch the 8, so 9 is Salaf, Fawas Wanas. 10 Morazem, Nawaf Mokanat. 11 Ashkar Harak, Alex Moreno. Over the page, 12 Modbek, Rakan Alabay. 13 Helmi the Grey, Abdullah Al Kradis. 14 Modher for Mohammed Al Hubail. Scratch 15, Walad Intermiss is out. 16 Al Saif Al Dayem for Muhammad Al Nassar. So take out 15, take out 8. We have 14 participants this time for this race. Up in trip to 2,400 metres. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
All right, thank you so much for that, Enzo. We're going to go through what's going to be another exciting race. I mean, it's 2,400 meters, so the 12 furlongs. We got a pair of races at this distance, some stamina sapping, and obviously this track at the same time is not it's not the quickest track in the world. They have to really get through it, so it becomes that much more difficult. Does that affect your handicapping, your analyzing?
It does. I'll tell you what's interesting. This is obviously for the local bred horses. The next race is for local and imported over the same trip for the same. It's got the same conditions. Why, if you've got a local horse, would you not run them in this race? Because obviously the imported horses generally bring a higher level of form, and they're filling out the next race. If you've got a local horse, you obviously go for this contest here. It lacks a bit of depth. There are horses rated in the 60s, 70s. There's also a first-time starter in this race. But there is some talented performance in there as well. A certain few of these will love the trip. Some of them won't.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously sorts itself out pretty nicely. Stamina-wise, the pedigree definitely comes into play for me.
Yeah.
You want to see horses that have that stoutness to them, and you very rarely will see a sprinter sire, even with the stamina on the bottom, be able to handle such a marathon distance here. I know it's not what you would consider a marathon or a staying race on the grass in the UK and elsewhere, 2 miles and beyond. This is 1.5 miles, which to me, in my opinion, actually is even tougher.
Yeah, for sure. What about? So you know a lot about Take the Points. What about his progeny?
Well, he was a well-bred performer for I believe Starlight. And Todd Fletcher. He handled both surfaces very well, especially the grass. And to me, he hasn't really flown along as a sire. But it's just a matter of him being. I think he's here now, and he's not a star by any means. He was a star on the track, but no more than a grade 2+ horse.
Yeah, for sure. I'm hoping that he has put enough stamina into my selection in this race, and that's Modher.
He should have enough. I mean, to me, it's not the. You're not getting like a Frankel, or not a Frankel, like a See the Stars kind of stamina aspect to it. But you're getting at least a horse he was at his best when he was going a distance of ground in general.
Yes.
Let's go through the runners. We have Saif Al Tahadi. He is a first-time starter.
Inside post. 5-year-old debutant, lots of questions.
Nahar Al Aid is 0 for 3 to be number 2 there in just a moment eventually. There he is.
Yet to show any ability so far. 3 race maiden, running in an open race. I think Connections are just looking for an out with this one.
Is he bay? It says bay on there.
No.
Maybe it's the light made him look chestnut.
me.
Yeah. Number 2 is Mashmook. 1 for 5 was 7th last time. Second, 2 back for Red Stables.
Rounding into form in Riyadh, had the 3 starts here and produced a couple of decent performances. If he stays, then he's a player.
Back again is Tomahawk with 12th last time on meeting 75.
Not found his best form so far this season, but Adel Al Faradi does right.
Mad Bach is number 5 for White Stables, 3 wins to his record. This 4-year-old gelding has 20 runs.
Slowly finding his stride, has speed over this trip and is likely to make the pace.
Al Makam Al Ali is 0 for 14, 10th last time.
Yet to break through, just very slow, which is why they're going over this elongated trip.
Ako Mobari is number 7, 7 victories. I believe that leads the whole field out of 49 starts, which also leads the field.
Second over 2,000 metres last time, beaten on the line that day, but does stay. This horse is the horse to beat.
Number 8 and number 9 are both out. We have Heshen and Salaf. Number 10, Morazim, is in the race, another first-time starter.
Debutants are super hard to assess in this kind of quality of race and open, and also stepping up, running over 2,400 first time up. I don't know, it provides huge questions for me.
Big leggy sort. By Pomeroy, screams sprinter and no chance.
Exactly.
But, you know, I've been proven wrong before. Number 11 is Ashkar Harak. Blue Burner screams of a bit of stamina as well on the dirt. 1 for 8, was a winner 2 back.
This horse found the class rise last time to be a little bit too tough. Prior to that was at least in winning form and gets Alex Marino too.
Modbeck is number 12, has 3 victories, 46 starts, is second most in the field, and was 12th last time.
He's just stuck at this level at the moment, rated 64, only 12th last time, as you say, just down the field, and I expect the same today.
Helmi is number 13, 5 wins to his credit. This 5-year-old gelding has 40 runs.
Fair performances this season, he's definitely a player at his best. He will need to be at his best though to win.
And some quick thoughts when we have Modher, number 14, and number 16, Alsaif Al-Diyam.
Don't like Alsaif Al-Diyam. Modher is my selection in the race, 1 and 0 to 80 over this trip. We have one horse proven over the distance, and it is him.
Let's head over to Shamila and see who she likes in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Michael. It is the 10th race of the evening, and I have decided to stick with horse number 7, Ako Mobari. And Prince Faisal stables, Red Stables, have been doing pretty well recently, and I just really like the look of this horse. Obviously the highest rated in the race yet again, just coming slowly but surely up behind me here around the top of the parade ring under Ricardo Ferreira, who's just been given the leg up. And the kickback must be pretty bad, because it looks like Ricardo Ferreira actually has a shield with him as well hanging around his neck, so the kickback is definitely still pretty bad on the track from the rain yesterday. But the 7-year-old colt is just coming up next to me here now, sporting a shadow roll and a tongue tie for his headgear today, and he is by Astrology. Just has really nice hindquarters. I like to see those nice muscular developed hindquarters on these dirt horses before we transition over to turf racing next month as well. So Ricardo Ferreira hasn't had a winner today, and I think he is definitely due one. He is on fire, and I gave him ride of the weekend yesterday, so hopefully he can pull another one out of the bag.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. Obviously, this is going to be a fun little chess match. Truly, these horses are going to have to be. You're going to have a bit of pace up there. You can't can't let Mad Bach sort of take it to them so easily.
No, the White Stable horse, I think, will just have to dominate. And if there's any horse that could push them, maybe it's the second string from the Red Stable, Mash Mook, setting it up for Ako Mobari. I don't know. I think the Red Stable will have a plan here with their horses. Ako Mobari is quite clearly the horse to beat, the selection. But yeah, they're going to have to just press Mad Bach early on just to make sure that he doesn't get an easy time of things, because he's proven in the past that he can win.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I'm tempted to go with Mad Bach just to see if the horse can get it done from the front end, because we see speed carrying a little bit better, well, a whole lot better than it was yesterday.
Could easily steal it off the front. I would be questioning why Camilo's not on.
Yeah, that's my only worry.
But other than that, he's got sound claims. If he seems like he's rounding into form. His fitness will be fine after 3 Riyadh runs, so I can see the case there. I'm going to stick with Modher just because, as I was saying, he's the only horse with the proven form over the trip. I mean, there are a few in here who should definitely stay, but Modher has proven that he stays, as he won a 0 to 80 handicap over this exact distance.
And this is truly a niche distance. We always talk about the sort of off distances, the 7 furlongs and sorts, and the 9 furlongs that you don't always see in big races around the world, except for the Saudi Cup, obviously. But this is truly a niche distance where once they are very good at it, once they've proven to have that kind of stamina, you really do give them that much more credit when you're analyzing, right?
Exactly, because you can stay 2,000 meters, but that doesn't easily mean you can stay 2,400, and there's no 2,200 races in here. So there's a big jump. It's not like a little, an extra 100 meters for some of these horses. It's 400 meters. It's a big distance increase, 2 furlongs. And if you have that proven stamina, then it sets you in good stead, doesn't it?
Yeah, to me, there's such a huge difference between surfaces when you jump up that margin from 10 to 12 furlongs. On the grass, I feel like it doesn't mean nearly as much as it does in the dirt.
No.
There's just so much more trying and so much more of a momentum-based race.
Yeah.
Especially when they back it up to 12 furlongs, sometimes they can crawl and it becomes a bit of a dash home or a bobble home. This is Ako Mabari finishing second on the 16th of December.
There was a red stable rabbit in here, the horse with the yellow cap on the inside, set the pace for Ako Mabari, who took over around in the turn, looked the likely winner, just gets chinned on the line, but this was a good run. It's not that he didn't stay the 2,000 this day, he just got passed by a quicker horse in the closing stages. I don't hate the trip for this horse, though I don't love it either.
We have Mode Hairs, number 14 in here, the horse that you were very much high on. He won last time on the 16th of December and looks very much ready to go right now.
Yeah, he's looking lovely as he walks out onto the track. And these images that we're seeing, they are currently down at the start, so this was recorded earlier, and here is a recording of his last run. Over this distance in a 0 to 80 handicap. Look, he'll have to step forward from a class perspective, but I know that he stays. He does get tired in the final 100 metres, so watch out for that. But he definitely stays to 2,400, and a similar effort could see him go in again today.
Yeah, he's going to have to, he can't get leg weary in this race because they will come and get you.
Yeah, look, he gets
especially
tired.
the plotters.
He gets really tired in the final 100, but he does stay. Like he just earned the victory. It wasn't super impressive, but it was impressive enough.
Yeah, I'm looking, there he is right there. He doesn't look like a stayer at all. That's the interesting part about him. He definitely looks like anywhere between an 8 and a 10 furlong horse. So they are a rare moment, and we get it 2 races in a row where we're going to start in front of the grandstand.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It's the first time we get to see them do a proper loop. David has said, I'm going to go with Ashgar Harag, ridden by Alex Moreno. Best of luck, David.
Yeah, thank you. And keep the comments coming in. We got a couple more races, and the races get even better in the last 2 here. Looking forward to that. So you are going to stick with Moldhair, number 14. Yep. Shamila is with the favorite in Ako Mabari. I'm going to go with our little pace play, see if we can go coast to coast, wire to wire with Mad Buck. Literally wire to wire, because I do cross it.
They do.
With Mad Buck, and see if he can make up those 11 pounds on Ako Mabari. We'll go over to Enzo as they circle behind the starting gate and hear what he has to say about his selection.
I'm going to go for the horse that it's just in the shot there. Tomahawk in the mauve and white looked really well the way down. Very relaxed individual, son of Harlington. I'm going to go with him for the in-form Adel Al-Faradi, who's looking for a treble. He won race 5 and race 7 today. Yellow and blue spots. That's Ashkar Harak, Alex Moreno. Horse in the cheek pieces and the noseband. Plenty of sheepskin around his face. This is the 10th race, as you say. It was stepping up in trip here to the 12 furlongs, 2,400 metres. So around the lap of the track, there's number 6, Al Makam Alali, under Khalid Al Mamoni. So the runners are going forward here. Very dark green and white colours of Al Saif Al DM. Red colours of Mashmouk Abdullah Alorfi. Still to go forward is Ashkar Harak, also the maroon and green of Modder. Number 14 there, the pink saddlecloth. 11 still to go into Ashkar Harak, who's should be easy to pick out there, number 11. The yellow and blue spots on a blue burner. The grey is Mabdark, about to go in as well. And the white stable colours for Abdullah Al Fairuz. White cap for the 7. That's Ako Mabari to distinguish from Mashmouk. And we're just about ready for a start. Just over a lap of the track. Flag up, ready. And the starter hit the button and they're off and racing. A little bit slow to go was Ashkar Harak. They're racing over 2,400 metres for this locally bred horses open race. The first to show is Mashmook in the red colours by about a half length. The grey, though, Mabdark is right up there towards the centre of the racecourse. Tomahawk just takes the sit in third place. On the inside in fourth, then, we have Nahar Al Aid in the yellow, red and white colours. Further back in the field to find Morazem in the white and black. The yellow colours of Ashkar Harak is next in the field. Deeper on the course to find Modder in the maroon and green. Back towards the running rail, the white cap of Akko Mabari is next in the field. Right up the inside, scraping paint, is Rayan Altoash on board Safe Al Tahadi. One that's a little bit deeper on the course is Al Safe Al Dayem as they make the turn. One from the outside is Modbeck in the light blue and orange colours. And then looking towards the tail enders, we have back on the inside Safe Al Tahadi. Another one towards the back of the field at this stage is number 6, Al Makama Lali, as they make the turn into the back straight. Up front, the two who are going on together are Mashmook, who's on the inside of Mabdark. They are 1 and 2. Then behind those is Tomahawk. Back on the outside to find Modder, who's racing in a share of third place. And then comes Nahar Alaid, is towards the inside. Very wide on the track is Al Safe Al Dayem, horse with a white face and noseband. And then behind those is Modbet. The pace has increased, I think, here, up to 56 kilometres per hour now. Just off the speedster is Ashkar Harak in the yellow and blue. Looking for the white cap, Akko Mabari is just inching a little bit closer. One that's come under a ride in the black and white colours in behind is Morazem as they race towards the final part of the contest. Pace is lifting all the time. Mashmook it is, who's winding up the pace in front to Mabdark in second. Tomahawk has to sit in third if good enough. To the outside, here comes Modder, who's getting a bit closer. Al Safe Al Dayem is towards the extreme outside as they head for the turn. Now moving off the rails, Akko Mobari starts to tick off rivals into about 5th place. He's definitely on the improve. And ridden along behind those is Morazem. As they turn back towards home, the leader is still Mashmook, but here on the outside come the dangers. Modder trying to close. Mabdark is battling away. Then comes Akko Mobari. Behind them is Al Safe Al Dayem. Can they catch Mashmook? He leads by 3 parts, but here comes the moving line towards the outside. Staying on his Modder. In the 2-path, though, it's Akko Mobari, who's going home strongly too. The 7, Akko Mobari now has struck the front, starts to power on. He moved well throughout the race, and he'll be in front where it counts for Ricardo Ferreira, who's having a great weekend. Akko Mobari to Modder second, tight third between Mashmook and Mabdark, who were never far away from each other. A double yesterday, a winner today for Ricardo Ferreira. Number 7, Akko Mobari. He kind of moved through the field down the back straight and he picked it up to win in a time of 2 minutes 38.62. Second, number 14, Modder, double for the trainer as well. Modder was second, beaten 2 1/4 lengths. And back in behind them, it was Mashmook who just got third ahead of Mabdark. Mashmook who did all the early work. So it's 7, the winner, Akko Mabari, 14, Modder second, 3, Mashmook in third place.
Ricardo, good race, Ricardo.
Yes, alhamdulillah, very good run. Favorite horse this race, but whole travel is good. Horse, very nice horse. Very nice horse, and thank you, sure, for Prince Faisal believe in me and give me this horse, very nice horse. Thank you.
Another winner on the weekend for jockey Ricardo Ferreira, this time on my paddock selection, horse number 7, Akko Mabari. And I think that's me and Tom Collins now neck and neck, 3 wins for each of us with only 2 races to go. So who are you siding with? Are you Tom Shamila or Team Tom? Tell us in the comments on our YouTube channel. We have a big rivalry here on the English coverage channel of the Jockey Club Racing. But anyway, really good win there for Akko Mabari. Jumping out of stall 7, was the highest rated horse in the race, rated 91, but he was an absolute stunner in the parade ring. 7-year-old, so a lot older than some of the other horses in this race, racing against 4-year-olds, but absolutely no bother to him whatsoever. And Ricardo Ferreira is magic in the saddle as well. He rode this horse last time out when he finished 2nd at meeting 76 over 2,000 meters. So he looked like he definitely enjoyed the longer distance for sure. And you can see a little bit of kickback on Ricardo Ferreira's face there. So definitely the shield was needed. He is just unsaddling there and going to weigh in. Very well done to Red Stables, of course, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz and trainer Abdullah Al Katan as well for their double on the day. So really good result there for Red Stables, of course, as always. But everybody likes to hear what Ricardo Ferreira has to say after that race. Congratulations, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
You rode this horse last time out when he came 2nd. Do you think he just enjoyed the longer distance?
Yes, it's better for him, 2,400. Last race, after the race, I tell trainer, I think I mistake a little. Because horse come very easy and I come early. I need to wait a little the horse, but today favorite this race, you know. But it's better for 2,400.
Do you think that can happen a lot? The first time a jockey rides a new horse, they don't know how to ride them exactly right?
Yes. For me, it's very important. Give me chance. So Prince Faisal, Sheikh Abdullah. All I'm very grateful. I liked so much Saudi Arabia because give me very good opportunity.
Especially in those colours for Red Stables as well.
Yes, it's sure. The big stable, you know, you win for this stable is very important for future. I hope more ridings. I doing my best riding all the horse, and I'm very happy because say goodbye the year with the last the riding with the winner is.
There's nothing more you can ask for.
Now thinking in New Year come.
And how's the track riding today? Is the kickback still as bad as it was yesterday?
No, yes. Today is better. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ricardo.
Thank you all.
Yeah, just a very patient ride. He said he didn't want to get there too early. And you know, he obviously was the horse to beat and got it done.
Yeah, it was a nice ride. Just sat and stalked the pace. The pace held up, actually, for the majority. Mashmook, who set the gallop, as well as Mabdak, they both stayed around for the finish, but they couldn't match Akko Mabari. We did say this was the horse to beat. It was just he wasn't exactly proven over the trip. Today, he did prove himself.
Yeah, and this is always a unique race. Obviously, it starts in front of the grandstand there, so they have a full 2.5 furlongs until they hit the first bend. We see the front runner there for White Stables. That is
Mabdak.
And he didn't get as clean of a lead as we expected. You did say that if anybody went to challenge him, it would be to his inside Mashmook, and he did.
Yes, exactly. The Red Stable did just want to put a horse out there just to make sure that Akko Mabari didn't have no pace to chase. Ricardo said there goodbye to Riyadh. I thought he meant the track in general because there's a jockey change in the next race, which Ricardo is not riding anymore. but maybe he just meant the year 2023. Yeah, nice way to end for him, end the day and end the week for him. It was a really nice ride from the back of the pack, stalk through, pounce late.
Yeah, it's a proper way to end his to end his year and get ready for the New Year's Eve celebration. So I'm sure he'll be ready for that. He's riding extremely well right now. I will say, even going into the backside right now, watching him with the white cap, second or third to last with the white shadow roll, just very relaxed. He's doing everything possible. He sees his stablemate ahead of him, and he's just tracking him by a few lengths, and it's measured at this point.
Yeah, there's some bumping and barging in front of him, but he's way out of trouble. He knows this horse had plenty left, and he knew, as he said in the interview, that this horse would stay the trip, having ridden him last time, and he rode him today like that was the case. There was no necessary excuse for my selection in the purple and green on the outside, 3 wide. That was Modher. Moved into the race nicely. As the camera changes in a second, the jockey looks over his shoulder, which gave me some confidence, but the horse just didn't have enough.
Yeah, and that worry was basically founded from last time that maybe he wasn't quite seeing out the 12 furlongs as much as you prefer.
Yeah, exactly. I think the jockey looks around now with the green cap and the purple-ish kind of silt, but yeah, I think right there you can see, just a look under the shoulder. Maybe it was a look more out of exasperation rather than we're going to win this.
And the leader has to sort of alter course at this point. The gap that he was going through did not open quickly enough, so now he has to go beside his stablemate, which I'm sure he was trying to avoid.
Yeah, for sure. It looked like he was actually grabbing the ground a lot better than all the other horses around him, which is probably indicative of how he was picking up a lot better than the others. Also worth noting, horse number 10, I believe that is. Was it horse? Yeah, horse 10, or was it horse 13 on the outside? Helmy. Yeah, horse 13. That's one to take out of the race. I actually thought he travelled as well as the winner turning in, but his effort just petered out and finished 5th. He was a bit unbalanced at a crucial stage.
Yeah, it was. To me, it was. We're going to see this. We're going to see another 12 furlong race after this.
Yeah.
There's going to be a. We're going to compare the times moving forward. The horses are already in the parade ring behind us, and yeah, for me, I'm just excited to see another marathon race. I love when they have to test their stamina, and it's a nice little test here. Definitely getting a little bit of action shots here. Well done to Ricardo. He finishes up, was that his 4th of the weekend?
4th or 3rd, I'm not sure. Maybe that was his wife. But yeah, it was a nice way to end the day for him. A very good ride, a great rider as well. He only came to Saudi Arabia to start riding a few weeks ago, so he's already making an impact.
Yeah, and they're picking up in it pretty quickly. He's
are.
obviously winning one for the Red Stables. It's going to up his profile, and the more he does that, the more he'll wind up getting on the right horses. So
for sure, he's not even an actual stable jockey for the Red Stable either. He said he came over to ride for Sami Al-Harabi, who doesn't have any Red Stable horses. So the fact that he's been given rides,
yeah,
they know
he's getting their attention, and this was the favorite in the race. It's not like they're giving him the second shot.
Exactly.
So good for him. He's riding extremely well, and obviously Shamila has been probably the most impressed with it.
Yeah,
she called it the ride of the week. It was Thursday,
yeah.
So good for him. No, I'm looking forward to this next race coming up. It's going to be another marathon.
So difficult, Michael, this next race.
So next race, this was 238.62 for the 12 furlongs. This next race also at that same 2,400 meters. Over or under?
Under. It'll be quicker because it's got the imported horses in this one.
Let's go to the runners and riders with Enzo.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, scratching 5 and 9 here, and Ahmed Al-Shra is going to take over from Ricardo Ferreira on gain line. This is our 11th race, 2,400 metres. It's an open contest for fillies and colts and geldings. Number 1 is Hesselwood for Naif Adanazi. Number 2, Freshwater Cliffs, Thurb Altamat on board. 3, Royal Crusade for Azuz Al Yesh. 4, gain line, the rider change, now Ahmed Al-Shra. Scratch 5. 6, Bismillah Alea for Adel Al-Faradi. 7, Watani Steel for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 8, Dramatic Device, Fawas Wanas. 9 is out. 10 is Al-Muti, written by Muhammad Al-Nassar. Number 11 is Baroud, Eddie Castro. Number 12, Prefontaine for Abdullah Al-Ordib. 13, Halton of Youth, Camillo Ospina. 14, Gakali Warrior, Rakan Alabay. 15, Rafio for Abdullah Al-Kradis. 16, Maker of Light, Ahmed Al-Tayar. 17, Calculation Ahmad Al-Azhari. And one more over the page, number 18, Saitama, who's ridden by Selman Al-Rashid. So a couple of scratchings, 5 and 9. And Ahmad Al-Shra on the 4. We have 16 runners for our next. Again, it's over the big trip, 2,400 metres. Back to you, Michael and Tom.
Yeah, and as previously mentioned, the 5 and the 9 are out of this race. 18 initially were entered and declared. 16 will go, 12 furlongs, and they are circling behind, or ovaling behind us, I guess. Ovaling behind us. Yeah. We'll see. There's the 1 in shot. This is Heselwood. Slade Power, 7-year-old. Slade Power doesn't scream stamina.
No, screams blistering pace and a surging run. This horse finished 10th on the sole try over this trip, just waiting for turf, I think, with him.
Freshwater Cliffs is number 2, as 1 for 30, comes off a 2nd place finish.
An ex-Brit, most of these are. Speedy type as well. The last 200 metres is going to be super tough for him.
Here's a little stamina on your pedigree. Royal Crusade by Silvano, 9-year-old.
Got stamina in the pedigree, but is regressing now at the age of 9. Had plenty of opportunities in his lifetime. Not the nicest looking individual, carrying a touch of condition.
Hard Spun is a nice source of stamina in the States. Gainline is number 4, a son of such.
Not Ricardo Souza Ferreira, as that caption says. A late jockey change here. Middling efforts recently, needs a big leap forward.
Number 5 is scratched. Number 6 is Bismail Alea, is 2 for 37, 3rd last time.
Never tried this distance, which has to be a concern for a veteran 4-year-old. Had plenty of opportunities. Got tired late over 2,000 metres last time. Adele Alfredi will try to hold on to him for as long as possible.
Tiny Steel is in shot there, and rated just 34, 0 for 8.
Yeah, can't win. Next.
Dramatic Device, number 8 in shot, 5 wins from 30 starts.
Needs more than on the return when finishing 10th under Fawaz Wanas, but he's already had a winner today, and this son of Dan Silly has good back form.
Al Mutib, the son of Northerner Fleet, is also the son of a Fleet Alex, who won at 12 furlongs, 1 for 15.
Just generally below this level. The trip is going to be testing for him too.
Baroud is the son of Kodiak, doesn't scream 12 furlongs,
no.
But he did have Best Solution, who won at 12 furlongs.
Exactly, and actually this colt stays pretty well over the trip. Should be in the top 3 or 4 on the evidence of the last couple of efforts.
Number 12 is Prefontaine, 5 wins, 39 runs by Master Craftsman, who definitely puts stamina in his horses.
Yeah, the trip will be fine for this horse, but he generally lacks gears at the age of 7 now.
Halton of Youth, 5 wins, 28 starts.
Definitely the horse to beat in this race. He's the form player based on his Taif victory. He finished 18th in a Grade 1 last time, just 14 days ago.
Number 14 is Gurkhali Warrior, 2 for 23, was 2nd last time, in good form.
Dark horse in this race, and probably my selection against the most likely winner. 2nd over the trip last time up. He's strong late in the day.
Rafael is number 15. He's 7 wins to his credit. This 7-year-old has 7 local runs, lots of 7s.
Yeah, 7 wins for Gary Moore in the UK and racked up a huge sequence off a low handicap mark. Not impressed since moving to Saudi Arabia.
One-time winner is number 16, Maker of Light. Was 6th last time.
Far from prolific, and this trip is way too long for him.
Best spread horse running today is Calculation by Dubawi out of Estimates, an Ascot Gold Cup winner, 8 wins from 29 starts.
Yeah, beautiful pedigree, and not surprisingly used to be owned by the Queen in the UK, just poor since moving to Saudi.
Number 18, last but not least, is Saitama there in the blinkers, going out with a little bit of pep in his step. Is the son of the very useful Nick Zito trainee for Bob Lapenta, Icebox.
This horse just can't win on the form we've seen so far, 22 race maiden.
Shamila is out there. She's made her way to the start. How's it going up there?
Thank you very much, Michael. And, you know, it's a little bit like the Taif season. I was down by the starting stalls pretty much every race we had over 2,000 metres. This time, this race is over 2,400 metres. So me and my cameraman, Rayan, we hot-footed down to the 2,400 metres start to give you a little bit of insight as to the loading process here in Riyadh, because it is a little bit different. The stalls are bigger. We have bigger fields here in Riyadh. The track is wider. And thankfully, I am on the track with my Fairfax and Favour boots because it's not as wet and sticky as it was yesterday, so hopefully the sand will be brushed off quite easily. However, it is absolutely freezing down here. We have no cover here. It's very windy, but you can just see the horses starting to come in behind me. They all file in here one by one. Each horse gets 1 stall handler each when they're walking, but there are plenty of extra stall handlers to help out if horses are being reluctant to load into the stalls. Now, a horse that I was really looking forward to seeing, horse horse number 8, Dramatic Device. Obviously 10th last time out, I'm meeting 72. However, I love all of the Khalid Mishrif horses. They all look absolutely stunning every time. So there's just 4 more horses at the start of the gates in front here, and then I'll take you round to the back to give you a little bit of insight as to the loading process as well. So there's only 1 more horse to go, and we will hopefully slip through before they move the gates closer together before we get squashed. And the gates are actually split. Gate number 15 is the last one on the main stalls, and then it starts, the new stalls are 16. So we are here. Me and my cameraman have managed to not get squashed or kicked, which is always great news. But you can just see the horses walking around here behind me. Some of the jockeys do tend to dismount, and they get their saddles readjusted as well. Really easily to see here just up close as to what actually goes behind here. So best of luck to everybody with their selections in the 11th race of the evening.
All right, well, let's take a look at a little bit of form here. We have Freshwater Cliffs and Bismillah Alaya, number 2 and number 6 in this race. They were first and second when last seen on 23rd of December.
Yeah, you can see here, Freshwater Cliffs out in front, speedy type, gets tired very late, doesn't really stay this trip very well, I don't think. Bismillah Allah, same situation here, very tired late in the day, just finishes very one-paced. The stamina horses today will be much stronger than these 2 late. Freshwater Cliffs could go close, as you can see. He's still jaws clear of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, etc. But he's not hitting the line powerfully.
Indeed. Very much the best of the rest in this situation.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can do one better this time. I'm looking for anything that can, any kind of angle. Who are you leaning toward right now?
Well, Horton of Youth is definitely the horse to beat. Camilo Ospina is desperate for a winner, and he should get it here. He's rated 98. This horse ran in a Group 1 14 days ago. Yes, he finished just 18th and he was out of his depth, but that just shows how good they think he is. He won a nice race in Taif. He should win this race. I'm going to go with horse 14, Gurkhali Warrior, to beat him. But again, I don't think that's going to necessarily happen. I just think it'll be interesting to see how close he can go. And my reasoning for being with horse number 14, Gurkhali Warrior, is that he ran over this trip last time and he was super strong in the final 200 metres. If he's there with a shot, he could win this race. But I think Horton of Youth will probably come out on top.
All right, so you're going to go with, you're going to try to beat Horton of Youth?
Yes, with Gurkhali.
With Gurkhali, okay. So I, on the other hand, I'm going to go with Baroud and Eddie Castro. I think he's possibly could do a little bit better than that 75 rating.
I actually like that. It's very similar to my selection. They're the 2 horses that stay the trip well.
So we'll see if we can pull it off. We're going to go to Shamila real quick, who's still back there behind with the horses right now.
I am Michael, and they've just started the loading up process. And actually, can I make a change to my selection? I'm going to go with horse number 13, Houghton of Youth, just from watching the horses go around here under Camilo Ospina. So that will be my paddock selection for this race. But they've just started the loading up process, and it's really great how efficient they are here. And I mean, the access we have here is absolutely incredible as well. Where else in the world would I be able to stand right behind the stalls? And in Taif, this starter did offer that I could be in the stalls while the race was about to go off, but I politely declined that. That seemed like quite a dangerous idea. However, you can just see here the loading up process going really slowly. And I'm definitely the loudest thing behind here. In the stalls, it is all and quiet as the horses are loading up, and they seem to be loading up really easily as well. But I will throw you back to Enzo to call the race for this is the 11th race this evening.
Thank you, Shamila. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Big field of runners again. We've had lots of runners today, haven't we? I think we've had over 190 participants throughout the card today. It's been a fun-packed day. Plenty of runners. There's the one going in Hesselwood, 7-year-old. The Azuz on the silks there for Azuz Al-Yesh as the runners load up. That's number 3, Royal Crusade. We've got about 3 to go in here. We are getting ever nearer a start for this one. Just waiting for this grey to come forward now. This is Prefontaine to go in. Prefontaine in. It's about ready for a start. And they're off. They've jumped away. over the 2,400 metres once again. One that had to be ridden to gather stride was Prefontaine. Not that quickly into stride either was Gain Line down on the inside. One that broke well, Watani Steel, who's the grey in the centre. The lighter of the greys also advancing there is Baroud as they go through the first 350 metres. Now making up ground, another grey who missed a break, Prefontaine, but wants to be ridden prominently. And Prefontaine has come storming through the field to take over here in the light green sleeves, green cap. So Prefontaine's going to head them off at the pass as they go out for a complete circuit here under the lights at Riyadh. Leads by a few lengths now to in second position. That is Baroud as they race around the turn towards the back straight proper. Now moving up in between runners is Freshwater Cliffs. Derb Altamat, who was successful in these colours earlier on, and now Freshwater Cliffs has gone to the front by a neck to in second place Prefontaine, who's done plenty of work through the opening half mile. Behind these in third is Baroud, racing in fourth place then. Back on the inside is Houghton of Youth in the blue and white silks. He is racing ahead in third of Al Matib, who's in the light blue. Wider out in the green and white colours, we have Raffio, who's trying to get into the race as well. The pace is on the increase here. Little gap then to find the others. Watani Steel has just dropped back a little bit. And also racing towards the back is Hesselwood, who's stone last at this stage. And also Royal Crusade is right towards the back of the field with Dramatic Device, another one in rear. So up front at around 56 kilometres per hour, they really trap along towards the end of the back straight. The leader here is still Freshwater Cliffs by 1 length. Making ground is Houghton of Youth to sit second. Wider out, ridden along is Baroud in the black colours. Now Prefontaine starts to drop away. There are some improvers. Bismillah Alea is on the move. Goes into about fourth or fifth place. Starts to get a bit closer as they head around the turn. Another one who's trying to get closer is Maker of Light. But up front, the leader is travelling well. Freshwater Cliffs leads by a length and a half to an under pressure Houghton of Youth in second. Behind these into third place, still going on the improve, is Bismillah Alay. Could be a player too. Bismillah Alay, who was held up by Adele early on, is now got this leader firmly on his radar. Bismillah Alay has come storming through to hit the front now to Freshwater Cliffs in second place, who's come under pressure and has no answers. Bismillah Alay is pouring it on. Held up early on, but he's powering clear now. What a day for Adel Al-Faradi. He's going to put 3 on the board here at Riyadh on the final racing day of the year. It's Bismillah Alay, who's a class apart. Bismillah Alay, the winner. Freshwater Cliffs will be home in second place. And then Gakali Warrior, I think it was, who got through for third, ahead of Al Matib and the others. 3 on the day for Adel Al-Faradi. He's still the main man. Bismillah Alay, blue and yellow colours, came storming through the field. As Tom said, he'd be ridden for an off-the-pace ride, this horse. Dropped in early, but he made that momentum up and he cruised past Freshwater Cliffs, who did a lot of running. Big run by Freshwater Cliffs in second. Third, Gakali Warrior confirmed. And fourth was Al Matib. 2 minutes, 36.69 seconds. 7.5 lengths, a big winning margin. 6.2.14. Bismillah Alay, Freshwater Cliffs, Gakali Warrior. It's Adel Al-Faradi's day on the final day of the year.
A 6th win of the weekend for Adel Al-Faraidi, 3rd of the day. He had a nice little lull yesterday, but he's back at it again. This is his world and we're living in it.
Brilliant ride-in this week. He's been the man of the week, that's for sure. And although Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has been very good in his own right with a fair few wins, Adel's just been different gear. This guy's now 24 behind Camilo in the leaderboard. He's eroded in the deficit, and it's just been phenomenal ride after phenomenal ride. This horse hadn't been proven over the trip, but Adel made sure that he would stay.
Bismillah Alay, see him in the shots right there. He's a son of Epaulette. He had a bountiful stamina in the pedigree. Just had no chance to, no real flaws outside of not really having a chance to do it yet.
Exactly. Last time up, he finished behind Freshwater Cliffs over the 2400. Freshwater Cliffs was out in front. Bismillah Alay was given a similar kind of ride, but didn't move at the same time as he did today, and he couldn't reel in Freshwater Cliffs. I think the fact that Adel just held on to it.
The rider made a huge difference in the situation.
Yeah, massive upgrade with today's performance.
Yeah, just and his riding has been very confident in a lot of these races, and very smart, very heady rides, where he's taking a pull when he should, and he's letting horses get their own stride and relax when able. And I've just been very impressed with him all weekend. He's really just. He's taken a page out of Moreno's book a few weeks ago.
Exactly. And the thing is, with two things with Adel. One, he was super good at Taif, and then when he came here, he was suspended for 6 race meetings, so didn't get a chance to instantly make an impact. And then the gap just grew between him and Camilo. The White Stable horses were flying at the start of the Riyadh season, at the end of the Taif season. And secondly, he's not like the other jockeys that are top of the leaderboard. He doesn't ride horses forward very often. He rides stalkers or closers in races, and we just saw a stumble. That was Horton of Youth.
Yeah, Horton of Youth had a bit of a stumble there. Did not look good.
See, look at Adel here in the blue and yellow. He could easily go forward.
Yeah,
and most
has plenty
here,
around.
Most jockeys would go forward from that position, wouldn't they? He takes back.
Yeah, he's trying to get this horse as much cover as possible, as you can tell. And he takes him back there, and also to save ground. I know it's a 12-furlong race, but he doesn't want to take any risks at all with this horse.
He just gets into a rhythm, one-pace rhythm. He knows that this horse maybe wasn't the strongest of stayers over the trip last time when pushing forward a little bit earlier.
And they're going a little bit quick here, to be honest. And it doesn't help it at all. Is a bit of an early move there.
Freshwater Cliffs.
From Freshwater Cliffs, who we knew was suspect to get the distance once again.
Yeah, didn't stay the trip overly well. As I said in the preview when we were looking at the previous race, stays but not very well. Just kind of clings on at the one speed, and kind of happened again today, finishing second. He did a lot of running Freshwater Cliffs, given how keen he is in this part of the race.
Yeah, he doesn't give off that kind of stayer mentality. I feel like he's probably better around 10 or 11 than the 12. He can cut himself back if need be. But the winner at this point is still nice and relaxed, far back, and has not remotely been asked.
No, Adel, what we didn't see as we were talking about Freshwater Cliffs there was that Adel moved 4 paths off the rail. He was against the rail, saw the horses backpedaling in front of him, just gently eased out to follow Horton of Youth at this stage, who he probably thought was the biggest danger in the race, judged by handicap figures.
And right here, he's full of horse. The horse switches leads, as you see. There he is. Puts his red blinkers right there, passing the grey horse to his inside. At this point, anybody watching the race knows that he is the one to beat, because he's traveling just the most effortlessly of all of them. He's the most on the bridle. The leader at this point, Freshwater Cliffs, looks a bit of a danger, but he's not traveling nearly as well.
Yeah, only 3 or 4 horses actually moved into the straight, traveling nicely. Freshwater Cliffs, but he was kind of being asked for maximum to extend. Obviously the winner, Bismillah Allah, who now makes that bid. Gakali Warrior, my selection, in the blue, who was actually staying on well for 3rd, and Al Mutib, who's a horse to take out of the race.
Yeah, definitely, indeed. We're going to slowly move on here, and obviously we're going to celebrate what has been an outstanding weekend. We'll talk more about that later. In the meantime, we have some good news from Shamila. Shamila, what's up out there?
Well, first of all, a huge congratulations to Adel Al-Faraidi on his hat-trick on today. A fantastic way to end his 2023 season. And I'm sure he'll have many more wins in 2024. But in the last Arabian race of the evening, we saw some unsavory scenes. Well, why jockey Eid Al Tarisi had a bit of a tumble. Basically, we've been told by officials that the horse has clipped his own heels, which caused the horse to come down very quickly in the race. And we saw that Eid Al Tarisi was not moving well on the track and being attended to by paramedics. Thankfully, all is clear with Eid Al Tarisi. He walked out of the ambulance. He's absolutely fine at that. So the paramedics have done a great job, as well as Eid Al Tarisi. It's fantastic that he has managed to walk away from that incident, as well as the horse. So everybody has come out of that absolutely unscathed.
That is some great news. Obviously, Al Tarisi has been, he's up and running, basically, up and moving. And obviously, these situations, anything can go awry. There's a 1,200-pound album. It's been a long week. Animal that could fall at that point. And we're just glad that things are going well. And we just hope it moves forward that way as we end our week. We have one more race, and we're going to go to Enzo, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for the year cap.
Yeah, last race of the year, Michael. Quite emotional coming towards our final race of 2023. No Ayad Al Tarisi. It's great to hear that he's okay, but he's not going to ride in this. So Ahmad Al Shrar is going to take his place on Simpt, number 5 here. 1 is Tawakar for Mohammed Saeed. This race over 1,800 metres, by the way. The Ministry of Sports Cup is our feature race for these fillies. 2, Expeditious for Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 3 is Eckhart, Camillo Ospina. Surely he's got to ride a winner, isn't he? Is this the one? His last chance? 4, the Fitha, Rayan Al Tawesh, in the same ownership. 5 is Simpt, now ridden by Ahmad Al Shrar, looking for a double. 6, Mos Fahila, also for the white stable, Abdullah Al Fayruz. 7, Maziyuna, Mohammed Al Daham. 8 is Rimal Riyadh for Alexis Moreno. 9, Miss Helen, Abdullah Al Krades. 10, Off the Map, Louis Morales. 11 is Mamlak, Mohammed Al Hubail. 12, Jumana Al Reem for Adel Al Faradi, looking for a 4-timer. 13, Saleil for Naif Al Anazi. And 14 is Alia, Eddie Castro for Jeff Woodruff at the bottom there. So they're the runners. 14 all go. Ahmad Al Shrar replacing the shaken up Ayad Al Tarisi, but good to see there's no long-term damage for Ayad. And the runners are coming to the paddock for our final race of the day and of the year. Back to you, Michael.
All right, thank you so much, Enzo. We're going to go through these final bits of horses. This is a nice little competitive race, 150,000 Saudi riyals on the line. Ministry of Sports Cup is going to be fillies, imported and local, 1,800 meters, the distance, course and distance of the Saudi Cup. So we are, to me, we got a lot of the big names in here, a lot of the big stables. It's a clash.
It really is. It's a good race, full of a lot of very promising horses. We might not have the best quality horses in this race, given the imported runners are allowed to race in here as well. And there's only one horse rated over 100. However, there are some real improvers, improving 3-year-olds in here who are open to plenty of potential. The likes of Eckhart, Nafita, most of the white stable horses actually. And before we get through and talk about number 2, look out for horse number 6, the best looker on the day.
Right, that was number 2, Expeditious, 1 win and 12 runs.
Rated just 68, failed to trouble the judge recently, hard to make a strong case.
Ekak is 2 wins, 6 lifetime runs.
16th in the Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup back in March. That was a good run, and Camilo Ospina chooses this horse out of the 3 white stable runners.
All right, there he is right there. Looking well, standing tall.
Yeah.
All right. Nafitha is number 4. Looking quite well, actually. Might actually choose this one. Tajawid has done quite well in this country. They've dived deep into him and allowed him to become quite successful as a stallion. And apparently the cameraman really, really likes number 3. We're going to move on ourselves anyway. We're going to be number 4 is Nafitha, 2 wins, 6 runs, 4th last time. And we'll eventually see this horse.
Daughter of Blue Burner. She peaked early in the season in Taif when winning at meeting 3 and meeting 21. She's very much on her toes now and hasn't replicated her Taif form here.
Number 5 is Simpt, a maiden, 10 starts. This obviously Al Tarisi is not going to be riding. Sharara is going to be in the saddle.
Yeah, not for me. This horse, plenty of opportunities, and this is not a winnable race. Get ready for the best looking horse in the race, horse number 6.
Number 6 is Simpt right there that we just spoke about. This is a practical joke. We didn't talk about the pedigree of this one. Simpt obviously has not lived up to that and is I guess if his name is a mnemonic device, maybe the S stands for slow. So number 6 is Mosfahela. Gorgeous animal. Ooh, she's
very much on her toes now. She wasn't earlier, and she
is a house.
Yeah,
she
she's
is
a huge looking type.
quite large. This is another white stable horse, Al Farouz in the saddle, 1 win from 2 starts.
Lovely looking individual. Her form is taken a big step up last time when winning over the 2,000 metres by 10 1/4 lengths.
Mazayuna is in shot right there. Winner last time, 5 wins overall, 105 rated.
The victory last time came over 1,200 metres. Thama Al Dahani doesn't have any other horse for the red stable, so this is an interesting combination. She's just been bought by this owner, Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Previously didn't run under these silks.
Reem Al Riyadh is number 8, being shot in just a moment. A winner last time as well. 3 wins lifetime for this 3-year-old filly by Otad.
Extremely impressive last time. Very confident ride by Alex Moreno. Super consistent, being in the top 2 on her last 5 runs.
Miss Helen, no capitalization there. 1 for 12, 10 last time.
This horse used to be trained by Richard Hannon. Good run 2 starts back. Didn't run very well last time. Shamila, who do you like?
Well, it's a horse that you're just about to talk about, horse number 10 off the map for Louis Morales and Shala Al-Dehani. They're just on your screens now. She's absolutely stunning. But all 13 of these fillies are absolutely beautiful. We are ending the year with a cracker of a race worth 150,000 Saudi riyals. But I think this race is going to go to Prince Sultan bin Mishal with off the map. Jumping out of stall number 10 under Louis Morales. What could go wrong? So best of luck for my last selection of the evening. I might be eating my words after this race because the horse that initially stood out to me was horse number 3, Ikak, for Camila Ospina. But the way the White Stables horse has been running this weekend, I don't know if I could put all my faith, all my eggs in her basket. So I will be sticking with horse number 10.
Hey, horse 11 is Mamlaks. 3 wins, 15 starts thus far. Was 5th last time.
Handicap should be the aim for this filly. She has been relatively prolific in her career, but she's not capable of beating some of these.
Jumanat Al Reem is number 12. 3 wins, comes off one of those victories.
Adel Al Faradi, does he manage to get 4 on the day? He rides
Possible.
Jumanat Al Reem, very much so.
This filly looks quite well.
She won over 2,000 last time as well, so she has plenty of ability, and she finished 5th in the Taif Derby earlier this year.
With those, we have the FMQ stables, Slyal right there with those nice little silver lame silks that would have done quite well in the rain yesterday.
Maiden winner last time. This is a big step up. Naif Al-Anazi will be looking for a double today.
And last but not least, we're 14 in the back, the extremely well-bred Aliyah. Also bred in the States, just like Slayal, 2 wins, 4 starts.
It was a nice comeback as well when second at meeting 57 right at the start of this Riyadh season. Could play a part. Eddie Castro has ridden 1 big race win for this trainer this season.
Yeah, and I love my good magics. I'm very tempted by this horse. So Aliyah, Leah's been running her entire career for all 4 of those starts.
Yes, yeah. She won last season, her maiden.
Okay.
And then she followed up as well, and then this season finished second.
Are these the kind of connections you would see coming off, having a little confidence in them coming off a layoff?
Absolutely. They won with a date, a horse I really like. They back-to-back victories coming off a layoff since Taif. I quite like these connections, I have to admit. Aliyah was the last off my shortlist.
Yeah, well, I'm going to select her.
Yeah.
I've already decided. I had 3 horses in here that I was trying to narrow it down to between a cock, off the map, and Aliyah. And I'm going to go with Aliyah. I think Eddie's due a win.
Yeah, he is.
Elijah, you talked me out of my worry about the layoff there, and I thought she looks fantastic. Good Magic just puts forth. He was a stunner when he was racing. I was lucky enough to see him a few times race, but I picked him in the Breeders' Cup when he won, actually, as a maiden. A maiden, yeah, he was a maiden. He won this race.
This is Mazuna on the outside, not on the inside. In the silk stats, she'll be carrying today, the red silks. Instead, in the Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah, green and white silks, and she was very impressive this day. Subsequently, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, who had the second horse at this stage of the race, has decided to purchase her. So that's interesting. You don't see Prince Faisal bin Khalid purchase too many horses in training after a victory.
Yeah, maybe he was just upset that he finished third in this race. But I was like, I'm just going to, if I can't beat it, I'm going to have it.
Maybe he thought he was going to win and had to purchase the horse that beat his charge.
Well done. I mean, she's obviously doing quite well. This is number 12, Jumanat Al Reem, who was a winner on the 18th of November.
Over the 2,000 metres in a Fillies Open, Adele Al-Faradi wasn't on board this day, but it was a good ride from whoever it was. I can't remember. It might be Naif Al-Anazi. On the front end, super aggressive up top, and just managed to really kick clear in the closing stages. The Taif form was strong. This horse finished 5th in the Taif Derby.
Yeah, I would like to see her on the correct lead coming home. She's definitely going to need that today. But this is it's a fine performance, and definitely one to put her into the mix. And obviously, it would be not be a surprise at all. And here's my selection. This is Aliyah. Hopefully she is 1 in a million and will rock the boat today. Eddie Castro in the saddle, and she was second on the 28th of October.
Yeah, so it was a fair run, coming off a long layoff. Didn't run at Taif this season, so she was coming off the back of a 6-month absence and produced a good run to finish second. She just wasn't able to really put her foot down and make a late surge in this race, but what more can you really expect after a long absence like this?
All right, finished really well here. I think this horse can come forward in a big way off this. I wouldn't be shocked at all. And that is surely Eddie on top of her last
Yeah,
time.
it was, yeah.
Yeah,
He rides all of these horses.
He has this style of the way he uses the crop that is unlike anybody else. And last but not least, we have a cock here who's hopefully going to get it done. For anybody who's supporting this horse in White Stables, definitely wants to end the year in a proper way.
They would love to, yeah. A good victory here last season. This is a long time ago. It's all the way back to the start of to the end of last campaign. Subsequently, this horse finished 16th in the Grade 1 King Abdulaziz Cup. That came in March. Obviously, it didn't end the 2-year-old season as Connections would have wanted, but it was a tough test, a Grade 1 contest.
Of course.
Coming back as a 3-year-old, we need to see whether this filly has improved or not, but they obviously think a lot of her.
Yep, indeed. It could be anyone's race in here. I feel like the ratings have it. I mean, there are some that obviously have no chance.
Yeah.
But to me, it's going to be I'm not going to get too fancy. I was talked out of my other two, either by myself or by someone else, Shamila, selecting the horse that I really liked. But I'm going to go with Aliyah, number 14 on the outside, not only because I'm a fan of 90s R&B, but also because I think the horse is going to run a big race second up. For you?
I'm going to be with Reem Al Riyadh for Alex Moreno. We did a post-race interview with him 3 weeks ago, and Alex had 4 or 5 winners on the card, and he said that this filly gave him the best feel. So I was pretty taken aback by that, and she's super consistent. She did fly away. She's going to be my selection. I think the most logical winner is Mazuna, but I'll stick with Reem Al Riyadh.
All right, and Shamila is obviously with Off the Map, who is my second choice. We're going to go to Enzo. Let's see, for the last race of the year. Thank you so much so far, Tom, for all of you've done. All these, try to get one more victory for you, and we'll go to Enzo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. It's been great working with you, and hopefully we'll be back again to do it all again in 2024. I'm actually back next Thursday for opening day in 2024, so looking forward to that already. Right. Jockey with the feet out the irons there is Adel Al-Faradi, looking for his 4th win of the day on Jumanat Al Reem. I quite like the look of Eckhart here, number 3. I'd keep it simple. Got the 99 Racing. Comillo Ospina's had a rotten run, hasn't he, for 3 days? But look, I think he could end with a winner here. By the way, the cap situation: green cap, Ospina on Eckhart, red cap for Nafitha, Rayan Altoesh, the yellow cap for Mosfahila, Abdullah Al Fayrouz, the 3 in the white stable colours. So green cap 4-3, 4 red cap and 6 yellow cap. And the runners are going down to the start then. For the final race of the year, the Ministry of Sports Cup. This is a race for the 3-year-old fillies. And the one rider change, Ahmad Al-Shrar on board number 5, Simt. And we are getting ready for the action there. And it is the feature race of the day. As ever, race 12 is our feature. 1,800 metres this time. Adel Al-Faradi has been the hero of the day with 3 winners. He rides number 12, Jumanat Al Reem, for the Zenith Stable, this daughter of Klimt, who's already won 3 times from 10 starts. Miss Helen, I think when she won, I called her race her victory earlier in the year. That's the trophy they're running for here. Who's going to be taking that fabulous trophy home? We'll find out in a few moments' time. And of course, we're back next week again. 4th, 5th, and 6th with Michael, Tom, and Shamila again. I'll be doing, I think I'll be doing Thursday and Saturday next week. And Alex is doing the Friday. So I'm back on Thursday and Saturday. Alex on Friday. Set fair for some more action just a week away. But let's try to end the year with a high, shall we? It's been a dramatic day. It's great to hear that Al Tarisi was okay after that horror fall in the Arabian bred race earlier on. Let's start them. About to load up. A little bit behind time here. Obviously, it's so prompt normally. It's already past 25 past 8 now. Heading towards 8:30 local time. Runners are now beginning to be loaded up here. This is Mazayuna, the red stable. Mohammed Aldaham, oldest daughter of Sioux Nation, about to go in. So the red cap for Nafathe, number 4 here. Nafathar, daughter of Blue Burner. Yellow cap for the 6, Mostar Fahila. There's the one that Tom was keen on, Reem Al Riyadh, for Nathal Mendil and Alex Moreno. So not too many more to go forward. Here's the 9. Saw these colours carry to victory earlier on. It's Helen for Abdullah Al Kradis. This is Akak. He's got the cheek pieces on, number 3. Neo Ospina. He's had a very good year. Number 12 going in is Jumanat Al Reem. Couple to go. 10 off the map for Louis Morales. And that's the last one to go in. We're just about ready for a start then. Our final race of 2023 is the Ministry of Sports Cup. Our feature race, restless though, is Mosfahela. Anxious moment there for the rider, Abdullah Al Fayrouz. I think he wants to go soon. No, someone's shouting gate 14, Alia. A few shouts from the riders here. I think we're going to go though. No. A lot of shouts, a lot of conversation going on there towards one of the outer stalls now. Appears that Mosfahela's okay. It is Alia who has been backed out by Eddie Castro. So just going to trot her up and down, make sure she's all right. She did get quite stirred up in the stalls just when it was all going off with Mosfahela. I think Eddie just wants to make sure she's all right. Just making sure everything's okay. They're taking the 10 out as well, off the map. So Alia and off the map to reload. Alia's gone back in. They're happy with her. Jeff Woodruff and Eddie Castro, and off the map is fine as well. She goes back in. And now we're set. And they're off for our feature race, race 12, the Ministry of Sports Cup for the 3-year-old fillies over the 1,800 metres. A bit of a messy start for one or two of these, including Mosfahela. One that got off to a clean break was off the map on the outside, the black colours. Miss Helen's up there too in the grey with the red sash. And now forging ahead is Mazayuna in the middle. Towards the inside, the red cap of Nafitha is up there as well. Nafitha has overall command. At the moment, it's on white stable 1, 2 and 5, because in second place goes the yellow cap of Mosfahela. Then racing up on the outside, Mazayuna in third with off the map. Then back in fifth, the green cap of Akak for Camille Ospina. Further back in the field to find Jumanat Al Reem, blue and red. Alia's very wide, light blue. The green of Reem Al Riyadh is moving away from the inside there. Alex Moreno trying to avoid some kickback, I think. And there's a little gap back to Miss Helen, who's now struggling with Expeditious, who's towards the tail. Also, Soleil is right towards the back of the field. And also Simp is tailing off as they head towards the home turn at around 59, 60 kilometres per hour. On the outside, off the map in the black, has now joined issue with Mazayuna in the red, and they're racing ahead. The white stable runners are struggling in behind as Alia goes into third place. To the outside, here comes Reem Al Riyadh, who's just creeping ever closer for Moreno as they come around the turn. 4:50 to go. On the inside, still there is Mazayuna by a neck. Ridden along is off the map by Morales. The pair are clear. Going into third place now, Rimal Riyadh has got these two in her sights. And then the blue of Alia every chance as well. Here come the closers. Rimal Riyadh and Alia are coming after the pace setter Mazayuna. Mazayuna still just about in front. Jumanat Al-Reem is staying on from a long way back in fifth. They go inside the final 200. Mazayuna now pressed by Alia. And Eddie Castro storming home. Still finishing off is Jumanat Al-Reem, but maybe only for a place. It's Alia in front, close home. It's Alia to end the year with a win for Eddie Castro. Alia has seen off Mazayuna into second place, with Jumanat Al-Reem running on to be third. So winner for Jeff Woodruff and Eddie Castro. Alia, number 14, wins the finale of 2003, 1 minute 53.15 seconds. Wins by a neck. Second, number 7, Mazayuna. You have to feel for Mazayuna. Did so much of the hard work. Finishes second, beat the neck under Aldaham. And third, the running on, Jumanat Al-Reem, who came from a long way off the pace. Adel Al-Faraid, he must have had hopes for a moment of a four-timer. He settles for 3. A neck the winning margin, 1 minute 53.15. 14, Alia wins. Mazayuna was second, number 7. Third, number 12, Jumanat Al-Reem. A good finish to my final race of 2023. Happy New Year to you all. I'll see you again on Thursday.
الله تبارك الرحمن مع الخيال ايدي كاسترو. Eddie, well done Eddie, good race.
Yeah, thank God. Chino hurt in the gate. We got a little nervous. And, well, it's a nice feel. Very nice feeling. I trust the village is very nice feeling. Thank God, keep it safe. And it's coming good thing for the stable.
Well done.
Thank you.
Nice way to end the afternoon. I finally got a winner.
Yes, well
Obviously,
done.
that's the most important thing that just happened.
Well done.
Not that Elia won a nice cup race there. Nice ride for Eddie. He obviously is a very patient rider as always, and he's always one of those riders that not annoys me, but it gives me a lot of worry because he never asks more than he has to out of the horse.
Yeah, well, Eddie's ridden over 2,600 winners in his career. Now he's more of a man for the big day, and he's proved that just today. I thought Aaliyah was actually going to come under pressure, serious pressure at the top of the straight, and maybe just succumb to a couple of the other stronger finishes, but I was wrong. She was very fit.
Yeah, and it was just a nice progression out of that last race. She showed that she really stayed last time, and this time I was a little worried at the top of the lane that she would maybe sputter out a bit.
Well, Rimal Riyadh actually went past her at the top of the straight under Alex Moreno. She didn't stay very well, but Aaliyah really hit the line powerfully.
Yeah, well done to Connections there. Obviously, it's a nice win to sort of cap the day for not only me but for everyone else who backed the right horse and has been my supporters this whole time. I just want to thank the Academy as well.
You avoided the famous duck egg that I unfortunately got yesterday.
I think I had 5 on the weekend, which isn't too bad.
That's not too bad.
Too bad. I think you had 5 yesterday, so I feel a little bit bad about it. But your job is to get these winners. My job is to just try to look pretty.
Talking about winners, Adel Al-Faradi, what a man.
Yeah, indeed. 6 on the weekend. I had a nice quiet Friday, but had two hat tricks.
Farhad had one, his brother had one yesterday, so it was a very family affair this week, and Adele's obviously massively eroded the deficit behind Camilo, it's not been his week.
No, it's not been his weekend, unfortunately, but I'm sure he'll redeem himself, much like us today. We redeemed ourselves since yesterday, so he'll be back in the winner's enclosure in no time, I'm sure.
Can't keep good people down.
No, exactly.
Shamila, how have you handled this lovely weather today?
It's been absolutely freezing, Michael, to be honest with you, and when I was down at the stalls, I didn't think I was going to make it back because I thought I was going to die of hypothermia, but against all odds, I'm back here in the mini studio.
All these 1,200-pound animals riding around you, running around you, and you still couldn't stay warm.
No, exactly. I mean, I hope it doesn't get any colder than this. People said Riyadh was cold, but I wasn't expecting this.
You've had everything this week. It chucked it down yesterday, very windy and cold today, sunny on Thursday.
I had a sandstorm last weekend as well. Yeah, I've had everything.
No, very well done for you, especially because obviously this has been a trying weekend weather-wise, a very unique time. But, we've all done well, we've all got our winners, and we've all toughed it out for what's going to be a possible, an excellent end to the new year. Tom, your highlights for today.
Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, race 1, the Arabian Horses Open, has to be the highlight of the day. 126 rated, 4-year-old Arabian horse who is now unbeaten in 14 outings. He looked a bit under pressure in the opening stages. Alex Moreno went clear on Mutwaheja Athba. But when would you ever doubt Asfan Al-Khalidiyah? He surged through late and dominated this race in a time of 1:18.23 seconds, just 0.21 seconds off the track record.
Which easily could have broken. Shamila, what about you?
Obviously, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, absolutely amazing. I think you could put a novice rider on him and he would still get the job done and get to the finish line. He knows that he is a winner and that's what it's all about. But my highlight is going to be Tigruda from the Fillies Arabian race. She tries her heart out every single time, and great win for Fawaz Wanas as well.
You've done that, not only because Fawaz was on board, but because Callum wasn't here and someone has to go after Tigruda.
It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend. For me, highlights, I thought Ricardo Ferreira, his rides were absolutely fantastic. He didn't get a lot of credit for those. And just the riding in general, we've seen some top-class horses, top-class riders, top-class trainers really just showing us what Saudi racing and Riyadh racing in particular can be. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us here on Jcsa English. We'll see you soon. Happy New Year. May all your photo finishes be winning ones.